Lancashire in the field. And the Lancashire team includes Ollie Sutton, number 22, who's a substitute for Ajit Singh Dale, who was injured yesterday. And resuming the Gloucestershire innings, Tommy Borman and Matt Taylor.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Bristol, and I think I can say for pretty much the first time this season it is a very nice day for cricket. There's some sunshine, the wind has calmed a bit, and we're hoping for a full day's play, which today means 104 overs worth of cricket, making up some of the lost time from the rain that we had yesterday. Gloucestershire resuming on 124 for 6, having been put into bat by Lancashire on day one. George Balderson, the star of the show, with 4 for 27, and it looks as if it will be him to bowl the first over of day 2. Tommy Borman, the first-class debutant, on 11. Matt Taylor on 9. You're very welcome to join us wherever you're listening from. The BBC Sport website and app. Commentaries brought to you by BBC Radio Bristol, Gloucestershire, Manchester, Lancashire, and on the Gloucestershire live stream as well. Ed Seaborn and Scott Reed with you for the first half an hour as George Balderson is in to bowl the first ball of the morning to Tommy Borman, and this is driven out to cover, and there's no run. Scott, plenty of talking points yesterday.
Yes.
we heard the announcement over the PA, I think. Those listening at home will have done. Ollie Sutton has already taken to the field as the injury replacement for Ajit Singh Dale.
Well, that's very exciting.
It is very exciting. Very exciting. 2 slips in the gully. Balderson to Borman, stands tall and again drives to cover for no run.
Yeah, so he travelled down from Leicester last night. He was playing a second 11 game in Leicestershire yesterday, so he got a taxi down to join his teammates in the team hotel last night. So yeah, he's Lancashire's injury replacement.
Balderson hiding that ball as he runs in, gives some width to Borman, who cuts it away, but picks out wells at backward points, so still no runs this morning.
So it's a great opportunity for him. He's played previously one first-class game, which was the first game of last season. He made his Lancashire debut against Middlesex at Lords in the opening game of last season, but then didn't play again, so he's only played one first-class match. But a great opportunity for him over the course of the next couple of days to have a go back in the first team.
Balderson into Borman, straight delivery is an appeal for LBW, but immediately Ian Blackwell signals that he's not interested by he's relaxed his body language pretty much straight away, and then I think made a sign that he felt the ball was drifting down the leg side. We will get a replay to have a look at. No, he's hit it. I think you can even see that inside edge on the replay. Balderson into Borman, who drives and misses it, I think, and it goes off Hurst's gloves. He'll chase after it, and still there's no run.
But yes, there's obviously a little bit of confusion as to how
No, it did. Apologies. It's one of the things when you are so in line. Well, you've got the wicketkeeper standing right there. I thought it must have gone off the keeper, but he's almost half left it, half driven it, and it hit the bat. Next delivery, on a length, defended, with the bat, into the offside. And there's no run. It's a maiden over to start with from Balderson. Surprise, surprise, 8 maidens out of 17, 4 for 27. And Gloucestershire were going pretty well before lunch yesterday, 80 for 1. And just on the stroke of lunch, it was the first ball of what would have been the last over before lunch. Ollie Price's defences were beaten by an in-ducker from Balderson, and everything just fell from there, really. 28 for 5 either side of lunch, and it's been a bit of a theme that others have pointed out as well, that Gloucestershire have lost a lot of wickets
around
session breaks
right
this season, and it's a bit of a killer.
Yeah, it's not a good habit to have, that, is it? No. I mean, because in the middle of all the comings and goings and the uncertainty as to what was happening with the replacement, of course, Lancashire kind of just dusted themselves down and got on with it. And Balderson bowled a beautiful spell after lunch yesterday. I mean, the conditions were completely opposite to what we've got this morning. We'll see Sir James Anderson in and bowling. It's wide and left by Taylor through to Hurst. See, a very different conditions to what we've got now. Viewers across the live stream will see a beautiful sunny day in Bristol, but yesterday it was overcast. We went off eventually for a bit of drizzle and rain and bad light. The floodlights were on from the first ball yesterday. It felt very, very different batting conditions to what we've got this morning. But Lancashire bowled beautifully. I thought the conditions on the pitch were perfect for Balderson yesterday, and he made the most of it in the afternoon. It's driven by Taylor into the offside for no run. So yeah, around all that kind of comings and goings about the uncertainty with the substitution and the replacement, what was a solid morning for Gloucestershire largely unravelled, and Lancashire fought back really nicely with the ball. It kind of got lost a little bit because we were all distracted by the injury replacement and the vague rules that surround it, really. 3 slips and a gully, 124 for 6 at Gloucestershire. Here's Anderson for Lancashire over the wicket and bowling, and chopped away into the offside. Feeling just at backward point by Balderson, and there's no run.
I think the other part of it that's a bit sad is that, in a way, all the talk is about the replacement rather than the guy who's coming back to the club. That he didn't come directly through Gloucestershire, but Gloucestershire, I think, would say that they've made him into the bowler that he is.
Anderson bowls, beats Taylor through to Hurst.
You know, he's coming back. I think it's one of those situations where he's got an offer, clearly a very good offer from a club that he thinks can help him take the next step from being on the fringes of England to potentially playing for England.
And there's some balls again. Taylor in behind it, carefully defending away into the offside, no run.
So I don't think anybody could begrudge, well, I'm sure some people could, but I find it hard to see how you could begrudge Singdale for making that move. And he's coming back here to Bristol, bowls 2 overs. He's barely had an injury problem that I can remember at all in his Gloucestershire career, and just one of those things that the hamstring went as soon as he leapt into bowl his 3rd over.
And there's some balls and bowls. Taylor picks up his first wicket of the game. James Anderson, the 7th to fall, 124 for 7, and Taylor will leave knowing that many better batters have been got out by deliveries like that from James Anderson.
Well, it's just perfect line and length, isn't it? It's not done a massive amount, but it probably doesn't have to, really, if it's put on exactly that right spot. I would say the first couple of deliveries, it sort of looked as if he was just easing himself into his over, and then that delivery, even if it's, I don't know what pace it is, but it's just that couple of miles an hour quicker as well, and it's right at the top of off. Matt Taylor is a perfectly competent bowler who bats, but that's what he is. He's actually looked in pretty decent touch this season as Matt Taylor, which you wouldn't unfortunately be able to say about too many of Gloucestershire's batters so far, but that was a delivery that, as you say, would have undone plenty. So Henry Brooks is out into the middle, so we've got the 2 Gloucestershire debutants together. Brooks, the loanee, and Borman, the very much Gloucestershire through and through product, 21 years old, born in Cheltenham, played a lot of club cricket, including a Village Cup final where he starred for Dumbleton Cricket Club And it's Borman who's now on strike to Balderson, who's bowling now, and that's left by Borman extravagantly, actually. Sure, Lancashire seemed to be excited because the ball wasn't too far away from the stumps. They sort of want Borman to be flashing at those sort of deliveries. Just on Ajit, before we got onto the situation with the substitute last night, was obviously the first thing I asked Stephen Croft was about Ajit and whether just how he was. So he's going to have a scan today. Balderson in now, fuller delivery, inviting the drive. Borman hits it pretty well, but not well enough to beat Bohannon at mid-off. So, he's going to have a scan today, which will obviously be able to highlight the full extent of the hamstring injury. Stephen did say it was a hamstring injury. I think we could see that, couldn't we, as he was going off last night? But I just got the impression, and again, until they get the results back for certain, we don't know. But I got the impression it didn't sound like it was a good one, if you can have a good one. Balderson in now, another leave from Borman, strides into that leave. But yeah, I think you can have different grades of it, can't you? But I think their feeling was that it wasn't going to be good news. But fingers crossed that turns out to not be the case. Let's hope. And it was. You could tell even if it had been at a different time of day, and you just see somebody grab the hamstring, and sometimes you think, well, maybe it's cramp. It certainly didn't feel like it would be at that time of day. Balderson in now, and I think maybe playing inside the line of that one is Borman as it goes through to the keeper. But you just get that sense from the body language as well immediately from Singdale. He knew that something was really pretty wrong, and you could see he was visibly pretty upset about it, as you can imagine at the time. It wasn't a pleasant sight for anyone. Balderson racing in bowls. Borman drives into the ground, stopped by Balderson in his follow through. So a wicket on the wickets column and no runs yet with Lancashire. I sort of got the impression that they ideally might have liked to have separated Balderson and Anderson, but they feel this morning that they could really just go in for the kill with these two, and we might as well. Balderson in and bowls, and all that's got through the defences of Borman, but doesn't tickle the timber. It's taken again by Hurst. It's another maiden over. I almost don't need to say it. 9 out of 18 maiden overs, as we welcome in our Sports Extra listeners. James Anderson has struck already this morning, bowling from the pavilion end for the first time. He bowled his 6-over spell from the Ashley Down Road end yesterday, but it has hit the top of Matt Taylor's off stump. He's gone for 9, and Gloucestershire's slide continues from 80 for 1 to 124 for 7. Yes, he wasn't required, was he, after lunch, Anderson? They started with Balderson because he had to complete the over. As Anderson's in, forward goes Brooks, pushing into the offside and through for his first run. Yeah, he gets off the mark, 125 for 7. So yeah, he was able to kind of watch on, was Anderson yesterday. They were a bowler light with the issue with Singdale, but the way that Balderson started after lunch, the wicket in the final over prior to lunch, he had to complete the over, but then just got into this terrific little groove bowling for Lancashire, and it was Balderson and Coghlan that did the bulk of the work through the course of yesterday afternoon. Anderson bowls again. Borman shuffling onto the back foot, trying to work it into the onside. So it meant that Jimmy wasn't really required. He bowled that opening spell in the morning yesterday, but then hasn't bowled since until now. Yeah, and they pretty much got through. Was it even the last ball of Anderson's 6-over spell? It was certainly in his last over that there was that moment of calamity for Gloucestershire as Bancroft went for a non-existent single and was run out by Bohannon. Anderson to Bowman, was tucked into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, that was up until that final over of yesterday's morning session. That was the only wicket that fell, which was a bit of a mess with the run out. And he had one more over. left in his spell after that. I remember it was a last ball of an over, but it was his last ball of his 5th over, so he had one over left. But they
were going all right.
They'd seen him. He was causing problems. Of course, he's going to cause problems. He's going to beat the edge, but it wasn't looking unmanageable.
Anderson over the wicket. Great challenge here for young Tommy Bowman facing Sir James Anderson. He's defending up towards mid-on his Gloucestershire debut. And there's no run on 25 for 7. I'm sure his family and friends, if some are not in the ground, they'll be listening and watching. What a great sight to see young Tommy Bowman facing James Anderson on debut. 125 for 7. 3 slips and a gully. Nice and bright and sunny in Bristol. As Anderson bowls a lovely ball that brings Bowman forward. He just slides past the edge of the bat. And through to Matthew Hurst.
Yeah, I haven't actually spoken to Tommy Bowman yet, at least not in interview. And I always think now, especially because with the way that the One Day Cup happens, most players tend to make their List A debuts before they make any other debut.
Anderson to Bowman. That's a lovely shot off the back foot. He's cut that away through the offside out towards deep backward point, and that'll feel good. As Bowman moves on to 15, sliced away through the offside for 4. And having been brought forward and beaten in the previous delivery, carves that one away to point for 4 to complete the over, in which Gloucestershire move on to 129 for 7.
So he's made his List A debut. He's actually made his T20 debut twice.
That's exciting. How's that happened?
So he played in a tour match on this ground against the New Zealanders. I think we still have to call them that, even though it was a T20 match.
Right.
It's tradition. So he played in that game. I wasn't actually at the match, but I remember that he hit Rachin Ravindra, massive 6 over wide long on. He must it's about 15 or 20, somewhere around there, but this one shot sort of stood out, especially with the way that Ravindra's career then went after that. Balderson playing at that one and ends up not getting too close to it, but I think it was probably more down to the quality of the delivery. They didn't get too close to it. But anyway, again through to the wicketkeeper, and Balderson still has yet to go for a run this morning. Haven't commentated on a run yet. Does it feel good? In comes Balderson, balls to Brooks, and that's defended square of the wicket on the offside. Wells picks up. But he played in that game against the New Zealanders, which at the time was classified as an official T20 match. Since then, somebody seems to have taken a look at it and gone, "Oh no, that's not a proper game."
Oh.
Joe Phillips was opening the batting, a man who Bowman has come into the side for in this game. Phillips ended up making about 70 odd not out. Balderson in, Brooks drives confidently, beats the dive of Luke Wells at backward point, and he'll get at least 2. Bowman wants 3, and he's going to get it as well. Makes Brooks sprint back to the non-strikers end where the throw doesn't come into, and that's good running from Bowman and from Brooks. So good that the scoreboard initially put up 2, but they've corrected it straight away to 3. So Brooks is on to 4. Gloucestershire won 32 for 7. Balderson's gone for some runs. 3 of them in a ball.
Breaking news.
He's only going at 1.6 and over. Balderson into Bowman, and that's left alone. As Hurst again standing up to the stumps, as he's done with, I say with such good effect to Balderson, but he did pay the price yesterday. Sharp blow to the thumb. That needed to be taped up. I think there's more tape than thumb there now. But yes, so this game got declassified, this tour match against the New Zealanders that Bowman played in, and then last year he played in the last game of Gloucestershire's T20 campaign against Somerset. Oh, that's another good ball from Balderson, drawing Bowman forward. He had to play at that one. It did pass wide of the off stump, but he simply had to play at it, and the ball has slid past the edge. Oh, that is so close to off stump. It's as good a delivery as Balderson can bowl without taking a wicket. So having made 2 T20 debuts, he's now making his first-class debut, and he received his county cap from Captain Bancroft, as that is the Gloucestershire tradition. Oh, he's come down late on that one. There's an appeal for LBW, jumping up and down the Lancashire players for that one, but not out, says Ian Blackwell. It looked like another one of those classic in-duckers from Balderson. Did Borman just manage to get some bat on it? I think it hits the bat, maybe, the way it comes off. It's just a question whether it hit the pad in front of the bat, because he came down on it so late, and the bat was almost looking as if it was trapped between his legs. We'll get a slower look at it now on the replay. Has he hit that? I think he might have done.
He must have hit it. Yeah, he must have hit it. Otherwise, I'm not sure why it wouldn't be out.
Oh, yeah.
1-3, 2 for 7. Anderson starts a fresh over, nicks back in, hits Brooks and deflects away into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, it is. There's quite a few players, I guess, certainly in the last couple of years, that will have made T20 and or list day debuts before first-class debuts. Actually, I think Ollie Sutton will be in that category, probably. I think he might have made his list day debut before his first-class debut as well. Shetty's a chance, yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's edged. Oh, it's a terrific catch, driven by Brooks, and Shetty takes a very, very good catch at gully. Anderson gets his second wicket. Brooks departs for 4, and Gloucestershire lose their 8th. He flashed at that. It went quickly to Shetty, and it's a sharp catch at gully. 132 for 8.
You sort of got the impression Brooks went out there with the attitude of, I'm not going to really die wondering here, but went hard at that one from Anderson. It was on that length that invited the drive, especially to somebody who bats in the lower order, but he just couldn't quite get to where he needed to. First class wicket number 1159 for Anderson. Brooks, he's got a more than handy first class record. He's averaging 17 and a quarter, so he certainly can hold a bat. I was wondering who would come out ahead of the other. Matt Taylor came out ahead of Brooks yesterday. Brooks coming and going pretty quickly, as I'm afraid basically every Gloucestershire batter has since the fall of Price and Charlesworth battled away. Price looked a little more fluent at times. He hit 6 boundaries in his 35, but Charlesworth 1 boundary in his 26 from 90. So even the Gloucestershire players who've spent some time in the middle haven't looked especially comfortable. And now, having had the narrative about the Lancashire current player playing against their former county, we've got Will Williams, who's the Gloucestershire player playing against his former county Lancashire in the middle.
With 3 slip catches, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, fine leg, and now leg gully as well. 132 for 8. Anderson into Williams. He's forward and is beaten through to the keeper.
Obviously needed that leg slip for Anderson, just in case he strays down the leg side. So obviously they know exactly where to put the field for number 10 Will Williams.
132 for 8. Anderson stride back in again. Pavilion end balls. That's onto the pad of Williams. He wants the LBW and he gets it. 3rd wicket of the morning for Anderson. 2nd in the over. Williams trapped LBW for 0. Gloucestershire lose their 9th wicket. 132 for 9. Anderson strikes for the 3rd time this morning.
He's come way across there as Williams, and in the umpire's judgment, too far across. It certainly wasn't too far off that leg stump anyway, but 2 wickets in the over. Gloucestershire have added 8 runs this morning, lost 3 wickets, and the collapse just gets worse, I'm afraid. It's now, 52 for 7 with the number 11 Bell, who's got 2 balls left of this Borman over to face. He's actually looked pretty competent in his Gloucestershire batting career so far, but he does average 7 in first-class cricket, which you don't see quite as often as you used to. The number 11 coming out averaging under 10. And Borman has been left high and dry on his debut. He's on 15. Even if he does get back on strike, which is an if, given the way that Anderson's bowled so far, what does he do? I mean, does he... do you just give your wicket away trying to slog it out the ground on your debut? It's not the fairest position to put your debutant in.
No, it's a pretty thankless task, isn't it? Should Borman face another delivery. Anderson to Bell. He's gone for the Yorker first up. Fallen. Going right on towards his off stump. He brings the bat down, jabs it away towards the leg side.
One thing I would say, though, is we've probably got our best crowd of the season so far. It's not packed to the gunnels, but there's a decent crowd in. It's a good forecast, and they knew that they were quite likely to have the chance to see Anderson bowl first up.
Final ball of the over. Anderson to Bell. It's pushed into the offside for no run. End of Anderson's over. It's a double wicket maiden for James Anderson. Gloucestershire 132 for 9, and if those who were queuing to get in this morning, I was in the queue in the car, 4 or 5 deep.
Cars?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Wow.
Causing chaos on the roads outside.
Well,
locals weren't happy.
No way anybody's getting past that. Parked cars on either side of the road.
People just leaving the car doors open and wandering around, wondering what's going on. So yeah, it's pretty busy. Getting into the ground this morning. Well, those that have made it on time, if they've come to watch a bit of Jimmy bowling, then they've I'm sure they've enjoyed the last kind of half an hour or so.
Well, they needed to be on time, but Balderson bowls to Borman. It's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I think Lancashire doing exactly the right thing here. I mean, you see some captains, they just seem to like to put everybody back on the boundary in this situation, even though they know that there's every chance that they could just get the wicket of the established batter. So there is a deep backward point and a deep backward square, but that's it as far as boundary riders. Balderson bowls, that's cut away past second slip, and that flashes down to the deep third boundary for 4. And I think that's what Borman's going to have to do, really. If he sees some width like that from Balderson, he's probably just got to flash at it. It's a strong area for Borman. He does, from what I've seen of him so far, he does seem to like his cuts and his square drives. Does bring out, I don't imagine he'll do it in this situation, but he does bring out some tricky shots. You know, he's got the ramps in his locker, which we've seen in white ball cricket. Balderson bowls, edged and juggled and dropped at second slip by Keaton Jennings, so he gets a life.
Yeah, tried on the second attempt, didn't he, Jennings? It's gone to him there, kind of chest height, almost shoulder height.
Awkward, isn't it? 'Cause he's gone palms up, and yet he's tried to take it about his shoulder and then tried to almost, clutch it to himself. But if he'd taken it palms up, it would have been quite a nice height for him. But he's in fairly close with Balderson not being of great pace. Oh, he's gone through him this time, has he? No, he's removed the bails as Hurst. They were all going up for I assume a caught behind to start with, but he's gone straight past his edge, and then the bails were suddenly in view from behind Hurst, but the ball didn't strike the bails.
No, it looked like it just clipped at the top of off stump, didn't it? Like it just straightened and clipped the top of off stump from where we're watching it live, and obviously that was reinforced by the fact that bails are on the ground, but it was because of Hurst flicking them off.
And Balderson gave it the finger point as well.
Didn't he? Yeah.
I thought that meant that was just 5 for. The backward point comes up now. Borman's gone. He's got his 5 for this time. LBW, he steps across his stumps, trying to heave it into the leg side. He's missed it, and Ian Blackwell has raised his finger. 5 for Balderson. The ball looking pretty leg side-ish, but the finger goes up. 5-wicket bag on the board. Extraordinary figures. 19.5 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 34. And Lancashire have absolutely polished off Gloucestershire this morning. 12 runs added for 4 wickets. And Gloucestershire's batting woes continue for 2026. And it's not going in the right direction. 136, even amongst the scores so far this season, is their lowest. And Borman, no choice really but to try and go for something. No fault of his. He goes for 19 in his first class innings and becomes the final victim. George Balderson getting clapped off the field, leading Lancashire off. Anderson 3 for 12. In amongst the narrative of this torrid start to the season for Gloucestershire, Lancashire have done everything right there, haven't they?
Yeah, there was no rush for Ollie Sutton, really, was there? He could have taken his time to come down, really. What was the point in the 300 quid taxi ride? He was taking your time, mate. What's the rush?
He might not even need to bowl in the match. Anyway, so 136 all out, with Price top scoring with 35, Charlesworth 26. And, well, I mentioned that the bowling figures really run them down. 3 for 12 in 9 overs from Anderson. Singdale, sadly, only the 2 overs for 3. Coghlan got through 15 overs, 1 for 58. Balderson, a ball under 20 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 34. Arav Shetty bowled 4 overs for 9. And Josh Bohannon bowled 1 over for 7 before we went off for rain yesterday. We'll be back in a few moments' time for the reply to that 136. Lancashire looking to build a sizable first innings lead.
Just a reminder that Grace Dining is available in the Grace Room for lunch. You need to book that by 12 noon, in half an hour's time. Tasty menu today. Lemon and herb chicken with penne pasta. It's a vegetarian option as well. And optional desserts, cheesecake with raspberry coulis. Blackwell. Cameron Bancroft leading out Gloucestershire into the field. And opening the batting for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings, number 1, and number 3, Luke Wells.
Well, Gloucestershire's players in the huddle, which they've just broken now, and they're following Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells to the middle as Lancashire start their reply to Gloucestershire's 136. Even with the 2 overs taken off for the change of innings, there's still 95 overs remaining in the day, so they've got an awful lot of time to bat today and not an awful lot of runs to chase after, as it were. 136 all out. Gloucestershire losing their last 4 wickets this morning for 12 runs. Ed Seaborn and Nathan Johns with you for the next half hour or so. Nathan, I'm sure from a neutral's perspective you probably quite enjoyed watching Anderson running in with the best seat in the house.
It was eventful, that's for sure. An intriguing start to the first 30 minutes of the morning. I did think he was going to rob poor old George Balderson of a chance to get his 5th wicket, but and then I felt for him when Keaton Jennings dropped Tommy Boorman, about 2 balls before he ultimately did get him. But it just looked like one of those mornings where, having bowled so well yesterday, poor old Balderson was going to be denied a 5th wicket, but he made sure to take care of business at the end, didn't he?
Very much so. So we've got Gabe Bell, who ended up not out, bowling from the pavilion end. 3 slips, a gully. Bell bowls on a length, and Wells just plops it down into the ground defensively, and there's no run. So it's a long batting lineup for Lancashire. Jennings and Wells, Bohannon, Harris, Michael Jones, Balderson, Hurst, Coghlan, Shetty. I'm down at number 9. So they've got a lot of work to do of Gloucestershire. It's going to have to start with this new ball. They desperately need early wickets to get themselves back into this game. Bell bowls against back of a length, and Wells is having to use most of his full height to get on top of that, but plays it defensively into the ground.
2 balls in, but this is slightly reminiscent of what Lancashire did with the new ball yesterday. Remember, Anderson bowled quite heavy lengths, didn't he, instead of targeting the stumps. Albeit this morning, Lancashire had quite a lot of joy at aiming for the stumps and pads.
In comes Bell. A wide delivery. Wells jabs at it outside the off stump and misses it. It's a good carry through to Bracey. But yeah, I almost wonder, actually, even as strange as it sounds, they bowled Gloucestershire out for 136, so they're not going to be unhappy. But actually, it wasn't the very new ball that did the damage. Gloucestershire actually saw that off, and I did say at one point, I wonder whether they actually might feel they could have bowled a bit fuller and a bit straighter, and as soon as they started doing that, the wickets started to tumble. That's a good delivery from Bell. That one is pitched up a little bit further. Wells was a little bit in 2 minds about whether to play or leave. He ended up leaving, but it was a good line from Bell. He went wicketless in his home debut last round. Was not lucky at Lords. 1 for 68. He bowled an awful lot better than that. Bowls now to Wells, who gets in line to a fuller delivery again, defends to mid-off. So he's basically got fuller every delivery this over as Bell.
But the one that was a bit of a play and miss outside off got a bit of extra bounce as well. I wonder if it's new ball dependent. They do think maybe when the lacquer's still on it, the way they're going to get dismissals is with that extra bounce and try take the shoulder of the bat, and they're bowling to the according length, and then as it gets older and the lacquer comes off and swings more, then they start pitching it up.
Bell in now, and Wells across and defending, and a maiden over to start with from Gloucestershire's Tasmanian import, and Lancashire scoreless after the first over. Who's going to take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end? Looks as though it's going to be Williams. Taylor did take the new ball in, or the first new ball I should say, in the game against Durham here. But Williams ended up taking the second new ball, so we've gone back to Williams to open with Bell.
Well, he's got exactly the same field as Bell. 3 slips in the gully, backward point. Quite a straight mid-off to the left-handed Jennings. 2 left-handers, of course. Mid-on, kind of a forward square leg, rather than a mid-wicket. And fine leg in places. Jennings takes his guard. Has a look down towards one of the vacant boundaries on the leg side. Settles into his stance. Just kicks away a bit of dust off the pitch. It's definitely not dry after the downfall of yesterday. He's ready to go. Williams has the ball at the top of his mark now. And he comes. His first delivery. Oh, Jennings walks at him first ball and comes down. It's a heavy delivery as a result, and it's just prodded into the leg side for no run.
Yes, I remember he did a lot of that in the game at Cheltenham last year. Jennings just, I suppose it's how he likes to combat the new ball, but he really does. So we've seen a lot of batters do this, and particularly left-handers. Gloucestershire have struggled to find a way to combat batters doing this, just really getting out of their crease.
That mid-off fielder has come in very close. He's not quite catching, but he's not far off, as that one's left alone outside the off stump by Jennings. It's an interesting position. That's kind of an in-between. Not quite catching, but he's much closer than he would be if he was just saving one. I'm not sure if they think that Jennings has a propensity to spoon the ball up in that area early in his innings. It's Van Buren who's fielding there.
Yeah, I mean, you see, as you say, you see that sort of floating fielder sometimes, but he's almost standing on the edge of the square.
Here's Williams up past the umpire. Jennings walks at him again and he pushes the ball down the ground, and there is that mid-off fielder doing the work. Jennings has to duck as the ball is thrown in back to the wicket-keeper, but it's no run. Yeah, he's almost in line with the stumps, isn't he? What, about 3? Well, he is floating, isn't he? He's moving wider. He was about 2 cut strips away from the pitch, and now he's about 3 or 4. And James Bracey's got his helmet on, so he's seen enough of Keaton Jennings walking down the track. He's done it twice already in this over, and Bracey's going to stand up to the stumps.
Interesting. Jennings is taking a different guard as well now that Bracey's standing up. He's taken off stump, and now he's taken middle and leg.
Yeah, he's got to change his plan now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He can't counteract length by walking down the pitch. So clearly, his backup is to change his stance slightly. Well, Bracey's up to the stumps now. The slips have also moved a little bit wider. Here's Williams, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Bracey takes it standing up.
A fine record for Lancashire to Will Williams. Exactly 100 wickets for the Red Rose with an average of 24.5. And he's going to have a lot asked of him this year, having moved to Gloucestershire. He's going to get through some overs, you feel, in the county championship.
In comes Williams. Jennings, once again, lets that one go through. He seems to have settled Van Buren in that mid-off position on where he is now. He was initially very straight and quite close. He's now, I'd say, he's probably standing in line with the umpire, and he's about 4 or 5 cut strips away from the playing surface. So he's taken a step back and gone a little bit wider. This could be a lot of conversation just for a bloke who's just dozed off and has forgotten where he's supposed to be fielding. But here comes Williams. Makes Jennings play this time as he defends on the back foot. Out to point, no run. And that's a maiden for Williams to start. So Lancashire 2 overs into their reply, yet to score.
Yeah, there's no reason to go charging off really for Lancashire. I mean, you could take the attitude of, well, let's just throw the bat a bit. We can't really score less than 136. So actually, you could think, well, let's play a few shots, put the pressure on, and then we could really dictate. But I think Jennings and Wells are experienced enough to know how to see off a new ball. I mean, they've both been doing it for quite a long time, so I don't think there's any reason really for them to change what they do. Bell over the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's a gorgeous delivery from Bell, which squares Wells right up and nibbles past his edge. That looked as if it deviated a decent amount off the pitch.
Yeah, not of approval from Wells, recognising that he's been beaten all ends up. Yeah, you're right. It's just nipped away from him a good bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's done too much really to take the outside edge, especially because Wells squared right up, so he couldn't really follow the ball as much as he might have done if he'd stayed straight on. Bell strays on leg stump, and he's been picked off for 4 through mid wicket by Wells, and Lancashire are underway, 4 without loss, and that's a delivery that really is an opening batter ball as anybody really. You just want that leg stump half volley to settle you, and Wells takes advantage.
Yeah, beautifully timed. We've seen quite a few deliveries hit towards that leg side boundary towards the car park as it is for the left-hander. We've seen quite a few slow up in the wet outfield, but that absolutely flew into the advertising hoardings.
Bell in and bowls full of delivery. Come back after getting hit for the 4. Draws Wells forward to defend into the onside. Fielded by Henry Brooks. Once again, Gloucestershire don't sign anybody to bowl for them who's less than about 6'3". I think we decided Williams was 6'3". Have to look that up again. Bell in a fuller delivery, and he's driven that one to wide mid-on as Wells set off for a single. As Matt Taylor picks it up. Initially, I wasn't sure that was where Wells had looked to hit that one, but he ended up sort of making the adjustment to play it a bit straighter. I thought he was looking to go through, maybe through mid-wicket to start with, but ends up getting the 1, and the strike is rotated for the first time.
How tall is Bell then?
Oh, I reckon he's pretty similar. Williams looks more sort of wiry than Bell. But no, I'd have to look this up. I don't have that particular cricketing Bible. Oh dear, 6'5". There we go. I was going to say that nearly had it in meters, which I didn't really want. This is clipped away by Jennings, and he picks out the fielder at forward square. That's Henry Brooks, and there's no run. 6'5". Yeah, that's about the height that Gloucestershire seemed to go for.
He's bowling very straight at the minute, hasn't he? We saw him get picked off the pads there by Wells previously in this over. Jennings probably a little bit unfortunate to miss out on similar there. He's just trying to push it across the left-hander, isn't he? But he's not necessarily getting that movement.
Bell bowls. He gave him another go, and this time Jennings does find the gap through a straight mid-wicket. It's not going to go to the boundary, though. Matt Taylor in pursuit. They've come back for 2, so 7 without loss as Jennings gets his account up and running. Wells has 5, and we've seen one delivery deviate quite significantly, but it's not. You mentioned the lacquer. It's only 3 overs in. You might see the ball start to actually swing through the air a little bit more in a few overs' time. At least that's the hope from a Gloucestershire point of view. Because they desperately need this new ball to come good for them and make some inroads into what is a stacked top order for Lancashire.
Change of angle for Will Williams. He was over the wicket when he started off to the left-handers, and he's now going to come around. Wells is on strike. Jennings down the other end. Twirl of the bat in the hand of Wells as he takes his stance. Here comes Williams. 3 slips and a gully await. Right arm around. That's driven nicely through the gap by Wells. I don't think he's timed it well enough to reach the fence. He doesn't, but he trots back gently for a safe 2. Takes Lancashire to 9 without loss. This is the 4th over.
He's got good sprint speed as Tommy Borman, by the looks of things. I think that was him off after that from backward point. Not sure who the quickest across the ground would be with Gloucestershire anymore, because it was usually a safe bet that it was Chris Dent, but of course he retired last season.
Williams in again. That's driven once more, but not particularly well timed. Van Buren cleans up at mid-off, no run.
Hammond, maybe? Yeah, Van Buren's quick, but he doesn't have the longest stride length, so I'm wondering if...
Yeah, well, some of these tall, fast bowlers, they're long strides, probably.
Have to arrange a race.
Could have done it in the rain delay yesterday. We had enough time.
We'll have them all slipping and sliding out there. How many injury replacements would we need?
Williams in again. That's driven to mid-off once more. No run.
Let's not have another one of those, please.
Yeah, it was eventful yesterday, wasn't it? Poor old Ajit Singh Day. I saw him downstairs. He was moseying about on crutches. So,
dear.
Crutches for a hamstring injury. Don't think there's any prognosis as of yet, but clearly the injury is significant enough that he needs that help. Williams in again. Wells on strike. That's flashed hard. Driven nicely towards point, but straight to the man. Missed out there, I think, Wells.
Just didn't hold back. He's probably thinking, yes, he rehearses the shot where he just controls it a bit more and finds the gap, but he really wanted to try and hit the ball through the advertising boards, I think.
That's one way of getting it into the car park.
Yeah.
Williams in again now, up past the umpire. That's defended this time, but to point once again. Another dot.
And that is what you expect, really, from Williams, is that he's not going to deviate too much from the sort of area that he thinks he can pick up wickets and keep runs down. So how do you counter that? Do you just sit in there and play him out, or do you do what Durham did, which was to start walking about and really play your shots and try and put him off his line and length?
Well, it's hard to walk about with Bracey up to the stumps, and that's flashed wide of gully. Another booming drive from Wells. It does go down to the boundary at third. Not quite in control of that shot, dare I say, but it's another drive and another boundary for Wells, who has been maybe not aggressive, but certainly positive to start this innings. Williams with his hands on his head, and he sinks to his knees as that one flashed to the left-hand side of a diving gully. 13 without loss, 4 overs gone.
I mean, when things aren't running for you, it just feels as though, particularly in that first game, I don't think Gloucestershire could say that they missed out on a great deal of luck in the game here against Durham, but in the first game against Middlesex, it would be a case of beating the edge several times. You'd have a very good LBW shout turned down. You'd finally find the edge, and then it would either be dropped or it would go over or through the cordon.
This is interesting. So Bell was bowling very straight and did get picked off through mid-wicket a few times, so instead of changing line, he's taken a slip and put him in at mid-wicket.
Bell into Jennings, draws him forward. A loud cry of no as Van Buren is, as we mentioned, fairly quick across the ground at mid-off, so they don't take him on. Yeah, it's a funny one, that, isn't it? I suppose it depends what his plan is, isn't it? You don't want to be feeling as though you're setting a field for a bad ball in the fifth over.
To be picked off the pads. Yeah, but it suggests that they definitely have told him to bowl straight.
Yeah.
Perhaps just not quite as full in terms of that half volley length that he was offering up previously. It's kind of a catching mid-wicket now.
Bell bowls, that's well down the leg side, a flick and a miss from Jennings, and that was Gloucestershire's problem, though, in the game against Durham. They bowled so many deliveries down leg side, and whether it was in an effort to try and really target the stumps and bowl extremely straight, but there was so many boundaries through the leg side, and a lot of deliveries speared down the leg side. Bell in to bowl. It's another delivery that's probably pitching outside leg stump anyway from over the wicket. Jennings angles his bat defensively to that short mid-wicket fielder, Ben Charlesworth. There's no run. We've got bright sunshine again. I think the forecast for the remainder of the matches pretty good. Still getting a bit chilly later on at night, but less than 5% chance of rain is what we like to see. Bell in and bowls. It's fuller and more wide of off stump, and a push drive from Jennings to mid-off. And there's no run. In the other game taking place in Division 2, Middlesex have made quite the recovery at Northampton. They were 20 for 3 in the early going, but 164 for 6 as well. Now 333 for 8. Zafar Gohar, 77 not out. Bell bowls a straight delivery. Jennings forward defends carefully into the leg side. Everywhere you look, there's a former Gloucestershire player. 77 not out. Joe Cracknell made 79 as well. 4 for 60 for Ben Sanderson. Another one of those who continues to churn the wickets out. And in the 2 Division 1 games, Warwickshire 145 for 8 against Essex. Zaman Akhtar 2 for 25. Last ball of the over, Bell to Jennings, and then watch that one go by. So it's a maiden over from Bell, although didn't find that movement off the surface that he did in his previous over. Lancashire 13 without loss, and in the game near Southampton, Hampshire made 238, I should say, and Somerset 178 for 4, so 60 runs behind Hampshire. They've lost James Rue for 86, but more runs for James Rue. And Will Smead is batting in first-class cricket, a rare sight. He's faced 12 deliveries and he's yet to get off the mark. He'd probably have about 70. No, he's not 70, but...
You know, if it was a white ball game.
I doubt he's ever been 0 off 12 in his career before.
That's a good question. Williams continues. Bracey is up to the stumps with Wells on strike. That's flicked away into the leg side. A few cries of oohs and ah. That didn't look like a convincing stroke from Wells, but it's cleaned up by mid-wicket. Yeah, I did wonder if Bracey would go back, because he came up because it was Jennings who was walking down the track to Williams. I thought he might go back just to see what Wells was doing, but he's happy enough where he is to keep the helmet on. 3 slips in a gully. In comes Williams, driven hard to the offside, and that'll be 4. Beautifully timed by Wells. Touch too full, and he continues to look to drive regularly.
Yeah, he's a positive player these days. Luke Wells. It wasn't a terrible ball from Williams. It wasn't a full-on half volley, I don't think. It wasn't quite as wide as I thought it was either, but Wells has seen that early, and there's another fielder no longer catching behind the wicket as they've had to put the cover in.
Oh, you can see Williams motion to whoever he was motioning to immediately after he made contact with that ball that he wanted to cover in places. That's driven hard again by Wells. Half stopped at point, but enough to stop a further addition to the scoreboard. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We're not that far, not that long into this second innings, are we? What are we, halfway through the 6th over, and already both openers have taken out a catcher in favour of a slightly more defensive option, and I don't know if that's because they think the new ball isn't doing much, and it will be, as we have suggested, once the lacquer comes off, that movement makes batting more difficult. But in any case, there's just the 2 slips and a gully in for Williams now. Oh, big LBW shout, but it's turned down straight away. Williams looks a bit perplexed at the decision. I think he's asking what was wrong with that. Maybe it might have been a bit high.
Good grief. Well, if he's not hit that...
It definitely wasn't high. That's on second viewing. A few hands on heads from the slip cord. And
well, I mean, it's especially considering how aggressive the decisions were from that particular end in the first innings. If he's not hit that, and he may well have done, but if he's not, then that does look rather good.
Williams in once again. That's driven, but not timed this time by Wells. There is that new cover fielder who does the fielding.
And then, you know, you're in a position for Gloucestershire, where you've got to have everything go for you, and that's the balancing act, I suppose. Whilst Bancroft, he does tend to like to go on the defensive, but it's sort of hard not to when Lancashire are only trailing by 119.
Final delivery of the six as that's flicked off the pads. Williams just straying a little bit too straight. Don't think it will reach the mid-wicket boundary, or will it? It's a long chase out there. I think he's done well. It'll be 3 runs for Wells. And just check. Umpire's happy with that chase. He is. So 3 for Wells. He keeps the strike. He moves to 18, having faced 22 deliveries. Jennings is on 2, having faced 14. Lancashire 20 without loss.
Yeah, well, it's a long chase out there. The pitch is not quite as far over as the Durham one. We're 2 strips further towards the centre of the square from that Durham pitch, and that the boundary was as far back for the Durham game. It was an enormous boundary to the Moundstand side of the ground and very short to the car park, but a long chase and then sliding right over the T20 practice pitches for Taylor. Here's Bell in and bowling, and Wells lets it go through. And Matt Taylor and Henry Brooks be the change bowlers. Ben Charlesworth can provide an extra seam option. Price and Van Buren the spinners, but it's Williams and Bell are going to need to make some inroads before we get to that point. Full ball from Wells. He comes forward and just plays it circumspectly, really, to mid-off. And there's no run. He's been very, apart from actually that one ball that Bell bowled to Wells, where he looked as if he was in a bit 2 minds whether to play or leave. He's been so decisive about, right, if this delivery I'm going to attack, I'm going to really attack it. Otherwise, defend or leave. In next delivery, that's a lovely shot from Wells, actually. He's only going to get a couple for it, I think, although the ball's almost getting to the mid-wicket boundary, but he played it almost with a straight bat and just angled the ball perfectly through mid-wicket. It didn't look as if he didn't. Well, he just sort of checked his roll of his wrists, actually, looking at the replay. But it's a really nicely played shot, just controlled to keep it down with that short mid-wicket in play. Found the gap for 2 runs. And Wells is on to 20 from 25 deliveries. Bell into Wells for defence, and well, I have to say, a fairly needless tumbling stop from Ben Charlesworth at short mid-wicket, but I suppose it gave him something to do. And he's now stretching out his right quad, so probably regretting having done that. Stretching out his left quad now.
Yeah, there's a few stretching motions going on around the outfield. I think Matt Taylor is just starting to loosen up. I would have thought it'd be at least another few overs before we see him come into the attack.
Bell over the wicket, bowls in a part of the bat there, I think, from Wells, possibly onto pad into the offside. There's no run. Trying to keep the energy up there as Ollie Price from first slip. It's not going to be amazingly fun out there for Gloucestershire at the moment, with the way it's gone back-to-back innings defeats to start the season, 136 with the bat. But I suppose you've got to try and find some joy in your cricket in amongst that situation, as that's defended into the onside for no run to complete the over. 7 gone, Lancashire 22 without loss. I mean, you know, as much as some supporters might say, well, I should be hanging their heads in shame and that sort of thing. Well, you can't do that. You've got to keep yourself going somehow. And I mean, it's no good just believing that it will turn around, because there are players in this lineup who we know particularly can churn out the runs. And whilst there may not be the depth of bowling. There's a lot of first-class wickets in this bowling lineup as well, in the 4 main seamers, but okay, it won't work just believing that it'll turn around, because it will turn around.
Will Williams continues his spell, and that's off the inner half of the bat from Jennings. It wasn't the most convincing of strokes, but he will get 2 through mid-wicket.
But, you know, having said that, I don't think that you can just turn it around by, you know, not trying to be positive somehow.
Well, I think the way Wells is playing, they're definitely going to feel in the game. There was that flash drive that took the edge that just beat Gully on his left-hand side. There's been a couple of slightly uppish drives that have fallen just short of point as well. So he's only really played 1 convincing drive through cover of the 5 or 6 he's attempted so far, so they'll feel like they have chances. Cover has gone to catching mid-wicket now, so Williams is going to bowl pretty straight, and he does there, and Jennings turns it into the leg side, but straight to square leg. No run.
Yeah, I mean, Jennings hasn't really played a shot in anger yet, so even if Williams were to bowl fuller and wider, does have 3 in the cordon, and with nobody at cover, there's the tempter for the drive. He's really fine at first slip, is Ollie Price, actually. He's just moved a bit finer.
Straight delivery, defended towards mid-off, no run. They've also come up quite close, haven't they, these 3 slip fielders? I guess they obviously think, well, hopefully it's not too much of an ego, a slight on Will Williams' ego and his speed of the keeper standing up, and the slips are relatively close, but they obviously think perhaps from that end it's just a little bit slower off the surface.
Yeah, and also seeing how effective it was with Balderson.
Here's Williams once again. Oh, that's taken the edge. It's soft hands. It was along the ground, but it was a genuine edge wide of third slip, but it does bring Keaton Jennings a boundary down towards third. It was one of those where he realised he was beaten, and he just played it with soft hands and was happy for it to take the edge, and a somewhat fortuitous boundary, but not a catching chance either. 28 without loss, that brings the score to.
I'm not sure if it's just because I'm not used to watching cricket in the sunshine yet this season, or the ball, when it was down there, looked really quite bright red. It wasn't one of those really dark sort of, I don't know, sort of dark cherry colour. Quite light.
Final delivery of the 8th over. That's flicked off the pads down towards fine leg. Jennings takes a single. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 9. Lancashire are 29 without loss.
I have no idea what that means. By the way, I was just pointing it out. I thought at one point that, no, it wasn't the end of the over. Yeah, I think they got a bit done there, because.
Oh, well, I've been done as well.
No, it's not your fault, because the scoreboard had an extra dot on it, I think, and so they thought that it had. they thought it was the end of the over, because a random dot had ended up on the board, but they've worked out now that there is 1 ball left in the over.
That's interesting, because the umpires are moving as well. So does that mean the umpires were looking at the scoreboard as opposed to to counting the balls? You know, getting the fingers out or whatever, stones in the pocket or whatever it is they use. They have proper counters, don't they? Anyway, this is the final delivery of the over, and it's defended back to Williams. Wells was on strike, and now there are 8 overs gone, and Lancashire are still 29 without loss.
Yeah, Jeremy Lloyd's. He was somebody who every ball you see him flick the coin from hand to hand. I don't think you see anybody do that anymore.
No.
As you said, they've got these designed clickers. The problem is that you have to remember to click it. It's not as though it's doing it automatically. So you almost might. It doesn't really matter what you're using. Okay, the clicker tells you, you're not going to lose a coin or something and then be counting with 5 coins all afternoon. But still.
Here on club cricket, we used to use coins, but cash is a dying art these days.
That's true.
It's pebbles from the car park, really.
Oh, Bell's bowled to Jennings, who's had a good old waft at that one outside the off stump. Tried to drive through the vacant cover. That was nowhere near a half volley. It didn't really do a huge amount, but just went through on the angle, and Jennings gets away with it.
It's the first, let's call it, aggressive shot he's played, isn't it? He was, as you said, he was trying to play the ball through cover. The shot he was practicing afterwards was actually a bit more of a square drive. I think he realised it was probably almost too wide to try to get through cover.
Bell, steady approach, strong action bowls, a full ball, which is pushed defensively to mid-off. Not sure what Bell's speeds would be, certainly not express pace. He's somebody that does take the new ball in the shield, and consistent wicket taker there, but he's, you know, it's sort of a sign of where the shield's gone, really. All of a sudden they're producing these bowlers that pitch it up and swing it.
Changing the field, square leg has gone back, so there's now 2 men back on the leg side.
Full ball from Bell, pitched right up. Jennings doesn't go through with the full-blooded drive and sends it to Van Buren at mid-off. Matt Taylor appears to be meditating at the moment at mid-on.
Well, I was just going to
assume the lotus position.
Well, I was going to say his warm-up has just got a little bit more extravagant, which might be a sign of things to come. He would, yeah, you're right. He had kind of put his 2 feet together and kind of brought them in some sort of stretch.
Bell approaches, bowls now. Good lift, taken palms up by Bracey, but very wide, so Jennings doesn't offer a shot. I thought it was probably, the other day I was walking down Gloucester Road, and I thought probably this is the most Gloucester Roady thing. Walked past a cafe, and it said free meditation session 12:30.
Did you go?
I didn't know, I'm afraid not. I was meeting somebody else, as I'm sure I would have gone. Bell in bowls, tucked into the leg side. There's a fielder back at deep square, who I must admit I didn't see over the top of the monitor there. So I was expecting it to go to the boundary, but Henry Brooks was out there, so a single to Jennings. He moves to 10. Lancashire 30 without loss. No, I might be trying meditation.
What, instead of watching the cricket?
Well, no, after the day's play,
you might need it.
Might be an idea. Bell bowls, that's hammered away by Wells through the covers. He hasn't actually middled it. It's sort of a lashing drive, and the ball's just going to be stopped short of the boundary by a furiously pursuing Van Buren from mid-off. Slides just short of the boundary and saves 1 run. Wells takes 3, and Van Buren's just run off after that. That's enough for me. Done enough of chasing the ball to the boundary. Somebody else can do it. Out comes Joe Phillips as a substitute fielder. A substitute fielder, that is.
Not a substitute.
Not a, yeah.
What is it?
About this. 33 without loss.
Is it a substitute? Hang on, what do they call it? Player replacement, I think, is what Cricket Info has it down as. So we still can distinguish between substitutes and replacements, I think. So if you're a substitute, you're just fielding, whereas if you're a replacement, you're batting and bowling. I think that makes sense.
I'm sure it did. This is far too much. An hour and a quarter into my stint. It's far too complicated for me. We're going to see a change of bowling. Matt Taylor.
Well, yeah, Matt Taylor has replaced Will Williams, and a little bit of extra pace. So James Bracey is no longer standing up to the stumps. He goes back, standing next to his slip cordon. There's 3 of them next to him. Taylor in his first delivery of the match. Left arm over. It's banged in and pulled down towards fine leg. I think it will go for 4. It does. Bit of a drag down from Taylor to start, and Wells cashes in with a strong pull shot through the leg side.
Yeah, there were some cries of catch, but when you've only got 1 fielder back on the boundary, I'm not saying he couldn't hit it down his throat, but your chances are quite good if you're going to take on the short ball that he'll succeed.
An unintentional short ball, dare I say, from Taylor, given the field. He's only got 1 man back on the leg side. Here he is again. This is, well, banged in as well. A heavy length, and it nearly cuts Wells in half. I think it might have just jagged back into him, and an inside edge into the leg side saves him from the ball that was careering back towards his body.
Lancashire already trail by under 100 as well.
Didn't take long.
No.
Probably 9.2 overs in.
Wells has been aggressive without being anywhere close to being reckless.
Here's Taylor once again. Oh, that bounces. I think that bounced over the top of off stump. It was left on length, and you can see Wells just motioning to Jennings down the other end with his hand that one might have just come back in off the pitch, and it was a leave on length more than anything else, but it was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it is a brave one, because we've seen, for example, I know it's from over the wicket right arm, but we saw the ball that Balderson got Charlesworth with, where he almost laid back and tried to cut, and it shot along the floor. Well, not shot along the floor, but I mean, it didn't bounce as much as you would expect.
Wells just takes a step down the pitch, and he's beaten on the outside edge, squared up. A nice delivery from Taylor, who is bowling a good bit shorter than the two openers. A bit of extra pace, so he's banging the ball in. Wells did try to walk down the track at him that time, but I don't think that will prompt James Bracey to call for his helmet once again. He's probably happy where he is.
Yeah, I can't remember him standing up to Matt Taylor. He probably has done it at some point.
It's another heavy delivery, let's call it. It's defended out to mid-off, no run. Wells remains on 27. He's faced 34 deliveries now. How many boundaries is he? He's at 4 boundaries, but there's been a few. He's hit a few threes as well, hasn't he?
So I was surprised it was only 4.
Yeah, in my head it was going to be more than that. Outfield probably still a little bit damp from yesterday, albeit it is quicker than it was yesterday. Some of those boundaries, I don't think would have reached the fence.
Yeah, it gets quickly here.
Taylor once again. Fuller this time, defended on the front foot into the leg side. No run, so a boundary off the first delivery off that over. But Taylor recovered well.
Right, Scott Reed has finished his duties elsewhere. So
you were moaning about the length of your stint earlier on.
I wasn't moaning.
Go
I
get
just
a cup of tea.
pointed out the fact that it was too late in the stint to be talking about substitutes and replacements and all that. It was too much for me.
Oh, I'm sorry if I gave you too much to think about. Well, thanks, Ed. We'll see you later. Scott's coming in now. I think Gabe Bell's going to continue. So this is his 6th over of his opening spell. None for 13. 2 maidens so far for the Tasmanian. Keaton Jennings is on strike. He's changing his guard because Bell is changing his angle. He's going to come right arm around the wicket. 3 slips in place. Bit of a packed field on the leg side. There's mid-wicket, 2 mid-wickets almost, or a forward square leg and a mid-on. Here's Bell. It's driven nicely by Jennings. He timed it well, but it's straight to mid-off, no run.
Good afternoon, Nathan.
Welcome back.
Are we well?
Very well.
Good.
Did you have a nice break?
I was I'm busy working, updating listeners across the northwest. Don't believe a word he says behind us. Very busy. Lovely break, actually. Yeah, very nice.
Here's Bell once again. Right arm around. That's fall and driven. That's a handsome drive through extra cover from Jennings. That will almost certainly reach the fence. It slows up a little bit up the hill, but trickles over. Beautiful shot.
First game of the season, this for Keaton Jennings. He missed the first couple of rounds with a calf injury. Played that handsomely away through extra cover for 4. So yeah, missing Northamptonshire and Derbyshire the first 2 games, but back at the top of the order for Lancashire alongside his mate Luke Wells at the other end.
Very controlled stroke from Jennings, wasn't it? I think when we've seen Wells drive through the covers a few times, it's been more of a flash, whereas that was a more orthodox drive, shall we say. Bell responds with a good delivery on off stump, which is defended into the covers. They have battered a lot together, these two, now for many, many seasons for Lancashire, and it tends to be kind of Wells slightly more free scoring than Jennings, but not all the time. I think they have a lovely kind of complement each other very nicely. I mean, the two obviously they're very similar. They're both tall left-handers, but they find their runs in different ways and they play at different tempos. Jennings still on strike here. He walks down the pitch, and that is hit on the pad. There is an appeal. Given not out. I wonder, did he get himself outside the line by walking down the track there, Jennings? That was my first instinct as well.
I mean, that's a big part of how Jennings bats. Certainly when the ball's new in the start of his innings and the ball might be moving around a little bit, tend to bat outside his crease and then continue to take a step or two down as well. I think that initial movement from Keaton Jennings has helped him there.
Well, I tell you what, if it did hit him in line, it was pretty adjacent. It definitely looked like he was going on to hit. There's Bell once again. This is full again, defended. Van Buren does the fielding at mid-off, no run.
But he does bring such a calmness, doesn't he, to the top of the order, as indeed do Wells, but they're both so experienced players, aren't they? I know Wells hasn't played international cricket and Jennings has, but between them, I don't know how many first-class runs these two batters would have scored together, but it can't be far, 25, 30,000 first-class runs between them out in the middle there, and for so long now, they've been such an established opening pair for Lancashire.
Bell in once again, and that's a good delivery. Just nipped away, I think, a tad. It's beaten Jennings on the edge, but he's happy to leave his bat inside the line, and he survives. End of the over. Lancashire 41 without loss. We'll go on then. As you were talking there, I was looking up how many runs they actually have. So Jennings is just over close to 12,500 first-class runs, and Wells has just under 12,000.
Okay, yeah. So 20-odd thousand first-class runs is quite not a bad combination at the top, is it? They flirted with this thing about batting him. This is Luke Wells I'm referring to here, batting him further down the order, and towards I think 12 months ago at the start of last season he batted up in the middle order. I think he batted at 6, I think. But he just, well, it looks like what he is, which is an opening batter. Taylor to Wells. Oh, he slapped it straight to mid-on. Tucks his bat under his arm, heads back towards the dressing room. He'll be hugely disappointed with how he's got out there, Luke Wells. Straight into the hands of mid-on. And straight away knew that that's a dismissal which he won't look back on with too much fondness. 41 for 1.
It's a slightly bizarre dismissal, isn't it? You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to pull on the front foot over mid-wicket, whereas the first ball of the previous Taylor over, where he pulled him for 4, he played more of a swivel, where he went around the corner and played it towards fine leg, and he picked the gap, and he found the boundary. But this time he was trying to be a bit more aggressive and take it on over the top, over wide mid-on, and I think he almost got cramped for room. It was just a bit too close to him, close to the body for that shot, and he's ended up clothing it straight to mid-on.
Well, a welcome breakthrough for Gloucestershire. It started pretty positive with that partnership, hadn't it, Wells and Jennings, and when they do get going, they can take a bit of stopping. So a little bit of relief for Gloucestershire. Lancashire's batting card has Bohannon heading out now at 3. Harris, Jones, Balderson all in the wings. A reasonably steady start to the campaign as Josh Balderson, a 73 in the first innings against Derbyshire and 90 in the first innings against Northamptonshire. He's got first innings runs this season, struggled in a couple of his second innings so far. He heads out and takes guard from the umpire with Jennings at the non-striker's end. So 41 for 1. And Gloucestershire with a little bit of something to feel a little bit more cheery about. 3 slip catches in place. And Taylor will set off again with a new batter to bowl at here. 41 for 1 Lancashire. Taylor to Bohannon down the leg side. They're claiming for a little fiddle down the leg side, but the umpire wasn't interested, and the celebration quickly fizzled out as well.
So Wells ended up on 27 at a good pace, faced 37 deliveries, 4 boundaries. Again, Ed was saying this, it felt like he hit more. That was the nature of how aggressive he was, and there was a couple of 3s and there, balls that just held up short of the rope. A breezy innings, I think, is an apt description.
Taylor to Bohannon up on his toes and defends, just drops it out into the onside. Mid-on comes up to complete the fielding. And there's no run. Yeah, well, he certainly came out with plenty of positivity, didn't he, Luke Wells? Like I should be hoping here that they can score at a decent rate and get themselves well in front of Gloucestershire at some point into the afternoon session.
And they've already brought the deficit down to underneath 100 in good time. They trail by 95 at the minute to Lancashire.
Taylor to Bohannon, that's left. Through to Bracey.
The pitch it is offering some good carry and good bounce. And I know Taylor's probably the quickest bowler who's bowled from that end so far in the match, but he is, as he bowls, he gets more into his spell, he is getting more lift and more bounce from the surface.
He's got 2 balls left of this over. Arrow straight his approach into Bohannon, driven away through extra cover. Have enough on it to reach the rope. Come back for 2. It's an excellent effort just to flick it back from the boundary rope. Ben Charlesworth is just tearing after it through extra cover. He's done really well to catch up with the ball. Puts the dive in right by the rope, flicks it back. Well, he's saved a run for his side there. Will Williams came across. He was with him as a supporting act in pursuit of the ball. Say, well done, mate. They've run 3 in the end, 44 for 1, and Bohannon's first runs, those.
He's definitely taken a blow there as Charles was walking gingerly back to his position at mid-wicket. They could have left him out there. I mean, they put a deep square leg out 5 yards away from where he just dove. They could have told him to stay out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of grass to make up there, wasn't it, for Charlesworth? Jennings is back on strike, and he's on the walk again, Jennings. And there's Charlesworth again. He's in the game at the minute. That's flicked out towards mid-wicket, and Charlesworth throws himself on the ground to stop the ball, and then slowly drags himself back onto his feet, still catching his breath from after chasing that previous shot. End of the over. A wicket-taking one for Matt Taylor. He's bowled a couple of overs, 4 sent down by Williams, 6 from Bell, and Lancashire 44 for 1.
Yeah, poor old Charlesworth. He looks a bit miserable. Now he's having a conversation with the umpire. Now I wonder if that is. Did you really pull that in back in time, or was that boundary? Who knows? They're still going at it. He's walking now to slip his Charlesworth as the umpire walks backwards towards square leg, and they're still having what looks to be a pretty jovial conversation. I think there's nothing serious going on. Bohannon on strike, so first time that Bell is going to be bowling to a right-hander in this innings. He's got 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg back on the fence. In he comes, right arm over the Tasmanian to Bohannon. That's straight and pushed gently down to mid-on, no run. Brooks is also warming up now, isn't he, at point?
That, yeah.
He's just going through the motions. It's been a long enough spell, this, for Bell. This is the start of his 7th over. Taking the new ball. His new ball partner, Will Williams, has already been replaced by Taylor. He's bowled 2 overs. And that's just flicked off the pads nicely by Bohannon. He turns that one down to fine leg to get down the other end. 45 for 1 now, the score, into the 13th over. Left-handed Keaton Jennings now on strike.
Yeah, Jennings mentioned his partnership with Wells. I mean, those two, along with Harris last season for Lancashire, were the top of the charts with the runs. They all 3 got to 1,000 runs last season for Lancashire: Jennings, Wells, and Harris. It's kind of top-heavy, Lancashire.
Big booming drive through the offside, and Jennings admires his work as it races away to the boundary. He played one of those cover drives in the previous over to Bell for a boundary, and he's repeated the dose.
Yeah, he gave that a walloping, didn't he?
Stand and deliver.
It was.
Yeah, perfect delivery for that shot, wasn't it? Half volley, well outside the off stump.
Yeah, they have been reliant, I think, Lancashire, in the last few seasons on their top 3, top 4 to get runs.
Jennings defends and takes the inside edge and flies away down to fine leg. That could have gone anywhere. It does bring the 50 up for Lancashire in the 13th over, 50 for 1.
Now, I appreciate that's their job to get runs at the top, but let's just I suspect that they've been in positions. I mean, last week was a decent example against Derbyshire. They're in positions where they've got themselves a base, especially in their first innings, Lancashire, in the last few seasons. But then they've kind of lost wickets in the middle. I suspect that a few of those middle order batters, they'll want those numbers that they've had in the last couple of years to be pushed a little bit higher up.
Bell into Bohannon, that's just turned away onto the leg side, into a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He comes through for a single.
Matthew Hurst, George Balderson, Michael Jones, for example, in this game. There's always been, in the last few seasons, I think a view from opposition sides that if you can get one or two early for Lancashire, get two of the top four out without too much damage, then you can get into Lancashire.
Jennings walks down the track, but he plays a defensive stroke straight back to Bell. End of the over, 51 for 1. I'm just looking through the scores, though. I mean, that middle order, they've gotten starts.
Yep.
You know, Michael Jones' scores of 44 and... Did he get 71? I think I'm trying to read my own scribbles here. Balderson's got 21 and 30 in the first game, didn't he? Hurst scores of 25 and 32. So, you know, they have got members of that middle order who are sticking around and making starts. But
yeah, definitely, yeah. And it's probably not just this season. It's probably the last couple of seasons. I mean, with Balderson, it's been tricky for him. He's bowled a lot, which has, I think, affected his, or it had an impact a little bit on his batting numbers in the last season or two. It's Bohannon, he's on strike. 51 for 1, he's on 5. Worked off his hip, he's managed to just steer it through the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Takes the single, moves to 6, 52 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. I think it's Van Buren down there, just to keep it 2-1. Bohannon was looking to turn and come back in the second, but a good slide and throw in one motion. Quite an athletic piece of fielding, that.
Someone like Matthew Hurst last season, that had a really solid season last season with the back, and just 750 runs, averaging 37, played every game, get wicket as well. Taylor's into Jennings off the front foot and defends. And there's no run.
Any word on that blow he took yesterday, Hurst?
No. In fact, he came out and he kept wicket, didn't he, for the rest of the play that we had yesterday, and he was okay this morning. So obviously the strapping must have worked and a bit of painkiller, but it was a nasty blow, that, wasn't it? He took on his thumb, wasn't it, to his left hand, and it strapped up. Yeah, the thumb.
And it wasn't that long after Singdale went down either, was it? So it was just that half an hour early on when the wheels seemed to be coming off.
Taylor into Jennings, who's down the pitch trying to muscle it towards the leg side. Ball just slides underneath the attempted pull from Jennings. Underneath the bat.
Interesting battle, this, because Taylor's definitely bowling shorter than the other bowlers in this match. I mean, the one full ball he bowled, I think Bohannon drove it through cover for 3. But so Jennings is trying to change the length, but Taylor just beat him for pace there. So
52 for 1. Calmly on the front foot and defends Keaton Jennings, and there's no run.
There is protection out there for that shorter delivery. He's got a man just in front of square, a deep square leg on the leg side, and fine leg is also back.
I was stitched up this morning, you know, Nathan, so I came into the commentary box this morning and thought it was a friend and colleague, Ed Seaborn. Said, "Oh, you need to go and speak to Lancashire's scorer. He's got some information that he needs to tell you in confidence." No. Taylor bowls. Oh, it's in the air, just away from the reach of third slip, down towards the third man boundary. It's gone for 4. Jennings was pushing at that, and then that little glance over his shoulder, the face of the bat just beyond third slip's reach. 4 it will be for Jennings. He moves to 23, 56 for 1.
Frustration you see on Price there at first slip, just punching the floor, and After seeing that, I think that's twice this morning now from this end actually that the ball has flown past the widest slip fielder and away to the boundary.
It's Miles Hammond in that third slip position. Just moved it just a fraction wider, just a little step to his left. Again, Jennings trying to whip it out towards the leg side. Taken by Bracey, and the ball goes past Jennings' leg stump. End of the over, 56 for 1.
So go on then, how did Mr. Seaborn,
Oh, he did, yeah.
what did he do to you?
So I said, all right, okay. So I went to go and see the Lancashire score. And Gary said, there's a problem. Oh no, what now? No. On the quiet. Jimmy's got a thigh strain. I went, all right. Goodness me, what's going on? The players are going down. They're asking if Tom Bailey can be his substitute replacement in the game. He stitched me right up with that. Dear me.
Oh, God. Well, that's not quite Ed's fault, is it?
No, he played his part. He was part of this stitch up.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he was complicit with this. He was part of this planned attack.
Coordinated
attack.
master plan.
Yeah, it was.
Well, Henry Brooks has come into the attack. He's got Bohannon in his sights. Here comes his first delivery. That's full and defended down to mid-off. No run.
And I was thinking, well, can Tom Bailey be Jimmy's replacement? I don't know. And anyway, between them, they couldn't keep a straight face, thankfully.
Well, it's an interesting one because I think the Lancashire coach Croft was talking to the press last night, and he made that point. He said if anything happens to Jimmy, or if Jimmy is ever on the sidelines, who could he possibly ever replace in terms of experience and skill level? Who could he possibly be a like for like for? Here's Brooks again. This is short and pulled, and that's a brilliant diving stop at mid wicket. Bohannon, a decent chunk of that. That's a good piece of fielding there. I think it's Tommy Borman in there on first class debut.
It's a good stop, wasn't it? Pulled it down to the ground behind him.
Another tall Gloucestershire fast bowler. Ed was making the point that they only seem to sign men over 6'3" to bowl seam up for them these days. Well, Brooks definitely satisfies that unofficial requirement, and he comes up past the umpire, angling back in, and it's left. Not too far from the off stump, but I think it was always going over the top, left on length by Bohannon.
Well, they're a wee bit stretched, aren't they, for bowling resources, Gloucestershire? Goodness. Whoever's fit and available is in the team, pretty much, I think.
Yeah, all hands on deck. 56 for 1, Lancashire. What do they trail by? Trail by 80. Into the 15th over of their reply. After bowling out Gloucestershire quickly this morning. Here's Brooks. Arms flailing as he gets to his gather. That's left alone again by Bohannon.
He's been in good touch this season, Bohannon. Northampton and against Derbyshire last couple of weeks. Chatting to after the game at Northampton, the first match of the season, he got 90 in the first innings and said he feels in a good place with his game at the minute coming into this season. Official vice captain to James Anderson as well is Josh Bohannon. Captained the side last year, the final game of last season. He captained at Glamorgan, the game that Lancashire won.
He's on strike here to Brooks, and that's guided away off the back foot straight to point. There is a shy at the stumps, but at the non-striker's end, Keaton Jennings never in danger of failing to make his ground. Not after that delivery, but after the previous one. The umpire did just have one of those nonchalant walks where he traces where the bowler had gone in his follow through. He didn't necessarily say anything to Brooks, but just one of those where just a reminder that he's not too happy about him running down the pitch. An unofficial warning, if you like. Here is Brooks. In left again by Bohannon. He's angling the ball towards that off stump, but not close enough to make him play. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden from Brooks. His first into the attack, 56 for 1.
Yep, just settling into his this spell here. Taylor, who's bowled 3 overs from the other end. shoulder the bulk of the responsibility here, running in under what looked like reasonably favourable batting conditions, certainly compared to yesterday. They absolute contrast to what we had yesterday. The floodlights on them through, well, I think from ball one yesterday, in the overcast conditions, it was dark and gloomy, and the ball was wobbling around all over the place, and you had Jimmy bowling from one end and all the rest of it. It was very tricky. I guess you'll be hoping that the conditions above will see the day play out into a decent batting day here. Jennings on strike. It's Taylor in and balls. So Jennings, that's a lovely delivery. Just slides past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Bracey. Super start from Taylor as he gets his 4th over underway.
He's been excellent, hasn't he? He's made things happen. I mean, even his first delivery of a spell was a boundary when Luke Wells pulled him through fine leg. But even that, it was the first time in a while there had been an unconvincing stroke from that opening partnership. And he then ultimately came back and dismissed Wells with that short ball. He's beaten Keaton Jennings on the edge a few times. There was an outside edge that flashed past third slip as well.
He's over the wicket to the left-hander. Jennings has to play. Defends with a full face of the bat. Deflects it back to Taylor. Fields off his own bowling. Scoops the ball up. Hands it to Graham Van Buren, who's at mid-off.
Well, that's been a key thing. You said he made him play. Taylor has made Jennings play quite a lot. He hasn't been able to leave the ball. He's been trying to mix things up. He's walked down the track at him a few times, and he's been beaten by shorter deliveries than once Taylor sees him doing so.
Hustles in again to Jennings, who's on the move once more, and then just drops it into the offside. Pace or so down the pitch. Just drops it out towards cover. And jogs through for a single. Moves to 23. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire 56 for 1. Just under 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Gloucestershire's first innings 136 all out, all wrapped up inside the first half an hour or so this morning. 3 of the 4 wickets falling for James Anderson, the other for George Balderson, who finished with a fifer. Wells the only Lancashire wicket so far. This time in the pull shot. Straight to mid-on. Bohannon's on strike as Taylor comes around the wicket to Bohannon, just shuffled away off his pads out towards the leg side for a single. He's on to 6. Score now to 58 for 1. Brings Jennings back on strike.
Yeah, remarkable. I think you can call it a collapse considering what the last ball before lunch yesterday. Gloucestershire were 80 for 1. And then George Balderson continued, and was somewhat of a vigil after lunch from his end when he took 3 further wickets, and Lancashire wrapped up the job this morning.
Just drops this away again into the offside, Jennings. Just a pace or so towards Taylor. Deflects it to point. And there's no run.
Hasn't tested him out with a properly short ball in a while here as Taylor. He's only really gone to it when Jennings has walked down at him. I wonder if he maybe decides to go with one organically here, given the 2 men back on the hook he has on the fence.
Yeah, deep square leg and fine leg towards the boundary on the leg side. 3 slips, point mid-off, mid-on, and the mid-wicket. There is a short ball. It's down the leg side, and Jennings in the end kind of half thinks about playing and then drops his hands, pivots onto the back foot, and watches that sail down the leg side into the gloves of Bracey. Was the short ball to end the over. 58 for 1. Bohannon has 7. Jennings has 24. 15 minutes left of the morning.
It's just giving me away if he wants to come back and use this 15 minutes to defend his honour after the accusations of a coordinated attack.
It's a stitch up. That's what it was. Cheers, Nathan. Just kind of got through the trials of yesterday, and who's allowed to play, who's not allowed to play, who can be a sub fielder, who can't. Brooks to Bohannon, under edge, bouncing down to the keeper, and then this morning you're looking for a nice relaxed Saturday morning, nice and bright and sunny. Start the weekend. Good morning to everybody. Oh, there's a problem. Oh, there's a problem. His issues again. You don't need that. It was uncalled for. It was unnecessary. And Gary Morgan ruined it all by not being able to keep a straight face. It's Brooks in and balls to Bohannon. It's wide again. He goes after it. Under edges it back to the bowler when there's no run.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'll just start off by saying to my two colleagues who have immediately gone on the defensive for not much reason, that there isn't 15 minutes to go until lunch.
Are we on a 1:10
because
that's exciting.
we've got 104 overs today. They're too busy being on the defensive to remember the hours of play.
2 slips in a gully, 58 for 1. Brooks balls again. Forward goes Bohannon. Pushed away into the offside and there's no run.
Well, actually, I'm not going to drag Nathan into this. You're the only one who's getting defensive.
He wasn't anything to do with this. No, this was a ploy that I presume you conjured it up. I don't know who came up with the idea.
Well, who do you think came up with the idea? Come on, between me and the Lancashire scorer, who's more likely to have concocted that plan themselves?
Well, Morgan's at fault for all this, isn't he? Bohannon's on 7. Here's Brooks from the pavilion end, striding in over the wicket to Bohannon, flicked out towards the leg side. Stopped at mid wicket by Tommy Borman, and there's no run. 2 balls left of the over. This is Brooks' second, so we're just having a little spell leading up towards the lunch break. Settling into it. He was dismissed by a stunning catch from Shetty at Gully this morning. Flashing at Anderson, thick edge, and Shetty took a blinding catch in the Gully. Looking for his first wicket here. Ooh. Beats Bohannon. There's a little nibble at that. Through towards Bracey.
Well, he's been right there as Brooks since he's come into the attack. I mean, it's one of those. Gloucestershire were always going to use the loan market at some point, but I think they sort of have to use it in a way to have a look at players, because they need more seam bowling. I think everybody knows that.
Just dropped square leg back towards the boundary. Bohannon allowing that one to go through. End of the over. Maiden for Brooks. Settling in nicely to this spell. Lancashire 58 for 1. 17 overs gone. Maiden for Brooks.
And I understand there are some people that aren't enormous fans of the loan market in terms of being used to bring in players that are only going to play for your county for a game or two, and then they go back to their original county. And I'm not. I don't know that I'm an enormous fan even of these sort of season-long loans that we've seen recently, where a player goes and plays red ball cricket for one county and plays white ball cricket for another.
Not a fan?
Well, I don't know. It's just it's a little bit messy, but I don't know. It's a tough one, because at the same time I do appreciate that players should be allowed to play. Taylor into Jennings, that's worked into the onside. 2 fielders out in the deep. It'll be deep square. Called into action. Single to Jennings, 59 for 1. But yeah, I do come down probably just about, as I'm talking it through now, just about on the side of players who aren't playing cricket should be playing cricket, because I don't think it does anybody any good to sit on the sidelines getting no cricket when they could be getting some cricket elsewhere. But I think in this instance, I don't think it's about that at all. I don't think that even comes into the argument. Round the wicket, Taylor bowling to Bohannon. That's a good line and length. Bohannon may have just withdrawn the shot, but it was a nice delivery from Taylor again. But I think you look at Brooks, he's somebody who's, even in Middlesex's first game of the season against Gloucestershire, they went with the two youngsters, Sebastian Morgan and Navia Sharma. A lot's thought of them. Tom Helm was kept out of the side even for Middlesex in the opener. Taylor into Bohannon, covers up defensively, picked up at mid-on. And Brooks, things change very quickly, but at the moment Brooks is in the last year of his deal at Middlesex and seems to be on the outside looking in. So clearly is the sort of person that Gloucestershire are going to be having a look at least. So he must know, even if he doesn't know for sure, there's got to be that knowledge of, if I perform here, then there's at least an offer coming. Taylor to Bohannon, and squeezed down to fine leg, hand off the back, but controls the ball round the corner. Bohannon moves to 8. Lancashire 60 for 1. And I think that's sort of how it's going to have to be, really. That there just weren't enough seam bowlers on the market over the winter, really, to restock the cupboard for the sheer number of players that Gloucestershire lost all in one department. And so it's going to have to be almost a sort of rebuild as it goes along of the attack. Taylor to Jennings, gives him the walk. It's an incredibly wide delivery, which Jennings is staring off at the umpire to say, well, could I really have reached that? He did move across a little bit, I suppose, which may have influenced the umpire. But I mean, it's a strange sort of trajectory, Brooks, because a matter of less than 6 years ago, he was part of England squads, very close to making an international debut. Tall, fast bowler, was impressing for Warwickshire. As Taylor bowls, it's pushed in the air by Jennings and short of Taylor in his follow through. He must have come off the toe end of the bat or something. It just seemed to loop back towards, no, it was almost the upper part of the bat, looped back towards Taylor, but was well short of him in the end. But a good over from Taylor again. He's bowled pretty well in this spell, despite the fact that he probably got the wicket with quite one of his worst deliveries, but he's bowled better deliveries that haven't got wickets. 60 for 1 at the end of that over. And then Brooks has made the move to Middlesex. Sort of found himself edged out there, but he's still only 26.
Sets off to Bohannon. Defends into the offside. He's started with back-to-back maiden overs in this opening spell. That's Henry Brooks.
Born in Solihull. I sort of know recently I've got, ever since the Winter Olympics, I've got really into the short track speed skating. You know the one I mean, the short rink, and they do incredibly fast, like 9-second laps of the rink.
His Brooks to Bohannon, gets in behind it and defends, and there's no run.
Solihull's the sort of home of that in the UK. Short track speed skating.
Oh right, okay, speed skating. Right.
Britain won a medal at
Excellent.
the World Championships recently. So I saw Solihull, and of course my first thought was that. I'm sure it's everybody's first thought when they see Solihull.
Have you had a go at this sport?
Do you think so?
60 for 1. Bohannon's on 8. Here's Brooks. Strides in past the umpire balls. Bohannon drives his runs here through the offside. Van Buren will catch up with the ball. Just takes a single. Just easing the ball away through cover for 1. Moves to 9. 61 for 1.
It's an incredibly dangerous sport.
Well, you live life on the edge, you don't you?
I live my life on the edge of the skate blade, and then I'd be hitting the edge of the rink, I suspect.
You're an adrenaline junkie, you know. You're kind of searching for that, aren't you?
Oh,
no?
yeah.
Oh. I can't say I've ever seen this sport. No.
Oh.
Jennings facing Brooks for the first time. That's the first run that Brooks has conceded into his third over. Into Jennings, angled across the left-hander and left. Through to Bracey.
He played some club cricket for Knowle and Dorridge Cricket Club, where I think before he signed for Bridgewater, Carlos Brathwaite played for that club for a bit. Back when he had a T20 deal, I think, with the Bears. Played a bit for that club. That's where Henry Brooks has come up through.
Into Jennings, that's worked off his pads. He's turned that away through the leg side. Ready on the turn, looking for a second and maybe even thinking of a third. Yeah, in the end, comfortable 3 for Jennings. Time that Bell catches up with the ball. Jennings moves on to 28. Lancashire now 64 for 1. There's one ball left of the... Oh, I keep thinking it's 1 o'clock lunch. So there's one ball left of the over and it's time for one more, but no. 10 past 1.
Well, knowing your schedule this morning, you just pop off and have lunch anyway.
Drop the square leg back to the boundary. There's a fine leg as well. Brooks to complete the over.
Oh, shot.
And that is 4 through the offside. Timed to perfection by Bohannon. Driven away firmly through extra cover for 4. It takes him into double figures as well. Like I should move on to 68 for 1. And Bohannon crunching this through extra cover for 4.
It's the first one he's really pitched right up there, and there's no real deviation there, and that was shot of the morning, shot of the match really.
Elsewhere, Somerset 7 down in their game at Hampshire. Hampshire making 238 in their first innings. Somerset 210 for 7 in reply, and Warwickshire are 9 down against Essex, 183 for 9. The Bears against Essex in their first innings, and there's one other game which is in Division 2. Middlesex making 341 in their first innings, and Northamptonshire are 30 for 1 in reply.
What did Zaffa make in the end? 83 for Middlesex. Here's Taylor bowling, and a forcing shot into the offside off the back foot from Jennings, but he doesn't time it. Fielded over at cover by Charlesworth, Price, Bancroft, Hammond in the cordon. Haven't had anything come their way yet, and what's come vaguely close to them, one edge wide of the slip cordon. Taylor left arm over, racing in, bowls to Jennings, let that one go through. Gave him the charge, but then just watched it go on by. The other thing I did in my digging for something to say about Henry Brooks, he played in an England under-19 international,
right,
on this ground in 2017, which I'm guessing would have been the first time that he would have played here. A side that was captained by Harry Brook. Taylor bowls and Jennings pushes away offside. It's a not entirely clean piece of fielding from Charlesworth, but he does enough to prevent the single. So remember when the loan signing was announced, I think Gloucestershire's director of cricket, John Lewis, was talking about having, I think, worked with him in the England under-19s. Brooks played a series at home against India for the under-19s, and then a series away against India. Then comes Taylor. Bowls a shorter ball to Jennings, who just bobs his head underneath it. Brace he takes. India ended up winning that match by 1 run on the Duckworth-Lewis method. I'd imagine there was a certain amount of, well, you know, when you see a margin like that, you sort of think there was probably a certain amount of, when do we go off? When don't we? I'm pretty annoyed if you had the Duckworth-Lewis pass score on the board. Maybe in those days they might not have done. I found out afterwards. Jennings really walks down the pitch at Taylor this time even further and defends to mid-on. And he was, I don't think the square leg umpire would have said anything, but he looks as if he was so far down that he almost gave a little nervous look over to square leg, thinking, did I just walk almost too far there, that I was on the danger area? But
yeah, that has happened, I think,
it has
before. Yeah,
I think it happened in the match at Cheltenham last year.
Right. Okay.
Bohannon leaning casually on his bat at the non-striker's end, looking like a man who's expecting to be there for a while, even though there's only 8 minutes to go until lunch. Taylor bowls to Jennings, and he rises up to play that one into the floor. Maiden over from Taylor. Wonder if we're going to get an over, possibly a spin from that end before lunch, or whether they'll just push Taylor to a 7th over.
Bowled quite nicely, these two, haven't they? Brooks has bowled, in this spell together, Brooks has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens for just 4 runs, and Taylor's now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 16. So nice little, I mean, I appreciate we're back at the back end of the morning session, so there's an element of lunch involved in this with the way that Lancashire are playing in the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, but they've bowled nicely, Brooks and Taylor together.
They have. It's just, unfortunately, they don't have enough runs to play with that anything other than wickets, in the plural, really, are the currency.
Here is Brooks to Bohannon, tucked away to the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the extra disappointment for Gloucestershire in this one, because the batting had not fired in the first 2 games, but both occasions they were coming out with severe scoreboard pressure, and I appreciate conditions were not easy to bat in yesterday, but they had the opportunity, or they were not exactly given the opportunity. Lancashire putting them into bat, they had the opportunity to dictate with the bat this time.
Brooks to Bohannon, that's left. Just comes in a fraction brace at the keeper there, just leaning to his left as he takes it.
But you know, as ever, when things aren't running for a side,
does happen,
pretty much, yeah, pretty much everything seems to conspire in terms of conditions, and maybe the odd call here or there.
It does happen, doesn't it?
It does.
It only tends to happen when your luck's out, or when you're in a bit of bad form or something like that. At least it appears that way. Brooks to Bohannon. It's deflected away down towards fine leg. It's flicked away from the boundary rope. Bohannon comes back for 2. It's a no ball, and it's leg buys. He's not hit it. Deflected off his thigh pad, maybe. But Brooks just overstepping there, so the umpire signals the no ball. I'm sure there must be some research done that actually it's just like a bit of a myth where things seem to stack up against you when you're not when you're not doing well. Maybe it's just, it just feels that way when a team's struggling, but it's almost across the different sports, isn't it, as well? Yeah. Brooks to Bohannon. It's short and wide, and Bohannon can also try and cut it. Just chops it out into the offside in the end, bouncing to cover. No run.
I think there's that sort of the few bits of luck that tend to change about a bit throughout the season. That sort of happens. So you might get a period where that I don't know, interchangeable luck sort of conspires, but that's not going to last forever.
It's left again by Bohannon.
But I think otherwise, you've sort of got to be good enough that you can counteract that as well. You know, that you think, okay, a chance has gone down, or an LBW call that we thought was out wasn't given. You go on and you generate another opportunity, and then you take that one, you know. Whereas if you're having to be so perfect that everything has to go right, then...
It's Brooks, short ball this time. Bohannon sways back and bends his knees. In fact, his knees touch the ground as he gets down so low.
You know, I would imagine even, let's say, Nottinghamshire last year would have had a session or something where maybe they dropped a couple of catches. It's going to happen at some point throughout a season. They weren't happy with a couple of calls that went either way. But, you know, that you probably don't think about that too much because they then went on and did what they did in other sessions or even within the same session.
Final ball of the over. Brooks to Bohannon. Ooh. Let's come back in and caught him somewhere near the Bohannons. I'm sure it's flush Bohannon, but it's not far off. Oh, he was right in the Bohannons. Oh dear. Yep. Just needs to take a breather there.
I'm sure having Keaton Jennings loom large over him is helping a great deal.
Yes, I mean this is not the first time Josh has been hitting the Bohannons, but and he does have an uncanny record of getting runs when this happens. Actually, so
Right.
He'll be hoping that trend continues.
Do you keep the stats on this then? Is
I
it somewhere
don't
in one
have
of those
them
notebooks of yours?
Don't have them handy.
The notebooks, that is. Yeah.
The stats on the,
the
on the
stats,
stats,
right, yeah.
on this one, but it's just kind of over the last couple of seasons when Josh has been hit in a delicate area, he tends to go on and get runs.
That's fiendish from Nathan Johns. He's just come into the box suggesting that he might need an injury replacement.
Oh, let's not go down that route again. Let's just all go home if we're going down that route again.
Well, I hope speaking of boxes, I hope that's still intact, because I still remember a couple of seasons ago when Miles Hammond got hit at Lord's. I mean, it was at least twice as long that he was down as Bohannon just then, and had to scramble off to the MCC shop to buy a new one.
Oh dear.
Can't remember who it was who hit him. I'd have to look back. I think Henry Brooks was playing in the side. I'll just check and see who it was. We are going to get the over a spin before lunch that I wondered about, with Taylor having bowled 6 overs. It's Van Buren who's bowling it. Tickled away off a open face of the bat by Jennings to backward point where Matt Taylor is stationed. So this will be the last over before the break. Van Buren into Jennings, who's preparing for that sweep early, and short leg having to get down and out of the way almost as soon as he saw Jennings' bat move there. He didn't actually hit it that hard. He was content just to take the single to deep backward square. So Jennings to 29. Lancashire 73 for 1. The field repositions itself for Bohannon. Van Buren had an excellent time of it in the second innings of the match between these sides up at Old Trafford. He came pretty close to bowling Gloucestershire to a very unlikely win up there. Always gone past the outside edge there of Bohannon. It was with deliveries like that he was causing trouble up at Old Trafford.
But well, didn't he, in that game?
Yeah.
He got Harris, didn't he, in that game?
Yes, he did. He charged past one, didn't he, from the rough. He was bothered by the rough outside his off stump. Van Buren bowls to Bohannon, and that's defended back to the bowler. Anyway, we're going to have another look at the play and miss. And I couldn't see again that it had turned, but just judging by the angles, you'd thought that it had straightened a little bit. It's a little bit there for Van Buren. It bowls now to Bohannon, rocks onto the back foot and pokes it out into the onside. Lancashire 9 wickets in hand, 63 runs is all they trail by. Van Buren in now and stroked off the back foot by Bohannon to short extra cover. That ends the over, that ends the session. Another session that has gone to Lancashire. It's almost hard to believe. I had to look down at my notes again to remember that Gloucestershire were actually batting this morning. It didn't last too long, about half an hour. They added 12 runs and they lost 4 wickets, with Borman the last to go, but pretty much left high and dry on 19 in his first class innings. Who knows how many he might have got with a little bit more in terms of support. And then Lancashire 73 for 1, the 1 wicket to fall. Matt Taylor getting Luke Wells pulling the ball to mid-on. He'll still be filthy about that, I suspect. Wells made 27, but Jennings 29, Bohannon 13. Lancashire looking to ram home their advantage in the afternoon session, trailing by 63 runs. We'll have some lunch and be back with you in about 40 minutes.
Welcome back to the county ground in Bristol for the afternoon session on day 2. Lancashire 73 for 1 in their first innings, so they trail by just 63 with Josh Bohannon on 13 and Keaton Jennings on 29. A warm welcome to our coverage across the live stream, provided by Gloucestershire County Cricket Club and on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Hello, Ed.
Hi, Scott. Do you fancy following Gloucestershire for the rest of the season? We could do a swap for a bit.
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it.
Mix it up.
Okay. Are you doing this opening over or me?
No, you do it.
Oh, good. Excellent. Sun's shining. All's right with the world.
Yay.
As Gabe Bell runs in from round the wicket to bowl to Keaton Jennings with 2 slips in place into the hip and flicked away to long leg. And Jennings picks up a single and moves on to 30. 74 for 1. Lancashire trailing by 62. The new ball has been pretty much seen off, but then not that Gloucestershire can really look back at their own innings for comparisons, but Gloucestershire didn't lose their second wicket until the 29th over. The score on 80.
Yeah.
We're going to need something pretty similar in terms of collapso from Lancashire as Bell bowls outside off stump. Bohannon lets it go.
It's a good spell, wasn't it, leading up to lunch? Brooks and Taylor bowled nicely, but there probably was an element of Lancashire playing a bit for lunch as well. There's certainly not too many risks being played by the 2 batters, but it was a nice tight spell heading up to that lunch break. Gloucester should be hoping for a couple of early wickets here and try and feel a little bit better about things, but it's been a tough day so far.
Bell bowls to Bohannon. The ball coming into him on the angle.
And just look, I mean, the conditions are so different, aren't they? I mean, compared to what we had yesterday afternoon. We got back underway yesterday afternoon. I mean, we just about, I think, we're playing. I mean, the light was probably just about good enough, but we knew that rain wasn't too far around. And even Lancashire with the bowler light, they had some pretty tough batting conditions there. Gloucestershire, fast forward 24 hours and it's perfect, isn't it, really?
Bell into Bohannon. Oh, he's had a bit of a feel for that one as he's beaten through to Bracey. Yeah, the sun very much out, and the only thing that did happen to the last pitch was that as the sun came out, it actually dried it unevenly. But I'm not sure that this one was quite as damp on day one as that one. So I'm not sure. We'll just have to see how it changes with an afternoon of sunshine. Bell into O'Bannon's flashed at that one and has inside edged it, I think, onto his pad.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Van Buren could be is going to have a big role to play, isn't it, this afternoon? Yeah, inside edge back onto the pad.
There's a big gate there for the ball to go through. It almost did.
So he's probably going to have a lengthy spell. He bowled a couple of, was it 1 or 2 just before?
Just the one.
Just the one before lunch. He's going to be in for a decent stint in this afternoon, you would think.
And if he's not, then Gloucestershire are taking some wickets. That's a good ball again from Bell. Bohannon looks slightly awkward in playing it defensively, but sees it off. Decent start to the afternoon session from Bell, who's still hunting for his first wicket at home. 74 for 1, Lancashire. End of that over. But yeah, something's going right for Gloucestershire if Van Buren's not doing some bowling this afternoon, because it's going to be a lengthy session. Tea at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the evidence of the 1 over, I mean, he could have a really important role to play, and not just if Gloucestershire are struggling that you turn to Van Buren because they see him as a knackered and you can't get a wicket. He could actually be quite a decent threat for Gloucestershire.
Well, he has got one to straighten from the middle of the pitch.
Yeah,
so yeah, I mean, if he gets the odd ball to go, and then Lancashire think, well, actually we can't take a risk at attack, then he can certainly at least hold an end up and prevent the scoring rate. I'm just going to look back and see what his economy was last year. 3.09.
It's Will Williams. and he bowls to Keaton Jennings. Jennings deflects away into the offside for no run. 74 for 1. Have you had a chat with Will since he joined?
Yeah, a couple of chats, yeah.
Cracking fella, isn't he?
He's superb, yeah. Particularly in that game against Durham, where with the score at whatever it was, 450 for 2 after the first day, 456 for 2.
There's Williams around the wicket to Jennings, pushed away into the offside. Well stopped at short cover by Miles Hammond, and there's no run.
It sort of felt bad that Williams was the one that had to talk, just because he was the one that actually got the 2 wickets.
That's a tough gig, isn't it?
It is, because you sort of think, he's not going to be coming out and talking about his great success having got the 2 wickets. But what do? Do you bring out a bowler who hasn't taken a wicket? So I've got to talk to somebody.
Yeah, tricky one that. 2 slips in place, keeper standing up. Jennings now having to be careful of the fact the keeper's standing up and doesn't use his feet as he was doing this morning. Just taps the ball again safely away into the offside for no run.
But in that interview, he said something that immediately made you think, oh, okay. So you may look at the score and think that there wasn't that much in the pitch, but I think there was a little bit. You think, oh gosh, 450 for 2.
Williams around the wicket again to Jennings. He's turned round there, thickish outer half of the bat. The ball deflects down towards third man, doesn't reach the boundary rope. Jennings comes back for 2. Tommy Borman fielding for Gloucestershire. Score moves on to 76 for 1.
And of course, he was proven fairly quickly right in Gloucestershire's first innings, because Kemar Roach got the ball to seam back somehow about 3 feet and have Bancroft LBW shouldering arms to a ball that started off way outside the off stump.
Dear. Williams to Jennings, carved away, stopped at backward point again by Bowman, but Jennings does take a single, moves on to 33, 77 for 1. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? The pitch starts doing all sorts when a team's got got an absolute stack of runs on the board. Bohannon's going to face Will Williams for the first time in this match. 2 slip catches in place. Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft. Again, the keeper Bracey standing right up behind the stumps. Williams comes over the wicket to Bohannon, the right-hander. He's back and across and calmly in behind that and defends to Van Buren at mid-on. End of the over. Lancashire 77 for 1. So we've got plenty of cricket today. So we're making up time that we lost yesterday, and presumably we'll do something similar tomorrow as well, I guess. So we've got a decent afternoon session here until we get to tea. Couple of hours of cricket to go. 71 overs still remaining in the day.
Bell round the wicket, bowls back of a length. Jennings just runs that one into the offside cover there to field. Both over 200 first-class wickets, Bell and Williams. Williams' first-class average overall, basically 24 and a quarter. I've read out his Lancashire record a bit earlier on, but
what was his Lancashire record?
It was 100 wickets at something like 25. Bell to Jennings, flicked off the thigh to deep square, and another single is added. 78 for 1.
Nice. Yeah, he had a great couple of years with Lancashire. He was playing club cricket near Taunton, and
I think he was he Bridgewater as
well? He was Bridgewater, yeah. That's it, yeah, he was, yeah.
I mentioned them earlier.
Playing for them and got noticed by Lancashire
Bell bowls to Bohannon. It's a good delivery, which is treated as such by Bohannon in defence.
Word gets around, and he was invited to come and train with Lancashire, and had a couple of weeks or a couple of training sessions with the team, and then he was given a short-term contract. I think he was given a 2-match contract to begin with, and bowled beautifully in both games. He was probably the pick of the bowlers, and a 2-game contract went to a 3-year deal. Yeah, and he was excellent for consistency for Lancashire.
Well, to Bohannon, looks to drive, but right off the bottom of his bat, immediately examines the toe. Saw Hammond have a shard of wood explode off the bottom of his bat yesterday and had to replace it, but Bohannon seems to be okay. Yeah, 100 wickets at 24.5. One fiver, but it is the sort of bowler that tends to be really steady with figures of about 2 for 55 or something like that. Bell bowls us a loose shot from Bohannon, and he's got away with it. He went for the thumping drive, and the ball was neither really quite full enough, nor was he quite close enough to it for that. The front foot's gone pretty much nowhere, but he missed the ball, and Bell only adds to, I'm sure, his sense of frustration, and he has to come in again. 3 slips in place, and he's beaten Bohannon again. That time nothing Bohannon did wrong. That was just a really nice delivery. He's bowled probably since lunch bell. He's probably bowled his best couple of overs on this ground. He's caused some problems since the lunch break. Lancashire 78 for 1. And in Mark Alain's interview after the last match, I think he mentioned that bowlers have been maybe trying to do things that, either trying too hard or trying to fill different roles, and he mentioned that Bell was maybe feeling the pressure a little bit of having to be the strike bowler rather than be a member of the seam bowling pack.
Williams to Jennings, just a little straight, and he can work it away off his hip out towards the leg side, but there's no run, fielded by Brooks at square leg. And
it must be hard. It's his first time as the overseas, and I'd say in the first game he had no luck at all, really. But you feel that pressure of, especially when you know the seam bowling stocks aren't that full. You think you've got to be the guy.
Williams to Jennings, defends to the leg side. Ben Charlesworth's at mid-wicket, there's no run.
I mean, it's very easy to see how you can overextend and maybe just try that a little bit too hard and end up with sort of compounding your own issues in a way.
78 for 1. Williams to Jennings, runs that away through backward point, just beyond the reach of Bowman. It's gone down towards the boundary in the M for 4. I thought Tommy Bowman was cutting that off. He dived to his right, but it just couldn't seem to quite snaffle the ball. And it had the pace to disappear to the boundary. Jennings moves on to 38. Lancashire 82 for 1.
Was really made to measure, that shot. I mean, just exactly the perfect pace to both beat the fielder and just about make it to the boundaries. Economy of movement.
Defends this time. Steers the ball to mid-on where Bell fields, and there's no run. There's a little wander away towards square leg, Keaton Jennings. Short sleeves for Jennings. Bohannon's in his longer sleeves at the non-striker's end, chatting away towards the umpire. First outing of the season for Keaton Jennings. Taps the bat. Brace of the keepers crouching down behind the stumps. Williams comes around the wicket and bowls forward again. Jennings just deflects off the inner half of the bat. bouncing out to Charlesworth, who comes forward from mid-wicket to field. And there's no run.
There's some matches today in the Women's One Day Cup League One. See, Lancashire are playing tomorrow.
Yes,
Southport,
aren't they, tomorrow? Yeah.
Gloucestershire playing in League Two tomorrow at Radlett.
Lancashire defending the one day cup this year. Jennings works it to the leg side. Brooks is there at square leg to field. End of the over. Content with the work he's done there, Jennings, having fiddled that delivery down through backward point a few balls ago for 4 to help Lancashire to 82 for 1. They trail by 54. One batter out is Luke Wells for 27. Harris due in next. He's hit the ground running, having missed the first game of the season. Joined up with Lancashire last week against Derbyshire and got a century and a 50.
Bell into Bohannon, who's beaten him again. That one may even have gone between bat and pad. The frustration builds for Bell, even though he must feel he's getting closer. Bohannon, again, that time he's not done a great deal in terms of thinking about what he might have done differently. It's just another fine piece of bowling. It's beaten him on the outside edge, but it's not that far off stump. Bell to Bohannon, who flicks it into the onside down to fine leg, and there was some bat or glove there, so it's a single to Bohannon, who might be relatively happy just to watch a few deliveries from the non-striker's end, because Bell's given him a bit of a working over in the last few overs. 83 for 1.
Started well, hasn't he, Bell? Since lunch, kind of a couple of those deliveries which have beaten the edge. Gloucestershire desperately needing those to work and to pay off.
Bell to Jennings, he's beaten him now. That ball came in from round the wicket and then straightened on Jennings. And that's another ball that's going to go down in those sort of logging softwares as played and missed.
He's not doing much wrong here, is he, Bell?
No, and you can almost see it coming. 2 slips in place. He's going to find the edge, and guess where it's going to go? Bell bowls to Jennings. He won't find the edge this time as Jennings angles the bat defensively into the onside. Brooks at short mid-wicket to field. Yeah, the schedulers haven't been too kind in terms of the start of the season for Gloucestershire teams. Lords first up, Durham and Lancashire as the first 2 home games, trip to Derbyshire after that. Probably the 4 sides most mentioned in terms of promotion. Oh, Bell's got him to go a long way across here. There's an appeal for LBW which is turned down by umpire Peverell, and it's going to be signalled as 4 leg byes. Umpire just clearly deciding that whilst he had gone across, the angle's just sending that leg side, and there's maybe a bit of a height question as well.
Yeah, it's a tough call, isn't it, when he's bowling around the wicket to Jennings, especially when he's moving as much as Jennings is. Element of doubt.
Bell to Jennings, driven. That's a sumptuous shot, wide of mid-off. It's a long boundary out there, but Van Buren may as well give that chase up. He's not going to haul that one in, so having had the ball deflect down to the boundary for 4 leg byes the previous ball, that one then gets put away. It's a really pretty effortless shot from Jennings, really. He's just put back to ball and picked his spot. Lancashire 91 for 1. The 50 partnership has come up between Bohannon and Jennings. And the deficit now just 45 runs. Lancashire 1 down. But just to finish the point on the scheduling, you've got the Gloucestershire women's side. They've started their season with away trips to Glamorgan and Middlesex. So again, probably the 2 favourites for League 2 One Day Cup this year.
Bohannon from Williams working it to the leg side. There's 2 mid-wickets in place. Clips one to the square of the 2. There's no run.
Fran Wilson as new head coach of Gloucestershire's women's side, having hung up the playing boots, but I'm sure she'll have already worked with quite a lot of the Gloucestershire players. She's doing a fair amount of coaching, not just with Gloucestershire, but some of the clubs as well.
Williams to Bohannon. That's deflected down towards fine leg. Chasing after it is Taylor, and there's no bat on that. 2 leg buys. A signal from the umpire, so Bohannon remains on 14. The score moves along to 93 for 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough trip to Radlett tomorrow, but certainly gave Glamorgan a good run for the money in the opening game, where Glamorgan went on to win.
Williams to Bohannon, forward and defence. There's no run.
I'm sure it must be an equally exciting place to play, Radlett, as it is to commentate from.
Never been.
When you can't see half the ground.
Right, that sounds like fun.
That's just great. The ball tends to get lost in a hedge quite often.
Lovely, do like that.
Needed about 3 or 4 balls per T20 match. Or innings.
Bohannon off the back foot. See if he can find a gap through the offside, but he picks out cover. And there's no run.
And then it slopes. It's one of those grounds where it's like a crown.
Right.
So the pitch is at pretty much the high point, and then it slopes down from everywhere. So you can sometimes look over at the far end from the position you usually commentate from, over towards the scoreboard. You can just about see somebody's head peeping up.
Williams to Bohannon. It's nudged away to mid-wicket. Miles Hammond fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have been put there a fair bit over the years in T20 cricket, but it's nearly always been anywhere but Lords. Gloucestershire very, very rarely played a T20 at Lords, and I think when they did, it was a televised match. Oh, I can't even think what date it would have been, probably about 10 years ago now. I think they were 104 for 8 from their 20 overs.
Here's Williams to Bohannon, and work to the leg side. And there's no run. End of the over. 93 for 1. Lancashire. Bohannon on 14 and Jennings on 42.
And then the heavens opened. But Benny Howell, I think, had made something like 19 off 30-something deliveries, which is a fine innings in T20. But the thinking was that the line was that actually that score of 104 or whatever it was somewhere around there. They thought that was actually a pretty good score. Yeah, and then of course the game at Uxbridge where Hamish Marshall and Kevin O'Brien both scored hundreds and broke the world record. Bell bowls a short ball to Jennings, who ducks underneath it. Sadly, we won't have the pleasure of Middlesex versus Gloucestershire.
That's no longer a fiction.
T20 games, at least not for this year. Anyway, might get it next year if
with
one of the wild card teams. Who are Lancashire's wild cards?
Well, Surrey. Surrey, that's the first game.
Surrey.
Yeah, the first match is at Surrey. It's like a double header. The men's and women's are playing each other at the Oval on the same day, which is quite nice.
Bell round the wicket, bowls to Jennings, and it's pushed off the back foot, strong enough to get a couple of runs. Borman tracks back from backward point. The ball gets through 2 backing up attempts, but Williams has come off the boundary, so it's just the 295 for 1.
And then Glamorgan is the other
the
game from one of the other teams in the other groups. And that match is at Blackpool.
Oh,
that'll be good fun.
The Glamorgan commentators are licking their lips for that one. Bell to Jennings, defended straight. Bell has a think about fielding it, but just allow Taylor to stoop down and pick it up from mid-on. No run. Gloucestershire have got Surrey as well, but here. So they're
Was that a wild?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
So Gloucestershire have got Surrey's.
Right.
Surrey's. Well, let me start again. Surrey's away wild card is Gloucestershire. Driving is Jennings, and he's got this one away squarer, I think, than certainly Gloucestershire thought he may have meant to get it, but it's going to be 3 runs out to the long backward point boundary. So Jennings continues to close in on his half century. He's on to 47 now. Lancashire to 98 for 1. And then Gloucestershire have got a trip to play Yorkshire at Headingley.
Right.
And they've never played Yorkshire in T20 cricket.
Is that right? Okay. And who have you got in your group that you wouldn't normally, or haven't recently been playing against?
Bell to Bohannon, that's defended to extra cover. So, in terms of the everybody else division, which I think is the official name for it, I can't even think when it's like Midlands, Wales, West.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
No.
It's the everybody else division. So they gain Worcestershire,
Right.
the Bears, and Northamptonshire,
Okay.
and lose most of the other sides from the Old South group. Bell bowls, and that's tucked away to mid-wicket. Good diving stop from Bournemouth, might have saved an extra run. Bohannon sprint through for a single, and he'll have the strike for the next over. Lancashire 99 for 1, deficit's 37. Jennings 47, Bohannon 15. So yeah, that'll be an exciting one, I think, up at Headingley with David Milan playing against Yorkshire. He played for them for several years recently, so I think the schedulers have done quite well there.
I don't know how random these things are. These additional games that you're having to play apart from the irregular group fixtures. 99 for 1. Here's Williams into Bohannon. Drives to mid-off. And there's no run. It is 2 fewer T20 games, is that right?
Yes.
We lost 2 T20 games.
That was the upshot of the discussions and reviews into the county schedule. We took off 2 T20 games.
But yet one of them is more travelling.
Yes, quite likely to be, yeah.
Williams to Bohannon, turned out towards the leg side. There's no run, fielded by Miles Hammond at mid-wicket.
Who cares about the travelling, though? I mean, just get somebody to drive from Abergavenny to Chelmsford for an injury replacement. I mean, we don't need to care about the travelling.
Yeah. I don't think much changed in the North Group. You just keep playing the same teams. Whipped away to the leg side by Bohannon. Ball just coming back in towards him, it would appear, from the way we're commentating from. He's worked that off the inner half of the bat. It's a square leg for a single. It brings up 3 figures, that, for Lancashire. 100 for 1. To 36 behind. Bohannon moves on to 16. Brings Jennings on strike. He's removed his helmet, as Keaton Jennings.
A bit brave move to bat that way. In fact, I'm not sure you could nowadays.
He's got a little bit warm there, mopping his brow a bit. He's on 47. There's Jennings. Williams wandering back to his bowling mark with the flats behind him. He's around the wicket and bowls, and Jennings nudging the ball out towards the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. They've got 2 slips in place, even with Bracey standing up. They've maintained those 2 slip catches. That's been the case since the lunch break. Ollie Price is at first slip, and Cameron Bancroft at second. And 3 on the offside at point, cover, and mid-off. 3 in front of square on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket, and square leg. And then fine leg as well. Tommy Bowman, who's at point, just being pushed a little deeper, just behind square now. And second slip goes to leg slip. Leg gully, actually. Worked into the onside by Jennings. Fielded again by Charlesworth at mid-wicket. Calmly just tapped out towards the leg side by Jennings, who goes in a bit of a wander himself. Scrapes his bat in the crease. Carefully positions the bat in his hands and then settles in, waiting for Williams, who sets off once more. He's on 47, Jennings. Williams in, and the leg side, and an excellent take from Bracey, and applauded by Will Williams, actually. Sharp take by Bracey. Standing up with the ball speared down the leg side. It's the end of the over. Lancashire 100 for 1, Jennings 16, Jennings on 47.
There was actually a very decent crowd here today, and especially because of that Zahir Abbas stand in front of the dressing rooms.
This is a new stand, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Well, it wasn't here last time I came.
No, well, they use it for. There's a sort of a larger version, I think, that gets used for the international matches, but we don't tend to have that in place at this time of the season. So you actually, if you took those people out and put them in the rest of the ground, you get more of a sense of how it might have looked. You know, how full it might have looked last year, and I reckon that certainly rival. We had some big crowds for the Kent game in particular last year. Matt Taylor's on to bowl, and he's always tried to short ball first up as Taylor, or at least it's ended up being a short one. But Hannon swiveled on it and tried to pull it away and got in a fearful mess. Ball kicked off out into the offside. He didn't really know where it had gone. Yet it wasn't really an absolute bouncer from Taylor. It was about halfway up Bohannon. I think he's ended up getting hit somewhere in the hip area. Didn't tumble over his own stumps. Taylor round the wicket, bowls, strays down leg side and flicked out and missed. I'd say things have been fairly steady since lunch. But some of the cricket that we saw over the lunch break,
well, that was terrific, wasn't it?
I mean, that was fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen such aggressive games of cricket going on, especially as they were only confined to one half of the outfield. Spectators being allowed on the outfield at lunch. Taylor leaps in, he bowls, and Bohannon with a push into the covers. He'll just take the one. Two fielders almost fall over each other, Brooks and Williams. That would have been quite the sight. They end up getting themselves sorted. Single taken. It's 101 for 1. Well, there was one in particular. I'm assuming father and son, but anyway, an older gentleman than the other one. I mean, the bowling action was Jasprit Bumrah from the youngster.
Yeah, it's great
coming in. It's just, you sort of look at how somebody's going to start their run and you think about how are they going to bowl, and then hang on, it's arms and legs flying everywhere here. Taylor to Jennings, who has a good old grope at that one and misses it. He really did follow that one away from his body and probed at it, but Taylor couldn't find the edge.
There's been a few of them since lunch, haven't they?
Yeah, that I think even more so than some of the others. And that's just exactly the sort of really following the ball that you'd expect would get the edge, but nope. Taylor to Jennings. That's a good ball, which is left. It does come back in appreciably to Jennings, enough that if Taylor bowled another one there, having played at one and then missed it and then left that one and had that one come back, it's a good delivery for Taylor to put in Jennings' mind, even if he doesn't immediately get the payoff. He's bowling well, is Taylor, 1 for 17 in his 7th over. Switched ends for his second spell. Taylor to Jennings down the pitch, and again he's had a little bit of a fish for that one, just more defensively this time rather than trying to run the ball into the offside. And Taylor ends a good over. The ball seemingly starting to do a little bit for Taylor in that over, more so than we've seen in some previous ones. Still 101 for 1 and 35 runs behind. No, the Bumrah action that we had from one way, I'm afraid the dad stole the show though from the other end, from the opposite end.
He did, but for all the all the wrong reasons. Because the Bumrah action was brilliant, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
I mean, it obviously studied that quite a lot. Williams is in, driven by Bohannon, fielded at mid-on, no run. So he got the Bumrah action down to an absolute T. That was spot on. I'm not sure what the dad was trying to do, but just apart from running and have lots of fun.
Might have been F.S. Truman, actually.
Well, there were some younger kids in and around all this game that were in the firing line, weren't they? With the dad steaming into ball. 101 for 1. Williams to Bohannon. Defended to the leg side. There's no run.
Because the primary problem was that everybody else had decided to play, as it were, vertically, so following the line of the pitch that we're using and the line of the strips on the outfield.
Yes.
But they decided,
not those two.
No, they decided to set up the other way.
Right in the middle of it.
Then coming off a long run.
Absolutely steaming in as well, wasn't it, the dad?
Kicking other kids' balls out of the way.
Williams to Bohannon. Deflects away off Bohannon's thigh pad. Drops into the onside. Bracey, the keeper, goes round to his left to field.
I mean, I think he did do his best as he was running in to ensure that he wasn't going to run into everybody, but as he was walking to measure out his run, there was a little bit less care.
And then they had a lovely little picture too, didn't they? Father and son had a nice little picture taken together afterwards. Williams to Bohannon, defends.
And then the other highlight of the lunch break was a group of gentlemen who decided to eat a burger on the outfield. They were thrown off the outfield for doing so, rightly so.
They were swigging beer and eating burgers, I think.
They were. And in the meantime, poor Joe Phillips, as they have to now, Craig Miles was doing it before the start of play, getting his laps in of the outfield they have to do. Joe Phillips was trying to run these laps around these people swigging beer and eating burgers.
Again, Bohannon just leans into this delivery as Williams in bowls and kind of targets his top of off stump, and Bohannon carefully defends it away.
Just trying to dodge kids playing cricket, Bumrah impersonators, and people eating burgers.
So it was a tricky lap, that, wasn't it,
was.
for Joe Phillips? Yeah, there's a lot of things he had to dodge. It was like an obstacle course of kids and adults and burgers and jumpers left around. Final ball of the over, Williams to Bohannon. Again, defending. Pushing it from the full face of the bat. The bounce back to Williams, who collects his jumper and his cap. It's the end of the over. It's 101 for 1. Bohannon has 17. Jennings on 47.
Right, Scott's going to take a break. And Nathan Johns will be back with us shortly, as Matt Taylor is ever... he's ever assiduous in his work, dealing with where he wants to land. There's always an awful lot of kicking and scraping that goes on at that crease when Matt Taylor's bowling, but it seems a bit happier than when it was quite damp when he was bowling for that Durham match. He's in and bowling to Jennings, who's softly forward, having taken a couple of big steps down the pitch, and then just defends into the offside. There's no run. Nathan, did you manage to get out and about at lunch at all?
I did, actually, yeah. So I went down and sat on the picnic benches, took my book, had a little read in the sunshine. It was lovely.
Is it cricket related or not?
No.
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 Yeah, it's good to get you
Can't,
out of the cricket for a little bit.
Yeah, Can't mix work with pleasure too much, can we?
In goes Taylor. Bowls now to Jennings, who's standing tall, defending, and then screaming no and pointing the bat at Josh Bohannon to say stay there. If anybody defies that and goes for a single, then good luck to him.
You got me thinking earlier when I overheard the end of that conversation there about the trials and tribulations of trying to take a lap on the outfield during lunch. And you gave me a more full description, which I think it was just towards the end of the lunch break when we were off air, and you were talking about the child impersonating Jasper Bumrah.
Yes.
I was wondering, is there going to be an Indian cultural phenomenon called like bowl it like Bumrah,
Yeah.
as opposed to
It's a steer down to deep third by Jennings. There's nobody down on the boundary there, and that will cross the rope for 4 runs. He played that shot with excellent control. Jennings really has been the hallmark of his innings. He's not been in a great hurry, but he's just accumulating his runs one way or another. 7 boundaries in his 51 from 88 deliveries.
he's played very well through the covers when being called upon. There's been a few glorious shots through extra cover, particularly from this end when Bell was bowling earlier on, and he had a good battle with Matt Taylor earlier on, just before lunch did Jennings, when Taylor stuck a few short balls in his direction, but he's done well.
Taylor bowls, and Jennings comes across as Taylor tries to fire it towards his middle and leg stump, but down comes that back, clipping it away, taking another single. 106 for 1.
He didn't come out with the same intent, shall we say, as his opening partner, Luke Wells, but when he did drive, he looked more assured, shall we say. He's just slowly accumulated from there. Didn't take on the short ball earlier when it was presented to him. He has scored most of his boundaries through the offside.
And he's picked his moment. In comes Taylor round the wicket. He bowls. Oh dear, that's an awkward looking pull shot from Bohannon. I think he almost launched himself further than the ball. The ball's ended up at mid-wicket, and Bohannon, such was his fury in trying to dispatch the ball to the boundaries, he's ended up losing his balance and toppling off towards the offside.
Well, he did show an interest in taking on the short ball there, didn't he? 2 men back on the hook.
He didn't really get very much of that one. But again, it was sort of quite a half tracker from Taylor, but it wasn't a ball that was directed right at his head. It was a bit slightly fuller than that. Taylor bowls edged short of second slip. Good reactions from Bancroft to get down in time, and once again this, I'm afraid, rather sums up what happens for Gloucestershire. Taylor's beaten the bat several times. He finally gets the edge, but it's one of those that doesn't quite bounce as much as some that we've seen, and so when it took the edge, it didn't carry.
It's a good save that from goalkeeper Banton, diving to his left and tipping it around the post. It's good reactions, good reflexes. And as much as there is the frustration there, justifiably, at another edge failing to find his slip fielder, I think that's 2 or 3 times that's happened to Taylor now today. He was at least saved 4 runs there by his skipper.
Yes, that really is the insult to injury when it then squeaks through and goes for a boundary.
Williams continues, just 2 slips. Well, one kind of wide second slip and a gully, I should say. Of course, keeper up to the stumps, and it will cost him 4 byes. Bit of a rank delivery down leg. It misses everything and everyone. Bracey didn't see it, blindsided by Jennings as he stood up to the stumps, and it's flown away down to fine leg.
Yeah, it's on Williams-like delivery, that one. Bracey, was it the last ball of Williams' previous over even, where Bracey took it down the leg side and Williams applauded his keeper. So, well, I suppose thank you for saving the team 4 runs. They would have counted to him, but no chance that time for Bracey.
Around the wicket comes Williams, looking to fix that radar, and he does. Good straight delivery. Jennings defends resolutely on the front foot.
Yeah, it's... I mean, they haven't bowled badly since lunch, Gloucestershire, with maybe that last delivery, but one aside from Williams. But in some ways, it's almost more worrying because it's 110 for one, and they haven't bowled that badly.
Pushed through the offside. That looks like it'll be another boundary for Keaton Jennings. We said he's been driving well through that region so far in his innings, and he keeps going with a glorious, well, I wouldn't even call that a full-blooded drive, just a push off the front foot through the offside. Oh, slightly over-pitched, but the way he's just used his footwork to lean into that is a sign of a man who looks in good touch. 56 is Keaton Jennings' score. Now he's faced 92 deliveries. That was, I believe that was his 8th boundary or 7th. No, 8th. That was his 8th boundary. Williams in, down leg again, and Rothesay's appealing for a caught behind. That would have been a sensational dismissal if he had strangled one down the leg side while standing up to the stumps. Jennings just looks as if to say, what do you think that hit? You know, the appeal is very quickly turned down.
Yeah, when the bowler doesn't go up,
not much interest.
Seldom going to see the umpire's finger go up. Ian Blackwell not for moving.
Williams in again. Tucked away off the hip, down to fine leg. That'll be another single. Jennings moves to 57. 115 for one. There'll be one delivery left in this 34th over. Right-handed Josh Bohannon comes on strike.
And I suppose actually a mark of how well they have bowled is that Bohannon's 17 off 73, but they just haven't had that one that's found his edge and then carried.
It's been like that throughout the game, hasn't it? I mean, Luke Wells is the only one who really found scoring, well, I say straightforward. He had a few fortunate edges that flew through gully and that sort of region as Williams comes in to complete the over. That's driven beautifully through the offside from Bohannon. He stands and admires his work as it flies to the extra cover boundary. He moves to 21 off 74 deliveries. And the over, Lancashire 119 for one.
Yeah, it's going to concern Williams and Gloucestershire, the two driven boundaries in that over, because really they've just seen the width and thought, all right, okay, we're actually quite confident here that the ball is going to come through as we expect, whether that be in terms of pace or sideways deviation. And that's a troubling thing if you're Williams, when A, you're hoping for some movement, or that the batters at least might think you get some movement, and also that you want to be able to bowl outside the off stump. You don't just want to bowl every ball in a very tight corridor, and if you miss that corridor, then you're gone. It's not the best position to be bowling from. Taylor continues bowls. It's a good-looking delivery, pitched up and driven back at him by Jennings, but the ball seemed to have some quite nice wobble on it from Taylor. It's sort of interesting, really, because you'd think that Williams might get more swing than Taylor, but at the moment Taylor's getting it.
He's just trying to find anything off the pitch, isn't he? That wobble seam. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen anything misbehave, really, in terms of movement. These two look very comfortable. Dare I say that? Lowly strike rate from Bohannon will go upwards.
Always inside edge, that one really is Jennings, or sort of inside part of the bat and then nudged it square on the leg side. Playing with bat and pad close together, down and across again. Jennings takes a single.
He's just rubbing his thigh there. I think that might have just hit that awkward spot where there's just an ever so slight gap between thigh pad and top of the pad. As he's inside edged that one onto him, and he's just hunched over a little bit at the non-striker's end. Is Jennings? He's okay.
A stinger.
Yeah, exactly. Especially at Taylor's pace.
Yeah, he's been in good rhythm as Taylor from both ends. Round the wicket to Bohannon, who's behind that one. Solid defence into the offside. And of course he's now bowling round the wicket at Bohannon. It's time for some more crease scraping from Taylor.
Yeah, he's concerned about that grip, isn't he? As he lands. He hasn't fallen over, so he must be doing a good job of ensuring he's got Now he's playing with his spikes. One of those days, just everything makes you a little bit grumpy as a fast bowler.
Yeah.
Not a good day weather-wise for fast bowling.
Taylor in. Bohannon gets one that comes into him, and to start with, he was looking to maybe turn it leg side and ends up getting thumped somewhere around the thigh pad. Scott Reed has this unofficial statistic that when Josh Bohannon is struck, as he put it, in the Bohannons, he goes on and scores a lot of runs. So we'll see.
I hope he's now checking that. I don't think he's not in the box. He's gone off for a cup of tea, I think. I hope he does actually check the strike rate of.
Oh, Taylor bowls. That's a naughty shot from Bohannon. Really, that I'm not sure what he was trying to do with that one. It's a real dangle outside off stump. Taylor shakes his head in disgust.
Yeah, well, Bohannon was furious with himself straight away.
Everyone's angry.
Everyone's angry. Nobody is happy. No. Why are we here? This is making nobody happy.
Nobody likes this game, really, do they?
Well, Keaton Jennings seems to be enjoying himself.
Yes, that's true.
But
he's all right.
Yeah, Bohannon just disgusted, kind of threw his bat towards the ground straight away. But yeah, I'd be quite interested to know how many times has he actually been hit, and what is his strike rate following said impact.
Taylor bowls, and he's got through Bohannon this time. At last, the payoff is there for Gloucestershire. The top of off stump has just been hit, slightly pegged back, so it must have just hit the outside of it, but it seemed to square Bohannon up. Taylor bowls a lot to the right-handers from round the wicket, and that is just, you couldn't get the bowling machine to put it better in terms of top of off stump. He's just got to straighten it slightly from that angle round the wicket. And Taylor, I hope I'm not sounding biased at all here, but I think he's deserved that wicket. Second wicket for him, second wicket for Gloucestershire. They're still in a perilous position, but it's 120 for 2.
He was the only one who's really made anything happen in the last while with the ball, hasn't he? And you're right, it didn't move a lot off the pitch, that delivery, but it just straightened enough. Otherwise, it would have been one of those beautiful-looking deliveries that beats the batter all ends up, but beats the edge and beats the stumps, and everyone goes ooh and ah, and it looks good, but it's not very effective. But just by not moving as much, just able to clip the off stump, an absolute beauty. Bohannon caught on the crease slightly, but there's not a lot you can do with a delivery of that quality. He's been very good, has Taylor. He's, before lunch we were saying he troubled Keaton Jennings a few times for pace. Hasn't really got a lot of movement, or at least noticeable movement from up here, but to finally get one just to do something off the surface is just reward for the way he's been plugging away.
And I so many times over the course of commentating on Matt Taylor with colleagues who see him bowl left arm round and think, well, why would you take away the left arm over angle? But actually, I'm sure if you showed the statistics, particularly with the older ball, it can be much more effective bowling round the wicket to the right-handers.
Graham Van Buren's back into the attack. He'd one over before lunch, and he spins that one into the left-handed Jennings, who turns it away out towards deep square. They will take 2. Sadly, I think that's not very good for Scott's statistic on Josh Bohannon, is it?
No.
For his record of run scoring when he
be deeply disappointed when he comes off his latest. In fact, that's probably what he's saying on his update to good people of Lancashire.
Van Buren in again. This is short and cut away. Is it in front of the sweeper? It is, but not hit hard enough to go to the boundary. That will be a single. It will be Marcus Harris on strike for the first time.
Yeah, I'd be furious. Scott Reed. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
I definitely don't. I think he might have just made that statistic up just so he could talk about Josh being hit in the Bohannons. Just for childhood.
It trotted off the tongue quickly enough to suggest it wasn't the first time that he'd said that.
Everyone needs a bit of a laugh every now and then, don't they? Here we go then. Harris is just taking his time here, taking his guard and playing a few shadow batting strokes. And he faces first delivery to Van Buren, and it's defended on the back foot, straight back to the bowler.
I don't know how Scott's got this paranoid when we're sitting here talking about him whilst he's got his headphones on back there.
He can't hear us. It's fine.
No.
It's fine. We can hear him, but There's Van Buren and steered into the offside. Nice soft hands there by Harris just to pick that gap. There is a fielder at point, but he's back on the boundary, so he's off the mark, is the Australian. Not sure about that. Bring him up. You man on strike, why have you got a deep point? I can understand it to Jennings. Bloke's on 61 and he will pounce on anything short or wide, just like that, as he cuts away to the offside for 1. 125 for 2 now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Gloucestershire have gone to spin with Harris out there. That's tended to be something that teams do early to him.
He's defending forward, is the Australian, in at number 4 for Lancashire, and dot ball to end the over. 36 gone, 125 for 2. Keaton Jennings is still there on 62. The deficit is now just 11 runs. As far as Lancashire is concerned, they still have 8 wickets left in the shed, and as we've said many times, quite a deep batting lineup today.
It wasn't the first time that Harris had batted on this ground. I mean, we keep talking about the crossover these days between Gloucestershire and Lancashire. It's a bit like how it used to be between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. It used to be about 4 players who played for both clubs on each side. But Harris, I'm sure he played in the previous year for Leicestershire in the Championship on this ground. So I think I can remember Dan Worrell getting him in the first over in 2021. Taylor bowls to Jennings, who's forward, making doubly sure that one wasn't getting through his defences. Straight back up the pitch for no run. But Harris did score 100 on his Gloucestershire debut on this ground. Made 136 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire had Harris Ralph in their attack. Hadn't played in much red ball cricket, but it was quite a sight to watch Harris Ralph tearing in and bowling full pace. Sun just peeps in as Taylor bowls a short ball, which is clattered away through mid-wicket for 4 by Jennings. He hasn't, as you've said, taken on the short ball too often, but that one was just a little bit lower in terms of height and sat up for him, and he's whacked it for 4.
I think the key difference with this one is that he stayed in his crease. In the previous spell between these two, when Taylor was bowling from the other end, he only ever really bowled the short ball in response to Jennings walking at him, and he wasn't in a position to play that shot. But this time, it was a planned bumper, and Jennings was waiting for it and dismissed the ball away to the mid-wicket fence.
Taylor bowls to Jennings, draws him forward, defends to mid-off area. Yeah, Harris actually scored hundreds in both his first 2 games on this ground in Gloucestershire colours. 124 against Surrey in a match that, well, I think it's probably fair to say that in terms of excitement, after the first session or so, Taylor bowls that's blocked into the onside and there's no run. It's funny that you remember it. I mean, I remember it because of Chris Dent scoring a double 100, and he, as it turned out, did so having torn a ligament in his ankle, but he scored most of the double 100 with torn ankle ligaments. So I'm not saying that suggests anything about how good to bat on the pitch was, but it was about 600 plays 450 for 2 or something like that. Taylor bowls wider of the crease. It's stroked into the onside by Jennings, and Brooks fields at short mid-wicket. So I suppose the point I set out to make was that Marcus Harris knows this ground quite well and quite likes batting on it, which is not exactly what you want to see when Lancashire are about to go into the lead if you're a Gloucestershire player or supporter. But it's another popular man, Marcus Harris, and I think, as he's done at Lancashire, really, he wasn't bothered where he batted. Taylor in and bowls way down the pitch to defend to mid-on. Jennings completes the over from Taylor, 129 for 2.
He's in form as well as Marcus Harris. 125 and 66 last week at Old Trafford and against Derbyshire. Because he first came onto the scene as an opening bat, didn't he? Always
Yeah.
interesting to see him down at number 4. I mean, I always remember watching him opening the batting for Australia for not a short period of time, but I'm almost certain that when he debuted at Test level, he did so as an opener. He's on strike here. Van Buren, left arm spin, defended on the front foot, no run.
Yeah, there was a while when Harris was with Gloucestershire that when there was the home Ashes in 23, sort of felt as though he might be auditioning again for the opening spot then.
Van Buren, short run up, in, defended once again. Backward point, doesn't have to move to do the job. No run.
And the man at first slip, Bancroft, as well, has often been in that sort of same conversation of what will Australia do with their opening pair, where will they go?
Van Buren, left arm. Ooh. Just missed on the outside edge. Almost just went on with the arm, didn't it? Didn't spin back into Harrison. Van Buren thought he might have nicked him off briefly. He's got the ball back at the top of his mark now, spins it twice in his hand, and comes into his action that's very full and floated and driven straight to extra cover. Well, I wouldn't say it's been a problem position for Australia, but until they moved Travis Head up there and he started whacking it everywhere, they did cycle through quite a few options over a lengthy period of time. Did the Australian Test side. It's full, floated again. Harris doesn't take the bait, just drives back down the ground. No run. Mid-on is kind of circling at 3/4, isn't he? Not quite saving one, not quite back on the fence, just if Harris does fancy taking it on and trying to get over him. Well, he's happy defending for now. Another defensive stroke on the back foot, 129 for 2.
Yeah, because it was the Ashes of, what would it be now, 21-22?
We're down in
Just
Australia.
trying to work out where it was, yes. Harris got some runs in the Melbourne Test, the one where England got absolutely destroyed by Scott Boland.
Yeah.
And Harris was one of the few people to get some runs in that match, but I think it was a sort of a 70-odd or something, which would probably have been worth 100 on another surface, but he was dropped after that, if I remember rightly, and then Khawaja came in and scored a pile of runs in the Sydney Test and then didn't really look back. But then there's been, he was it was a bit more than just a stopgap, Khawaja, given the way that he played, having regained his spot. As Taylor bowls now to Jennings, and that's defended towards mid-off. But they were always going to have another search for who the opener was going to be, and there all sorts of names mentioned. There was Will Pekowski, who was seen as the heir apparent for a while, and
God, what a sad story that was.
Yeah, very sad. And he was even 2 years ago now. He was supposed to come over to Leicestershire for some county cricket, and then unfortunately another concussion for him. Jennings tapping his bat, comes down, that's looped up in the air, bat and pad close together. Then Harris wants a run that Jennings has to scramble through to the non-striker's end for. It is signalled as a run, so it was inside edge onto pad, ballooned up in the air, but Brooks had no chance of getting there from mid-wicket, so it wasn't that far off being LBW, it wasn't that far off being caught. Then Jennings had no idea where it had gone, and if he dawdled too much longer, it might have been a run out. But nothing happened other than a single.
You can always tell from the angle of the way the ball loops up. There's been multiple deflections if it does that looping action, and it falls gently into the leg side.
An eventful single, but it's just a single. 130 for 2, so Jennings is on to 67. Just 6 behind. 3 back in the cordon for Harris. Taylor bowls to him. What's a good delivery. Harris gets really cramped up for room there as the ball just seems to follow him. Rehearses the forward defensive. But yeah, just back to Harris and Bancroft especially. They continue to churn out the runs, but the selectors continue to ignore them. So now it's sort of reached the stage where there must almost be a little bit of a sense of relief in some respects that there isn't that constant conversation around them in that opening spot. Taylor to Harris, and that's left alone.
I think Taylor could enjoy bowling to Harris here because, you know, he's a good bit shorter than Keaton Jennings, so he doesn't have as big a stride down the wicket. I don't know if he will employ the same strategy as Jennings, as walking down the track at him. Perhaps not. So Taylor might just fancy his chances of getting caught on the crease a little bit more than Jennings, and that's when that sideways movement that we have seen just a tiny bit of, the wicket-taking ball for Bohannon, and then that first ball that Jag did and hit Harris. That brings that more into play if he's not moving forward.
Taylor bowls to Harris across his stumps, turning the ball away to mid-on. Jack Taylor is on as a substitute fielder. I haven't needed to differentiate my Taylors yet this season, but older brother Jack is on the field at mid-on. It's just the one Charlesworth brother fully fit at the moment. Luke Charlesworth playing for the Gloucestershire Seconds, but isn't yet back to bowling fitness. He did play in the week. And of course only one Price brother now at Gloucestershire, with Tom having moved to Sussex. Taylor bowls a fuller delivery, whipped into the onside by Harris, but he picks out the fielder, saving the one on that leg side. Bell does the fielding, another tidy over from Taylor. Lancashire 130 for 2. Jennings still that rock that the innings is being built around. Wells was a bit of a cameo for 27. Bohannon was tied down for the majority of his 21, but as long as you've got somebody playing the Jennings role, especially with 136 on the board for the opposition, then you're feeling pretty groovy if you're Lancashire.
Yeah, you're trailing just by 6 runs. Plenty of batting to come. Van Buren continues, left arm spin. Jennings cuts on the back foot. He's placed that behind square nicely, which means there's plenty of work for the sweeper to do, so Jennings can come back for a second. He moves to 69, 132 for 2 now into the 40th. I think they reversed that sub as you were talking. Not sub. Well, no, substitution, not replacement.
Don't let's start on this again.
As I saw Charlesworth come back on as Jennings defends that into the offside, but he's placed that one nicely in the gap between extra cover and point, so he can scamper through for 1. I think it was Charlesworth. He'd gone off and he came back on jumperless, I think. Unless he's managed to source from someone from somewhere else. I don't know if he went off to change clothing given the sunnier conditions now. So that's defended on the back foot by Harris. No run.
It might be possible that he's coming on to bowl. I haven't seen him bowl yet in this innings.
Van Buren continues down the track by Harris. He takes it on and he's gotten all of it. Where's that going to land? Somewhere in the vicinity of the side screen. It's a maximum moment of aggression from Marcus Harris, dancing down the track and depositing Van Buren back over his head.
Well, we did mention that Van Buren got Harris stumped in the fixture between these sides last year at Old Trafford, but there's not that much rough for Van Buren to bowl into at this stage, so he's able really to just come down, and that's a pretty emphatic way for Lancashire to take the lead.
Yeah, lead by 3 now, 139 for 2. That's cut away nicely off the back foot, out to the sweeper for 1. Yeah, it was clever by Harris, wasn't it? Because we mentioned that mid-on fielder was floating if he did mistime it, but well, first of all, he got all of it, so it didn't matter where the fielder was, but if he hadn't, he had managed to hit it quite straight and out of that vicinity. You're giggling away next to me. What's going on? You can tell me after Van Buren bowls, and Jennings takes on mid-on. Has he hit it straight to him? He has! Keaton Jennings perishes for 70. He tried to follow Harris's suit and go down the ground, but with that fielder at mid-on, about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary rope, he's perfectly positioned for a miscue, and that's exactly the trap that Keaton Jennings has fallen into.
Well, that is an absolute gift for Gloucestershire. It was sort of full enough that he felt he could go over the top, but But even the fact that he didn't middle it, if he just tried to hit it just that little bit straighter, but he really dragged it off to mid-on, and a pretty easy catch for Williams. And that, given the way that Jennings was looking, the control of the innings, I'm really surprised by that shot, I've got to say, especially after Harris has already whacked a 6 in the over, which the reason I was giggling was I think that the 6 must have hit the camera above the sight screen. There was a great big wobble as I was looking at the replay to the left. I could see the...
Oh, you've seen the angle of the
picture just wobble as it... Are we gonna, yeah, okay. If you're watching on the live stream, you'll be able to see. This is the 6.
No, that's the Jennings dismissal. You can see the disgust as he turns around there. He was not happy with himself at all. I think with good reason. It's one of the most basic traps in the book for a spinner at this stage of the game when nothing's happening, and he fell into it. This is the 6.
Right.
Okay. So this is...
it's a towering shot from Harris, and you can see everybody staring up after that. Fantastic.
I tell you what, it's done well to remain standing. It's kind of wobbled and then remained in situ.
It needs a concussion check now, I think.
Not another replacement.
Oh no, let's not go there. In fact, speaking of replacements, I think it might be time for Scott Reed to come back and join you.
Can we find a like-for-like camera that's acceptable? Or do you think just whispered in my ear that the affordability of replacing the cameras might be an issue? Anyway, Michael Jones is in, but he's at the non-striker's end because Taylor is now bowling the start of a new over. Marcus Harris on strike, defends down the ground, no run. Yeah, all things considered, getting Jennings, getting rid of him as he was just starting to look... Well, I think he looked assured throughout his innings, actually, but he was starting to play a few more shots, particularly when driving, and he played that authoritative pull a few overs ago, and just a bizarre dismissal, really, because Marcus Harris looked like he was going to be the one that took the game to Van Buren as the spinner if somebody needed to. So it was almost as if Jennings just didn't need to play that shot, as this is short and it's hit the hip of Harris. I think this will be signalled as a leg bye. All eyes on the umpire. No, I think that took an inside edge. No signal, so it's another run to Harris's total, and it will bring Jones on strike for the first time as Scott Reed is back.
Good afternoon.
What was Jennings doing there?
He'll be absolutely gutted about that, won't he? Yeah. He looked kind of nailed on for a century, didn't he? Lovely afternoon for batting, looked beautifully set, in kind of complete control. Yeah, he'll be gutted he's given that away. Nicely played on his first game of the season.
Taylor continues around the wicket now to the new man, and that one actually looked like it might have kept a little bit low, but it's worked off the hip by Jones safely, but fielded at square leg.
Took inspiration from the way that Marcus Harris had a go at Van Buren the previous over. We saw the damage done on the TV on the camera, didn't we? But I mean, Lancashire in front, obviously wanting to try and play positively, keep pushing forward, keep scoring at a good rate. But yeah, it'd be gutted he's given that away.
The wind just picking up there. You can see Taylor's shirt billowing in the wind. It's pitched up, defended on the front foot by Jones. I don't think I necessarily have an issue with the decision to try and take him on, but just the way that Jennings went about it compared to Harris. Harris came down the track and kind of took the pitch out of the equation a little bit, didn't he? And made the length that was there to go over the top. Jennings stayed in situ, and I think as a result the ball just had a bit more time to bounce. And because it bounced on him a little bit, that forced the bat to turn in his hand, and it meant he went towards mid-on instead of straight towards that poor camera, which Harris mercilessly targeted. Taylor continues. Jones defends once again on the front foot. But yes, if you had offered Gloucestershire a choice of which one of those two left-handers to get, I think for obvious reasons they would have taken the man on 70 and not the bloke who's faced less than 20 balls in Harris. He's got a new partner now in Jones. 3 slips in play for him. Final delivery of the 41st over. Now coming up. Taylor gets to the top of his mark. Left arm round. Full edged and taken. That's a fantastic low catch at first slip. Jones goes for a duck. Gloucestershire have their tails up now, 141 for 3.
Is that Price at first slip?
Yeah, I think it is.
Great catch.
Yeah, very low. Good position, not easy at all. He's a tall man, is Price. You can just see. Stays low, watches it all the way in, dives to his left-hand side. Brilliant. Another reward for Taylor, who's worked hard in this afternoon session.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? I think Gloucestershire bowled pretty well since lunch. I thought the whole thing was set up nicely with that post-lunch spell by Bell and by Williams. Bell was unlucky, beat the bat a few times straight after the lunch break. They've chipped away here, Gloucestershire. Lancashire in 5 in front, but have lost a couple of quick wickets. Misjudgment by Jennings, and then a brilliant catch off a very nice delivery. And yeah, still very much alive and in this game. The home side, been Lancashire 4 down now.
Yeah, well, it just paints that Jennings shot in a different light, doesn't it? Because if you make that mistake, if you have that lapse in judgment, you decide to take it on when perhaps the ball just wasn't quite there for it, you're all of a sudden you're exposing a new man to Taylor, who is bowling well. Anything can happen. Wickets can fall in clusters, and that's exactly what's happened. You were talking earlier about some of the middle order struggles for Lancashire. Well, poor old Michael Jones has just gone without scoring.
Yeah, it does put a bit of pressure here now. Obviously on Harris, he was an excellent last week against Derbyshire on his first game of the season with a century in the first innings and 66 in the second. But Balderson, Hurst now, who's out there. There's Harris works his delivery from Van Buren into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, it does stack a wee bit of pressure on Lancashire's middle order here. 141 for 4. Van Buren to Harris, going back, and he's careful, working the ball away into the offside. Gathered by Price, who took a blinding catch, a really good low catch to his left, kind of belly ankle height to get rid of Jones. Van Buren again to Harris. It's pushed back to Van Buren. No run. It will be an interesting little battle this if Harris is determined to try and be positive against Van Buren. Runs it away through the offside this time. Through for a single. Harris moves on to 10. Lancashire to 142 for 4.
Well, they put mid-on back for Harris. They only took that one stroke into the side screen, or rather into the camera, and they stuck the man back at mid-on. One show of aggression, and it just forced Gloucestershire to change tack slightly.
So Hurst taking guard from umpire Blackwell. Van Buren's left arm spin with a slip in place. The deep point, deep square leg. He's around the wicket to Hurst, who's off the front foot, pushing away. Back to Van Buren. And there's no run. 1 for 15 for Van Buren into this 4th over of the spell. This afternoon, again defended by Hurst. End of the over. With Lancashire 142 for 4, lead by 6. Harris on 10, Hurst on 0. And a very good spell of bowling from Matt Taylor does come to an end. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 13.
Yeah, after bowling before lunch as well, so he's got 3 for 29 all told, going at under 2.5 and over. One Baden. Yeah, thought they would have given him another one. Tail up, why not? Momentum is with Gloucestershire now at the minute. 120 for 2 was when Josh Bohannon was dismissed, and now 141 for 4. So it's a good little period this for Gloucestershire. It is Brooks who's going to come into the attack. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Harris. 2 men back on the leg side, fine leg and back with square. 2 slips in a gully. It was 3 slips, but that 3rd slip has just moved a bit wider now to gullies. It's full, tucked away off the pads down to fine leg. Harris takes a single. He moves to 11, having faced 23 deliveries. I mean, Lancashire's still in a very strong position, still very much in the ascendancy, but Gloucestershire is doing well to make sure that they don't completely get out of sight.
Yeah, they're scrapping hard, aren't they, to kind of keep in the game here. And get rid of Harris. That would be a really big wicket for them.
Hurst on strike, yet to get off the mark. And I have to wait another delivery at least, as that's turned off the hip, but straight to square leg, no run. You can just feel it around the ground, isn't it? This little, 20-minute, half an hour burst. It's just changed the atmosphere on the field. The players a bit more chipper. Price is throwing himself around the field, be it taking catches, or there was a diving one-handed stop and over a go as well. And you just sense a bit more of a buzz around the ground from the home faithful as well.
You can, yeah. It's quite a good crowd in. I was on the balcony, kind of just below us before for 10 minutes or so, and there's a good number in.
Sunshine always helps. Brooks, full, defended by Hurst, no run.
It's a chilly wind.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely need... it's not too bad if you get a little bit of sunshine on your back, but even then it's still needing a jumper or a jacket. There's a couple of hardy supporters who have got T-shirts on. Maybe the beer's keeping them warm, perhaps, but no, it's a decent crowd. It's a nice atmosphere, nice kind of Saturday afternoon feel.
Some shorts being worn. I think that's ground staff. They're sitting by the side screen. So hardy bunch. Brooks into Hurst. It's defended, but it is a no ball. He's overstepped there as Brooks.
So a little bounce around the grounds and have a look what's happening elsewhere. Somerset eventually out for 288 in their first innings, so a 50-run lead over Hampshire. We're just starting their second innings. James Rue top scoring with 86, but Alfie Ogborn making 38. Jack Leach making 20. Up in Somerset to a 50-run lead on first innings.
Hurst just was making sure a patron was out of the way of the side screen there, but belatedly Brooks is able to come in and bowl, and the attempted drive is half stopped by cover, but enough to keep Hurst from going to the other end.
The pigeon. Did we say a pigeon? Was it? I don't know. Is that what you said?
Oh no, I said a patron.
Oh,
sorry, no, patron.
There's a pigeon in front of the side screen.
No, that would have been an interesting one. We could have got that one up. What damage does a pigeon do to the camera, as opposed to?
Well, I suppose you could do quite a bit of business, couldn't it? Yeah.
Brooks in again. Hurst yet to get off the mark, having faced 6 deliveries, and he squares up slightly but manages to get the face of the bat onto it, defending on the back foot.
The other Division 1 games, Warwickshire Essex. So Warwickshire 150 all out. Correction, 190 all out in their first innings. Sam Hay making 88, top run scorer for Warwickshire. So 190 all out. Essex are 51 for 2 in reply. And there's one other Division 2 game taking place, which is Northamptonshire against Middlesex at Wanties Road.
Brooks into his delivery stride. Shorter delivery this time. Hurst onto the back foot. Defends straight back to Brooks. So 145 for 4 now. Lancashire, they lead by 9.
Middlesex made 341 in their first innings, and Northamptonshire in reply are 107 for 4. The runs galore for Northamptonshire last week. I think the top 4 all got centuries in their match at Canterbury. Luke Proctor got a career best double century. Slightly tougher going at Wanties Road this week. Nathan McSweeney's 43 not out for Northamptonshire, who are 111 for 4, replying to Middlesex's 341.
Some fight back that from Middlesex, considering where they were earlier on yesterday. Well, they not very many, 3 down from memory.
A couple of wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones. Bowling change here. So Van Buren's spell comes to an end, and Bell returns around the wicket, bowling to Harris. That's pushed away into the offside. And there's no run. Boy, would they like Marcus Harris here. Hurst at a non-striker's end, just getting going. Harris on 11, 145 for 4. 9 in front.
Ed Seaboard's giggling away behind me, which makes me suspicious. I'll find out if that's relevant to us or not in a minute.
Bell to Harris. Tucked away into the onside. There's no addition to the score. So got the 2 slip catches, so Price and Bancroft at first and second. There's a backward point cover.
Presumably these two would have played against each other quite a lot in the Shield. Bell's Tassie, isn't he? Harris, I think he's WA? I think he is. Victoria.
He defends, it's tapped away into the offside. And there's no run.
Ed's reliably informed me that he was with Western Australia, but he's now Victoria, Marcus Harris.
Yeah, Sheffield Shield winner just a few weeks ago.
Oh, of course, yeah.
His arrival at Lancashire was delayed because of his Sheffield Shield games and performances and celebrations, I'm sure.
Yeah, he missed the first round, didn't he? He was back last week.
He was, yeah.
Yep. Got a lot of runs last week.
He did. He got 100 in the first innings and then 60 got in the second. Full and wide of off stump by Bell. Swings away from Harris and through to Bracey. And there's no run. Just to complete that field, there's on the leg side of mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket. And then 2 out on the boundary on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. Bell for Gloucestershire balls. Peels for the LBW and gets it. Well, that is the wicket that Gloucestershire really, really wanted on the back of a little flurry of wickets of Jennings and Jones. And now Harris, LBW. Bowling change, work to treat here. Cameron Bancroft to bring Bell back into the attack. Harris departs to 11. Lancashire 5 down, 145 for 5.
Just fell over that one ever so slightly, Harris, didn't he? Around the wicket angle. Yeah, that looks stone dead, doesn't it? I was giving it out from up here, and in any case, on viewing it live, and I stand by that decision. Harris falls. What a spell this is for Gloucestershire. So 120 for 2 was when Josh Mahan fell. And now, so what's that? That's 4 wickets have fallen in the space of 25 runs. They've fallen in clusters in this match so far, haven't they?
Yeah, we saw that yesterday afternoon after lunch, and again this morning when we first got back underway. And then this little spell here this afternoon. But this is an excellent fight by Gloucestershire. I think they've bowled really well since lunch. It was a really good start to the afternoon session. They barely gave a run away. Really disciplined bowling. Slowing things down for Lancashire, and you've chipped away. And they are all clearly very, very big wickets. They'll feel as though they've got a real opportunity here now. They've got rid of Wells and Jennings and Bahan and Harris. And now into the kind of all-rounders. Shetty has come out ahead of Balderson, with Coghlan, Sutton and Anderson to come. So they'll sense an opportunity here, Gloucestershire. Just 3 slips in place. Shetty's on strike. Here's Bell in bowls. Tucks it away in towards the onside, but playing a little across the line. It gets a few U's and R's from Gloucestershire bowlers. Just a second first-class match this for Arif Shetty. End of the over. Super bowling change that. It's work to treat. Van Buren with a very tidy spell, but maybe Cameron Bancroft just sensed an opportunity back to one of his gun bowlers, and he's rewarded him with the key wicket, really, of Marcus Harris, LBW for 11. 145 for 5, lead by 9.
I think if you're in it, Gloucestershire's position where your bowling stocks are depleted and you've been struggling, spending a lot of time in the field, you're not going to blow teams away. You know that. You need to be disciplined and build pressure and limit scoring and the old-fashioned basics. Brooks continues. This is left alone by Hurst outside his off stump. You do need to be able to build that pressure. Right, we're not going to blow teams away. Granted, this is a very good spell for them. As I said, 4 wickets in the space of 25 runs. But that's something they haven't necessarily been doing, and that, reading some comments from the gaffer Mark Lane, speaking after the Durham match, That was kind of a message that seemed to be coming from the coaching staff. It was, yes, we don't have lots of firepower necessarily, but we can be more disciplined. As Brooks continues, defended on the front foot. It's another no ball. He's overstepped again. But in this period in the afternoon session, that's exactly what they've done. So it's probably taken them a few rounds to get into that groove and find that rhythm. But once they have, it's been mighty effective. Build some pressure and wait for the mistakes to come.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'd be absolutely chuffed then if that's kind of what he was saying before, what he wanted to see from his players. That's exactly what they've done since lunch especially. But even building up to that lunch break, the runs are kind of dried up a little bit for Lancashire, maybe with an eye on lunch, but they've either side of it.
Brooks in again, defended again. Hurst getting a long way forward. He's faced 11 deliveries now, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, built some good pressure. Everyone's played the part. Williams and Bell straight after the lunch break, but then Taylor spell, a few overs from Van Buren, managed to prize out the wicket of Jennings. Now Brooks trying to join in on the action as well.
The lead is 11 now for Lancashire. Hurst defending again. That one's just hit him high up on the bat. A bit of extra bounce off a length, and Hurst seems to be suggesting that it left him off the pitch ever so slightly as well.
Yeah, 45th over now of this innings. So the ball is no longer new, but it's still nibbling about a bit, isn't it? It'd be interesting if I speak to Keaton Jennings later on tonight to get a little take into how this pitch is playing. The evidence of the first day and a bit. 15 wickets have fallen. Looks like there's a bit in it for the bowlers and a bit in it for the batters.
Brooks bowls full, driven down the ground, straight to mid-off, no run. Yeah, you wonder if the rain softened things up and made it a bit more lively yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the way that Jennings applied himself, to a degree. Price as well yesterday, I suppose. Maybe hard fought and gutsy runs, but runs there. But there's clearly, from the evidence of the first day and a bit, there's enough in this to keep the bowlers interested. Been a good game of cricket first day and a bit.
It certainly has. 2 slips and a gully away as Brooks comes in. Oh, just a little nibble outside the off stump there from Hurst.
Lovely line and length, isn't it, by Brooks? So he has him nibbling. He's teasing into a shot. There's a rather quizzical look on the face of Matthew Hurst there, staring back down the pitch.
And he did. There was a good 10-second stare at the pitch there, wasn't he? He wasn't happy with what happened at all. A little bit of a nod of appreciation towards the bowler, and then he just decided to let the pitch know that he's not particularly happy with it. A final delivery of the 45th over. Hurst. High backlift, pulls, and that gets him off the mark, and it gets him off the mark with a boundary. Very nicely timed pull shot. Brooks just dropping his length a tad, having hammered away on a good length. Goes with a genuine short ball. The whole Hurst, I think, more than happy to take advantage there and get off the mark. It also brings Lancashire past 151 for 5. They lead by 15.
Lancashire reach 150.
For Shetty, just a second first-class game for him. Played in a match at the end of last season. His only previous first-class game. I don't think he batted. No, he didn't. Bowled a little bit. Lancashire declaring their first innings in that match. And he's pushing that away towards the offside for no runs, so he didn't get a bat on his debut. Did pick up a wicket last year, Shetty, but he's into Lancashire's championship side, just the 3rd match of the season.
Yeah, nervously awaiting a first class run then.
151 for 5. There's Bell to Shetty. Defender back to Bell. And there's no run. And a really remarkable in some ways season last year, Shetty. He didn't have a contract with Lancashire and then was given a contract to play some one-day cricket. And from there he plays at finals day in the T20 Blast, having never played a T20 match before. Bell's into Shetty, working it across the line towards the onside for no run, and then he completes his season, which started with not having a contract, by playing in first-class cricket. So he played List A, T20 and first-class cricket in the second half of last season, but clearly doing plenty to impress at Old Trafford.
So how did it work for him then? Did he kind of get a deal for this season last year? You know, come in and see what you've got, and then improve on that and come back this year?
Bell to Shetty, it's defended. There's no run. Bat inside edge onto pad. Just about. Nick of time. Probing away here, Bell, making life very difficult for Shetty. Yeah, I think in the winter he's now signed a longer term deal. We'll just watch his back this last delivery.
Understandably slightly nervous looking.
Yeah, still on 1-5, 1 for 5. That's a nice shot to get underway. Whipped away through the onside. In fact, he gets his first-class runs with a shot which he whipped through mid-wicket for 4. Nicely played.
Yeah, both of these two getting off the mark with authoritative boundaries. Hurst doing so with a pull shot, the final delivery of the previous over. Shetty following suit with a lovely flick off the pads. Bell just straying a little bit straight there.
Yeah, 2-year contract. He's signed for Lancashire. It was announced at the start of the year. Forward solidly in defence. And there's no run. End of the over. Shetty's underway. He's on 4. Hurst on 4. Lancashire 155 for 5. So yeah, it debuted across all 3 formats yesterday, and then because of the lack of availability at finals day, Lancashire were missing so many different players through international call-ups and players overseas having been and gone, that he made his T20 debut at finals day, which capped off what was a pretty busy summer for him, and then goes on to play first-class cricket about a month later.
Brooks continues his spell. Hurst forward defending into the offside.
Some way to make your T20 debut, isn't it?
It's incredible, isn't it?
Finals day, yeah. But I guess, again, another probably reflection as to how well they view him, how highly regarded he is, that they give him his T20 debut on the biggest domestic stage of all, really.
It's changing the field there. I think Will Williams has swapped out and gone into gully. Whoever was in there wants a break. Brooks into Hurst, defended into the leg side. No run. Where was he playing his cricket then previously, before he got his last-minute contract last year?
Well, I think he was with Lancashire as a younger player, and then I think he left the club as a youngster, but he was part of the South Asian Cricket Academy, so his background is through that system.
Brooks continues. Worked away off the hip. Will they take a quick single? They will. Good piece of running there. Hurst moves to 5. Lead now 20 runs.
I'd say his performances in the second team were impressive, and as is the case now, the One-Day Cup allows opportunities for quite a few players, doesn't it? Shetty gets a chance in first team cricket for Lancashire because of the way the One-Day Cup is, and it opens up lots of spots in Championship sides. Lots of second team players, lots of cricketers in the kind of national counties are being given chances.
Shetty, first time he's faced Brooks in this spell, defends strongly down the ground. No run.
So I guess that's one spin-off to the way that the One-Day Cup is scheduled. That you are getting quite a few cricketers an opportunity to play at professional level, which maybe those opportunities wouldn't come their way previously in different seasons.
Shetty looks back at his bat just before Brooks comes in. drives. A nice looking drive, timed it well, but the bowler is able to clean it up on his follow through. Just starting to cloud over a bit now, isn't it? Not in any menacing way, but it does mean that that sunshine we were praising earlier on is just disappearing ever so slightly. Changing the field, square leg goes back onto the fence and cover comes in to mid wicket, so there is a gap on the offside should Shetty want to take it on. One delivery left in this 47th over. Full flicked, very wristy looking shot there from Shetty, but he can't find the gap. Another dot ball to end 47th. 156 for 5 at Lancashire.
Just looking here at Shetty's record in Lancashire's second 11, 53. This is before he got himself a chance to play in last season's Metrobank One Day Cup. He signed that short-term deal which I mentioned. Played 53 matches for Lancashire's second 11, scoring 1,500 runs, average of 32 and 45 wickets. That's an average of 31, and then a short-term deal to play in the One Day Cup last year, and as I mentioned, finals day, and then he plays a championship match, and then in the winter signing a 2-year deal. And game number 3 of this season's county championship campaign. He's in the team. A little bit of a break here. The umpires checking the ball. They are. I think they're not just checking the ball. I think they're going to change the ball. They've had the magic hoops out, the silver rings, to see if the ball will pass through. It's obviously failed the test. We need the box of balls, the replacement balls, to head out. New balls.
Yeah, we need some more balls. The reason for my mirth at the back of the box, it was pointed out to me because I was far too excited by the fact that the camera had been smashed. Well, not smashed, but hit. To realise that was a point for Gloucestershire, which means that they are currently sitting on 1 point. They're no longer on naught. However, as I was pointed this out by somebody, then had a look over at the board. The over rate's -1.
Catch that up. It's no problem. Don't worry about that.
I'm sorry, but if you don't laugh, you've got to laugh. You've got to see the funny side of it. Got 1 point on the board, but as it stands, it's not really there. One more wicket though, and they'll have another point.
Yes.
And the over rate might move to -2.
You're in that type of mood, aren't you? I can tell. You've returned to your commentary stint in that cynical mood that you're in, that you've been in for most of the week.
So when am I not in a cynical mood?
True. Right, the umpires have selected a replacement ball. Matthew Hurst is taking guard from umpire Blackwell. Bell is going to continue. His bowling change worked a treat, dismissing Marcus Harris. It's been a good afternoon for Gloucestershire. 4 wickets, I think 4 for 22, I think it was. And well, Lancashire in front, only by 20. I feel they've got a chance here to get themselves right back into this match. There's Bell, and he'll come over the wicket to Hurst. That's turned into the onside. Miles Hammond is at the short straight mid-wicket position. Fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've got to finish the side off now, having done a lot of hard work, but also, I would say, for the first time this season, a side has just let them in a little bit. Wells and Jennings' dismissals especially.
Bell to Hurst off the back foot, nicely played. Punched away through the offside. Bowman will catch up with the ball. Hurtles it in towards the gloves of Bracey, and Hurst has come back for 2. 158 for 5.
You know, Middlesex and Durham were ruthless, and Lancashire are still in a mightily strong position anyway. But Gloucestershire just got so few, if any, of those sorts of wickets.
Bell to Hurst, who defends, drops into the offside.
And so maybe, not all of the wickets have been that way, but maybe just especially that wicket of Jennings just starts to make you think, okay, maybe things are just turning a little bit. Then an edge that just carries. Bell gets one through Harris. Just start to get a little bit of confidence from there.
Bell to Hurst. It's a lovely straight drive. Van Buren gets away to his left at mid-on to field. He stops the ball and pushes it conveniently towards mid-off. But Hurst has got a single.
That was very good. I think somebody down below us commentated on that ball for us.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, I could hear it. Maybe I just turned the mic down a little bit. It was short, and then, well fielded. I don't think we needed anything else. Not much else.
59 for 5.
Well, not for the viewers on the live stream anyway. That would have been perfect.
Shetty's back on strike. There's Bell. To Shetty off the inner half of the bat. He's played that shot a couple of times, but tucks it away to square leg for a single.
But yes, I thought Bell versus Harris might be a bit of a ding-dong battle. You're mentioning that probably faced quite a lot of each other in the... Well, I say faced a lot of each other. Harris has faced a lot of Bell. I doubt that Bell's faced an awful lot of Marcus Harris. But anyway, they love that sort of thing. Aussie on Aussie.
Hurst taps it away to complete the over. 160 for 5. Hurst on 8 and Shetty on 5. Lead by 24.
Has Marcus Harris bowled for Lancashire that you can remember? Because he bowled for Gloucestershire.
Did he?
It did. I think it was just the once, but I'm going to look back and have a bit of a double check. I think, yeah, it was. He bowled 1 over, and it was a maiden.
Well, we've not yet witnessed this in Lancashire.
No, it was at the end of the first game of 2023,
right?
Which was a draw where Gloucestershire actually resurrected themselves from a first innings not too dissimilar to this one. I think they were about 170 odd all out, something like that. Glamorgan raced off into a lead. Brooks bowls back of a length, driven off the back foot. That's a glorious shot from Shetty out to the point boundary for 4. Got on top of that and really punched it away through point out to the boundary. 164 for 5. But yes, Harris had scored 100 in that match, and Chris Dent also. A big partnership that just turned things around. In fact, apologies, Dent got 78. Now I look back, my memory's failing me. Brooks bowls or beats the edge. A little bit of shape away from Shetty there. It was a fuller ball from Brooks. He's not bowled too many on that fuller length, and Shetty was drawn into playing, and the edge is passed. So good follow up from Brooks. No, Van Buren got 100, 110 not out. Harris made 148. Then Gloucestershire, they got themselves enough runs that they could put a little bit of pressure on Glamorgan at the end, but it wasn't enough time left in the game. Brooks bowls, driven away. It's another wonderful shot from Shetty. He's got it straight of mid-off and out to the boundary for 4 more. He just plays some shots. 168 for 5.
It would appear so, yeah. I mean, it's a great chance for him. There's a great opportunity for him. He's also come in above George Balderson. I just assumed it would be Balderson next, so he's been given the nod above Balderson. I mean, they're quite a decent way down, Lancashire. They've got Balderson next, then Coghlan coming at 9.
Yeah, I mean, on the card, initially, Shetty was down to come in at 9. 2 boundaries in the over, but passing of the edge as well has been an appeal for LBW, which is turned down. The ball is deflected to slip. I'm not sure if it carried.
I don't think he did.
Price anyway, but I think it's the LBW that they're interested in. I don't think they believe that it hit the edge, but it was quite full, it was quite straight, but it was not given out. It's been a strange over. 4 play and miss, 4, I suppose play and miss, but then hit on the pad. So this next delivery should be a boundary. Brooks into Shetty, and it's got up in the air. There's a chance of a catch out at deep square, and it's taken. So a short ball, which was sort of shovel pulled by Shetty, and he got so much on it that it's ended up picking out deep square on the boundary. He barely had to move, and Henry Brooks has got his first Gloucestershire wicket with a shorter ball that was picked up and almost timed too well, and Lancashire have lost a 6th wicket. The lead is 32, and Tommy Borman has his first catch in first-class cricket. There would have been some nerves under that one, I'm sure. It's never the easiest ground to catch at with a red ball, Bristol. Various backgrounds to try and see the ball out of, but he always looked pretty comfortable underneath it. As I say, almost the danger was that he didn't have to move that much, and it seemed so straightforward, and he had time to think about it. But no issues as far as the catch, and Brooks has probably bought another wicket there, really, with that dismissal, and Gloucestershire have got a second bowling point.
And it's still only -1.
The over rate currently says -1. Yes, we'll have a look at tea.
They get readjusted at tea.
Yeah, I think we'll have a bit of an adjustment.
Yeah, it'll be fine at tea. Be +2 at tea.
Oh yeah. Well, anyways.
Well, how many sessions have Gloucestershire won this season in the opening 2 matches?
Well,
do you reckon?
I think you asked me this question off
is
air earlier on, and I was
comprehensively Gloucestershire session.
trying to think back whether, I mean, there's certainly no question that they didn't win a session in the Durham match. Ooh. It's a tough one, because so the first session of day 3 against Durham, they were 77 without loss following on, but they'd lost the 2 wickets in the previous innings in that session as well. But the openers were there and set. That's probably still evens though, actually, even though it was a 77-run opening partnership. So we'll put that aside. Ooh, 100. Oh, never mind. We've got a delivery to commentate on. It's far more important. Balderson's the new batter. He's just got the one delivery to face in this Brooks over, and he blocks it out. So 168 for 6, Lancashire, with a lead of 32. I'm trying to look back now. So the second session of the opening day, 143 for 3. That's not a win either. So I think this could be the first. Yep. In terms of an actual outright win.
Yeah.
They haven't lost every session, but
Yeah.
they've had a couple of draws, and this could be the first one. But things have just run for them in this session in a way that hasn't happened. And I suppose, how much of it has been that they've created it, and how much has been Lancashire have had a few dismissals that they might look back on and think,
It's probably a bit of both. Isn't
yeah,
it?
and that's the thing. At some point, you expect the opposition just to make a mistake, and through 2 matches that didn't happen. Teams make mistakes, players make mistakes, even the better teams do.
Will Williams replacing that spell from Bell, wide and left. So it was 3 overs from Bell, but it was a very successful 3 overs. He picked up 1 for 8 in that spell, but he got the dismissal of Marcus Harris. So looked a treat for Cameron Bancroft. 3 overs for Bell, get rid of Harris, and he can come back, and Williams can have a little go leading up towards the tea break. 168 for 6, Lancashire. Williams bowls to Hurst. Hurst drives to mid-off, and there's no run. So it is George Balderson, the new batter, at the non-striker's end. Coming in at number 8 for Lancashire.
It's always one of the great names, Balderson, but who was Boulder? Have we ever found this out?
I can't say I've looked into it.
No.
As William Williams comes in and bowls, and that's defended in towards the offside, and there's no run.
He's got some good middle names as well, doesn't he? I have to double check. Williams, Salter, Austin Williams.
Yes, terrific.
It's Austen.
When he first signed for Lancashire, so it's a great name, that, isn't it? I'd love to meet his parents. I'd love to meet his parents. Williams comes in and bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery with the keeper stood up, and it has Hirsch just leaning into it, into the gloves of Bracey. So the parents that named their son William Williams, they've got to be great fun. I'm looking forward to meeting his mum and dad. Anyway, I met them. And they introduced themselves to me. So I'm the quirky parent you keep referring to on commentary. I was lovely to meet you.
I'd love to have seen the shade of your face.
Oh, it was funny. It was great. It was good fun. Williams balls. Oh, has Bracey leaping to his right as Hurst bat and pad together, pushing away. No idea if that's come off the pad directly with a bit of bat in there. What's that come off? Let's have a look back on the replay.
Was it inside edge onto his pad and then it loops away and Bracey just can't quite get there?
It was a good effort from Bracey, wasn't it? He's gone leaping out to his right to try and get something on it. Little inside edge. Williams bowls and Hurst defends. Back to Williams, end of the over. 168 for 6. Lancashire lead by 32. Hurst and Balderson batting together here. Good over that from Williams.
Yeah, and I suppose now you're getting to build on what's come before a bit as well. So it goes back to that comment from Mark Elaine about bowlers feeling as though they have to change what they were brought in to do. But in a situation like this where they've got some wickets, it's so much easier just to stick to what you're best at. Brooks bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Balderson. And that's just patted away into the covers. And there's no run. Yeah, the wind does seem to be kicking up a little bit, just looking at the trees, which are starting to come into leaf now, now that we're 3 games into the cricket season. Finally got some leaves on some of the trees.
Yeah, ridiculous really, isn't it? I was scraping the car last week before I went down to Old Trafford. Ice on the car.
Yeah. I think it's still supposed to get down to about 4 or 5 tonight. Balderson plays that one from close to his body and defence into the offside. So I'm not sure if there might be a few spectators who, especially if the sun were to go in a bit later on, probably could be excused for heading for the cars just a little bit early.
Yeah, it's okay in the sunshine, but the wind is quite chilly. The breeze, I say wind, it's only a breeze really, but it's quite chilly. You do need your jumper, your
It's
coat.
getting a bit more breezy. Brooks bowls to Balderson, and this is played defensively to the leg side. The other problem with, well, I say that actually there's no other problem. This is the problem with the Balderson name. You have to say bowls to Balderson, and it's a bit like when you've got James Coles out there and it's Coles bowls, and
Yes,
it
it's too
just feels so
confusing.
silly.
Yeah, it's too confusing.
Well, he certainly had the match already as George Balderson with his fifer decimated Gloucestershire's middle order. He's facing now to Brooks and turns it gently into the onside where Charlesworth comes in to pick up. Haven't seen Ben Charlesworth with the ball yet. There was a time when he went off the field and I wondered if he might be coming on to bowl, but Gloucestershire have used their 4 seamers plus 5 overs of Graham Van Buren, and Van Buren picking up arguably the most important wicket of the innings, that wicket of Jennings. Brooks in to bowl round the wicket, Balderson waits for that one to come to him, angles it to point, and there's no run. A smattering of spectators all the way around the ground. As ever, there's that, I say, group of spectators. I have to say they're quite often individuals that sit in the mound stand. It's not really the loaners stand, but there are a few groups in there as well. But there are a lot of individuals who seem to choose the mound stand. Brooks in now, bowls no ball. He's had a few of those as Brooks. So 2 more runs to the Lancashire total. It spoils what would have been a maiden over, because all Balderson did was turn it leg side. So 170 for 6 will be the score. It's a lead of 34 runs. As ever, those that are in the mound stand, they've got quite a few seats between them, occupying about 6 of them each. Brooks to Balderson, and this is defended again as Taylor comes in from mid-on. So no runs off the bat in the over, but 2 for the no ball. Brooks has bowled 4 no balls, 20 extras in total in the innings. Lancashire gave away 17 in basically the same amount of time. So Lancashire have just, with that 1 ball there, batted for, I think, a ball longer than Gloucestershire did. 136 plays 170 for 6. The lead's handy, but Lancashire would like it to be better than handy. Williams into Hurst, and he lets that one go through. Ollie Price just doing a practice delivery at first slip. He's got the captain's ear there as Price, with Bancroft at second slip. Knowing Ollie Price, he doesn't like to be too far from the action. He might have talked Bancroft into giving him a little bowl before tea. We've only got a few minutes left. Williams bowls to Hurst, and that's another leave alone. So they'd probably like to try and get through a Williams over here, an over of spin, and then another Williams over before the tea break. If they can just squeeze that in, they'll probably be needing Price to be quite loose already. Try and rattle through an over. Williams in now, and that's a tighter leave from Hurst. Bracey just holds the ball next to the stumps in case Hurst suddenly decided that he needed to jump up into the air for some unknown reason. Not exactly sure what, but keepers do like to do that. Williams turning with the flats behind him. He's there and now bowls, and that's defended straight back up the pitch by Hurst, who's been watchful. And I can't remember who it was made the point that really mostly only Luke Wells has made shot making look relatively straightforward for any period of time, but then of course he ended up getting out playing a shot. So maybe we have seen enough of this pitch to know that shot making is not the easiest. Williams bowls. Hurst rises up to try and pierce the offside field. Charlesworth does the fielding at cover. No run.
That would be what we've seen across the day in a bit. With 16 wickets have fallen. It looked pretty, obviously very difficult yesterday, but we're kind of factoring in the fact that Gloucestershire are pretty low on confidence. The conditions weren't great. Lancashire bowl well, but then you think today conditions should be better, but it's continued to offer enough for the bowlers.
Williams in now, and still can't draw Hurst into a shot. Williams, who's sunk to his knees a few times, but this time he decides to go even further than that and roll onto his back as he's delivered a maiden over. None for 37 from his 12 overs. He's come close a few times, but I'm not actually sure how close that was. It really wasn't that close. I suppose what Williams is thinking is, because he actually got a little bit of a way swing there, as if that hadn't swung away. But the problem is that it did.
It's all about the drama now, isn't he, Will Williams?
Yeah.
Wasn't like that.
Is it?
with
Oh,
us.
he's a drama queen.
He
Will
wasn't like
Williams.
that with us.
I'm going to get this over of Price. He'll be the 6th bowler into the attack.
Well, what a good session for Gloucestershire. Lancashire still have a lead of, is it now 34? And could yet go on to get a very, very healthy first innings lead. But in a season which has been pretty difficult 2 games in, then this is a welcome session for the home side. It'll be Ollie Price then. Yeah, slip and a leg slip into Balderson. Off the back foot, taps it away into the offside.
I'm not sure any amount of stalling could prevent there from being another over after this. So I think Lancashire will just be getting their heads down and getting on with it.
170 for 6. Price short that delivery. Oh, and Balderson going back to chop it, to try and cut the ball away. Just dragged that short to Price, and in the end he bottom edged it into the ground and bounced up to slip. Second, I thought he dragged that back onto his stumps. Lead of 34. Price bowls again. Turn into the onside. And there's no run.
Yes, he's changed his action a little bit, has Price, over the winter. Clearly, that front arm is doing something quite different from what it used to.
And Balderson off the back foot defence. And there's no run.
Sort of looks to me as though he's using his front arm as more than just a sort of a kind of preparation, and I think he seems to be bowling a bit more, maybe a bit more front on because of it.
Into Balderson, a little bit flatter this time. Balderson watchful, gets in behind it and defends. Final ball of what will be just this one over of Price's off spin before the tea break.
That noticeably more open stance, and this summer it seems as though he's just slightly changed his bowling action. Williams to start the last over before the tea break, and once more Hurst shoulders arms. Did we drop out for
I think only
a
for
moment
yeah,
there?
only briefly.
Yeah, the
I don't think
green
anyone
light came
noticed.
back on. I don't think anybody noticed. That's not a great thing to say, is it? It might have been
Nobody
just
noticed.
exactly the point that something really insightful was being said.
That
Not
is
by me, but
absolutely not ever going to be the case.
no. Williams in and bowls, and Hurst has to put back to ball this time. Just works it to the leg side. Hammond fields from short mid-wicket. I can barely remember Hammond actually fielding the ball, which is strange, because I was given a stat a couple of seasons ago that Miles Hammond had fielded the ball the most times of anybody in the county championship.
What on earth? Who on earth has come up with that stat?
Well, it was the people who track every ball.
Right.
It automatically they have to log who
fields
fields.
it, right.
So it actually was quite easy for them to say that. Williams bowls. Oh, that's a drive from Hurst. He's missed it, and gosh, he'd have been cross if he'd edged that one behind somewhere.
It's tempting Hurst here, isn't he?
He finally succumbed, to the
Just
the
push
ploy.
it a little bit wider, that delivery, didn't he, Williams? Hurst went for the shot.
Especially at bang on 4 o'clock as well. Really would have turned it into, well, pretty much as perfect a session as Gloucestershire could have hoped for, given that it started at 73 for 1. Williams into Hurst, who is tentatively pushing at that one, and as the ball misses attempts at playing at it and go through behind again.
Yeah, well, I've seen Will Williams do this a lot for Lancashire over a number of seasons now. Keeper stood up, batter on strike, and just, I mean, the amount of delivery, the amount of wickets he got with batters not playing a shot in a situation like this, and the ball just coming back in. Similar to what we saw Balderson do in the first innings, he kind of LBW bowled. They're all they're in the game when Williams is bowling like this.
Especially to right-handers. We know how vulnerable right-handers tend to be with that line of attack. Williams drags the length back a bit. That just allows Hurst the time to read it off the pitch. I know he's not a spinner, but it's that sort of thing. He just drops it down into the offside defensively. But if somebody just feels as though Williams is starts to get in their head a little bit, then especially with that keeper up, it can be a slightly claustrophobic feeling. But if Hurst gets through this delivery, they're off to tea, and things might get a little bit easier for Lancashire after tea. We'll see. Williams bowls to Hurst. That one does look as if it nipped back a little bit, but Hurst is tidily defending into the offside, and that ends the session at 170 for 6, with Lancashire having gone from 120 for 1 to 168 for 6, and Balderson and Hurst really pretty much having to shut up shop and hope that they can regroup and come back out and have a good evening session. And a good evening session still leaves Lancashire in an incredibly strong position. They were already in a strong position anyway. They lead by 34 runs and they've got 4 wickets in hand in their first innings, but there might just be a little bit of a sense of frustration from Lancashire that they had this match by the scruff of the neck, and through a mixture of some good persistent bowling from Gloucestershire and a couple of slightly rash shots, Lancashire have just opened the door for Gloucestershire, but they're going to have to really walk right through it in the evening session. So 170 for 6, Hurst and Balderson will resume after tea. We will be back in around about 20 minutes.
Gloucestershire men's and women's teams are back in Vitality Blast action this summer. Plenty to look forward to, including 3 exciting doubleheaders. The home campaign for the men starts on 22nd of May, Gloucestershire facing Warwickshire, and that follows on the same day Fran Wilson's side taking on Glamorgan in the 7-side derby. On June the 5th, the West Country men's derby follows Gloucestershire women taking on Middlesex. That's the 3 p.m. start. And on the 7th of June, it's Club Connect Day, as both Gloucestershire women and men face county neighbours Worcestershire. Tickets for all Blast matches are available now via the website.
welcome back. Lancashire and Gloucestershire are back out for the evening session on day 2, Division 2 of this Rothesay County Championship. Clash, Lancashire 170 for 6. They lead by 34. It was a good afternoon fight back from Gloucestershire, taking a cluster of wickets. A man responsible for 3 of those, Matt Taylor. Looks like he's got the ball in hand and he's going to kick off this session. Well, I suppose it's 20 past 4, but in cricket parlance, good evening, Scott Reid.
Was a good session, that, wasn't it? Lunchtime, Lancashire 73 for 1. Tea time, 170 for 6. So super fight back by Gloucestershire in that in the afternoon session. Everyone kind of chipping in, everyone kind of contributing and backing each other up and all the rest of it. It was it was a really impressive afternoon.
There's some waving going on here. It's vaguely in our direction, but it is below us. We are directly behind the bowler's arm, but I think on the balcony below us somebody's misbehaving and is distracting George Balderson. So we thought the evening session was about to start, but there's a bit of a delay as one of the players has now come 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Graham Van Buren has come to do some diplomatic negotiations to get whoever's moving around to sit down or get out of the way, or it all looked reasonably polite.
Close a door or shut a window, whatever it could be. Yeah.
Oh, there was pigeons and seagulls flying around as well. They might have been a bit rude, but anyway. After all that, Taylor is in, left arm over. George Balderson on strike. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge straight away. Tentative forward prod comes up empty.
So yeah, all in all, as sessions of cricket go, Gloucestershire have not had many, if any, in the opening 2 games.
That was harsh.
So happy days for the Gloucester boys. They've enjoyed a good afternoon there.
That probably got more of a laugh than it should have. But
I was being serious. I was being absolutely sincere.
Taylor in again. Oh, it's jagged back and clattered into Balderson's midriff. Trickles out into the offside.
Can't say anything in this commentary box without Seaburn giggling away in the background, can you?
He said you've been patronising.
Not being patronising, being sincere.
Well, it probably was a statement of fact that was
yeah.
Gloucestershire's best session of the season.
Yeah.
That is factually correct. Yeah.
Well, it is, and it's encouraging signs.
2 slips, kind of catching mid-wicket as well, waiting Taylor, and he floats that one up and it's driven down the ground, but Balderson can't beat mid-off, no run. He's still laughing.
Nice. Idiot.
That's full on abuse, is that?
We won't get into what his response to that comment was. Do you know what? When he's on with you, he can, in about half an hour's time, he can respond. Taylor once again. Little bit of swing actually, which we haven't seen in a while. We've seen some movement off the pitch, but that swings well past the outside edges. Balderson lets it go. 18 deliveries faced now by Balderson. He's yet to trouble the scorers. Hurst has faced 41 deliveries down the other end. He's on 8. Lancashire 170 for 6. They lead by 34. Taylor, pick of the bowler so far. 3 wickets, costing just 29 runs. This is what coming towards the end of his 13th over. Starting to cloud over a little bit here. The afternoon sunshine is not quite gone. Edged, and has that carried? It has. That's a brilliant catch. I think that's Cam Bancroft in there at second slip, who's taken a brilliant diving catch to his right-hand side. One of those where it was between the 2 slip fielders, so it could have been either one of them that went for it, but in the end it's Bancroft who goes, as I said, moving to his right-hand side, and it's low as well.
Great catch.
Very low. In fact, it wasn't between them, it was his catch, but it was just very, very low. They've been good in the cordon of Gloucestershire. That's 2 low chances that have been snaffled today. It's the end of George Balderson. He goes for a duck.
Yeah, it's a belting catch. It was Michael Jones, wasn't it, in the afternoon, and it was taken by Price.
It was, yeah.
The other slip catch, that's gone pretty sharply, and look how low down it is. His fingers almost touching the grass. That's a terrific catch. Really good work in the slips.
The way he's moving, he's ended up having to go to his right, but just instinctively his first step is to his left, because there've been about 3 or 4 half chances today off this Gloucestershire attack, particularly off Taylor actually, that have gone to the left-hand side of the widest slip fielder, if that makes sense, towards the third slip gully region. So it's almost as if he sees an edge and he instinctively takes his first step left, and then he has to go back the other direction. It's good reflexes. 4 for 29 now for Taylor. He smells a 5-wicket haul.
And why not? Yeah, he was excellent this afternoon, and as indeed of the entire kind of Gloucestershire bowling attack. So I don't think anyone. I mean, I know that Brooks hasn't got. He's got 1 wicket. He's got the Shetty wicket, didn't he? Which was kind of shoveled away off his hip to square leg. But I mean, everybody's kind of contributed along the way. Williams is searching for his first wicket of the day, but he's bowled 13 overs. He's gone for 37, and he was very, very close to getting Hurst before tea. That little spell he had to Hurst with the keeper set up, that was very, very tricky. So yeah, I think Bell, Williams, Taylor, Brooks, Van Buren have all contributed here to a good afternoon for Gloucestershire. Lancashire they're still in front, 34 in front, 7 wickets down, but they're fighting back hard with the ball, Gloucestershire.
Paul Coughlin's the new man, and he's got 1 delivery to negotiate here. Matt Taylor comes around the wicket, left alone outside the off stump. End of a wicket-taking over. There's more giggles behind us. I think the reaction of the Gloucestershire faithful is causing some hilarity up in the commentating box.
There's a few that are about 4 or 5 pints in when I was down there.
I double that figure.
Well, they said this was about an hour ago that I think when I was watching them.
Yeah, well, I sat down there just before tea while you two were on, and yeah, they're
enjoying their afternoon.
They're having a great time.
Nice.
I won't do an impression of what they were saying.
No, it's probably for the best.
Probably for the best. Yeah. It was entertaining, nonetheless. That's all that you need to know. 170 for 7.
Plenty of beer being consumed. Nice little Saturday afternoon feel to it, though, isn't it? It's nice.
It's great.
Decent number in the ground, and weather's all right.
Yeah, it is clouding over. It's not gotten dark, but it's certainly a good bit gloomier than it was about half an hour ago.
Well, Williams is going to continue. He's on the hunt for Hurst's wicket here, and was before tea as well. Down the leg side, taken by Bracey, who skips to his left. So he's been kind of pushing the ball in and around the Hurst off stump, there or thereabouts. Sometimes getting Hurst to play and miss, sometimes getting Hurst to inside edge back onto his pad, which was just beyond the reach of Bracey. And Hurst knows. We've seen Williams do this many times in Lancashire colours. This type of strategy, this type of tactic. Williams back in to Hurst on the front foot, deflecting it defensively away to cover. There's no run.
He's been in survival mode, hasn't he, Hurst? 8 off 42. You just wonder, does that continue to be the ploy? As they just, they've got a lead. Whatever it ends up being, and you would think they'll get another chance to bowl at some point this evening, given the volume of overs we still have to get through. Still 39 overs after this one. Or does he become a bit more positive now that he's batting with the tail? Look to advance the game that way.
Williams strides in again, balls. Hurst defends. At the minute, there's not much more he can do apart from that, is there? There's so little scoring options. He's so accurate and consistent, Williams. Line and length, and giving a batter not a great deal of work, not a great deal of option to try and work the ball into space. Almost making Hurst play a shot that he perhaps wouldn't want to, forcing him into an error. Bit of a game of patience here. 70 for 7. Williams to Hurst. That's fiddled away through the offside. They're thinking of trying to get through for 1. Picked up just a battle point. No addition to the score.
The wind's picked up. Just looking at those umbrellas and sponsored umbrellas below us. They're weighed down, but they are blowing a good bit more than they were previously.
Grab a taste of the coast is the is the hook line for that particular lager. Lovely. In comes Williams, balls to Hurst. It's through to the keeper. There's no run.
I think there's been a few people getting a taste of the coast.
I think there has
today.
been, yeah. They've enjoyed the taste of Cornwall by the looks of it. Going to those brollies. Nice little spot down there, isn't it? With the picnic benches. Little white fence. Just keeping you nicely tucked in, and the brollies for some shade. And a great view of the cricket. Just to the side of the sight screen. 170 for 7, 34 in front. Williams for Gloucestershire. Balls to Hurst, it's a no ball. This defends to the leg side. Williams turns round and can't quite believe he's overstepped there.
They never can they? It's always a big shock when they overstep. That's the fifth no ball I make it. Henry Brooks has been responsible for 4 of them, according to this scorecard, and now Will Williams is going to have 1 added to his ledger.
It was supposed to be the final ball of the over, but you'll have to bowl it again. Back into Hurst. Oh, it's edged down into the ground, bouncing in front of Cameron Bancroft at second slip, and everyone's getting excited that maybe there was something more in that.
There was a crowd catch, I think. That's what they call that.
There's a crowd catch at mid-on, I think, as well. Who was at mid-on there? Got Phillips. He's on as a 12th man for Gloucestershire. He was up appealing for a second or two. End of the over, though. And it's 172 for 7.
To be fair, it's not the easiest to pick up the ball, is it? Especially as it starts to get a bit gloomy and, not us, but those below us might have engaged in some behaviour that meant that their sight faculties are not what they were 3-4 hours ago.
But their enthusiasm's increased.
Oh, it's the trade-off. It's a necessary trade-off. Here's Taylor in, short and pulled around the corner by Coughlin. He gets off the mark with a single to fine leg, who wasn't all the way back on the boundary. I think Will Williams might have just been caught out there as he slowly ambled from his mark down to fine leg to start that over. He hadn't quite made it all the way to the boundary, and he had to very quickly turn around and field that one, but he wasn't completely caught out. He did manage to stop the ball going to the rope. Brings Hurst back on strike. Probably not a bad result for Lancashire, all things considered. Taylor continues, left arm around the wicket, 3 slips in place. Defended on the back foot by Hurst. Taylor does the fielding off his own bowling. It's that part of the day now where if you look at the slip fielders there, they've all got their hands in their pockets, or they're rubbing them viciously together trying to stay warm. The last thing you want with cold hands is a slip catch. That'll sting.
Yeah, the opening couple of rounds, especially the opening round where were Gloucestershire? For Lords. Lancashire at Northamptonshire, it was absolutely bitter.
Taylor Hurst just walks down the track at him and he pulls his length back, but he fires it down leg, and it's a good take, one-handed diving from Bracey. From memory, London was quite nice.
Was it?
That weekend. The first day, was it not?
Baltic in Northampton.
And then Storm Dave.
Yeah, we had the storm,
Dave,
didn't we? We had the wind
yeah.
as well, which didn't help. 40-mile-an-hour gusts across the ground. Yeah, that wasn't. I suspect that wasn't fun for the slip catchers.
No.
Absolutely Baltic with a 40-mile-an-hour wind.
Well, fun or otherwise, today, with the cold and wind, Gloucestershire slip catching has been good so far. Full wide, left alone by Hurst outside the off stump. 4 for 30. Taylor's figures now.
Yeah, the new championship season started with Storm Dave. Welcome to the new cricket season. Here's a storm.
It was funny. I remember I was having a chat to one of our various bosses at the BBC in March, just planning for the season, etc. And it was bright sunshine, about 17 degrees at that point, mid-March, as it tends to be. Taylor in again, full wide, once again. It's left alone. And he made the comment to me. He said, get him out. Get them out there. It's sunny now. None of this waiting around to the first weekend of April nonsense when it's going to be cold and raining, April showers and all that. Get them out now. And he was right. They didn't play in March when the weather is beautiful. And then as soon as the cricket season starts, it gets cold again. Changing the field. Taylor has just sent square leg back to the fence. Will he try a short ball with the last delivery of this 57th, or is it the old bluff? We shall see. Hurst on strike. He's on 8, having faced 52 deliveries. Coughlin's faced 2 deliveries for his 1 down the other end. Here's Taylor. Heavy length, top of the stumps, just shorter. Defended into the offside. End of the over. Lancashire's lead is now 37, as they are 173 for 3. 173 for 7, I should say. Been a long day.
Yeah, you look at the wickets there that Gloucestershire have picked up 4 for Taylor, so he's the pick of the bunch, but Van Buren, Brooks, Bell, all chipping in along the way. Lancashire will feel, especially Keaton Jennings, I'm sure, that...
Well, that was the one that really... I know he didn't start the mini collapse because Bohannon got out before him, 20 runs before him, but that was the one that felt, of all of them, it was the biggest gift for Gloucestershire, and then new men came and couldn't hang around. Michael Jones departed for a duck shortly after, and Harris went after that as well. That was the one. You get the guy on 70 out, and then the dominoes started to fall a little bit.
Williams in to Coghlan, rather. Clipped away down to fine leg for a single. Moves the score on to 174 for 7. So they're not playing at the minute at Edgbaston. There's rain in the game between Warwickshire and Essex. Essex 79 for 2 in their first innings, replying to Warwickshire's 190 all out. The other 2 games in this round of fixtures are in play. Hurst drives towards wide mid-off, but for no run. Division 1, Hampshire 50 without loss in their second innings, so just about to go in front. With all 10 wickets remaining, the scores are level in that game, with Hampshire 50 without loss in their second innings, and Northamptonshire 173 for 4. Williams to Hurst, defends and there's no run. Nathan McSweeney is 63 not out, and James Sales is 44 not out, so Northants trail Middlesex by 166 runs, with 6 first innings wickets remaining. Just a bit of rain around in the Midlands, but everywhere else the other fixtures are playing. But yeah, just 2 Division 1 games and 2 Division 2 games this week. Most sides having a week off. Williams again to Hurst, calming onto the front foot, and plays a nice forward defensive, and there's no run.
We're supposed to be all right for the rest of the day, aren't we?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think tomorrow's all right as well. I think for the rest, I think tomorrow, and should it go into Monday, then I think we're all right. Not too bad.
Touch wood.
Just yesterday was a bit bleak, wasn't it? Really?
It was, yeah. Well, what time did it come? It was about 3 o'clock it started, wasn't it?
Yep. We left around about 6:30, and it was still kind of drizzling a little bit. Turns it into the onside, gathered by Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. There's no run. I spoke to Stephen Croft at the close of play, and he was huddled underneath. There's a little bit of the balcony that comes out in this pavilion, and he was underneath that because the rain was pelting down. So we're having to chat there. He was huddled for in a bit of a dry spot, but it was a bit filthy, the weather.
Yeah, I read some of his comments this morning. He had some interesting things to say, didn't he? About the Singdale situation.
Williams bowls to Hurst. Again, just happy to be patient, not looking to force anything, just tapping it into the offside. End of the over. 174 for 7 at the end of the 58th over. For Lancashire's first innings.
Presume Taylor's continuing. Yeah, there he is. Couldn't see him. He was hiding behind the monitor here. His hat's now with the umpire, and he's back at the top of his mark. He's continuing with this. He does this consistently, doesn't he? Bowls around the wicket to the right-handers. I mean, I think the Bohannon dismissal earlier, that was kind of his. That's his ideal situation from this angle, isn't it? Just natural angle coming in and get it to leave the right-hander enough to clip the off stump, which is what happened to Bohannon. That's full, and did it? I think it might have taken a bit of inside edge on the way through there, because the angle of where Coughlan's back pad was in front of his stumps was pretty adjacent, but the lack of appeal would suggest that there's a bit of bat on that as it trickles behind the wicket for no run. Yeah, big inside edge, but big in-swinger. Haven't seen a lot of movement through the air tonight. Just maybe as it gets a bit gloomier here, does it start to do a bit more?
The Bohannon wicket was a beauty, wasn't it? It was a really nice piece of bowling from Taylor. As you say, kind of perfect for him.
Yeah, we'll see. Is he getting the ball to talk a bit more now? Well, that one comes in as well. There's definitely a bit of swing out there. Batting conditions just getting slightly more difficult than they were perhaps throughout the afternoon. That one's defended for no run by Coghlan.
Never looked like he found it easy at all, did he, Josh Bohannon? Looked like he was kind of really searching for it and trying to just get through it and see if it would get a little easier as the day went on, but he got a very good delivery from Taylor. Angled in straight and just clipping the top of off stump. It was a beauty from Taylor.
Taylor back in. 2 slips. The right-handed Coghlan on strike. That one, touch of movement as well. It's driven slightly uppishly, but it lands well short of mid-off.
Back-to-back gains for Paul Coghlan for Lancashire. Debuted last week against Derbyshire and had a very, very good debut. Wickets and runs in his first match for Lancashire. I'm enjoying from Durham.
Yeah, well, he's on 2 so far, having faced just 6 deliveries since coming in. In comes Taylor. That was outside off. Probably could have been left alone, but Coghlan does play at it. He steers it behind square. Doesn't really get off a square at all. No run. Yeah, so Coghlan replaced Balderson at the crease. Brilliant catch, diving to his right-hand side. I'm trying to do the mirror angles here because it's the opposite of what we're looking at here. Cameron Bancroft diving at second slip to get rid of Balderson for a duck. As he did in the previous over, Taylor has stuck square leg back just for the last couple of deliveries, just giving himself the option of changing up his length should he so desire. Just as I say that, the sun's come out once again, and that's just beats the outside edge. That was the one that was angled in and leaves him, but it just started a little bit too far outside off, which meant that the movement took it past the outside edge instead of just taking a little nick on the way through to Bracey. And then as soon as I said that very momentary blast of sunshine has disappeared again. I think we're going to get a lot of that. The wind is swirling. These clouds are going to come in and out and affect the light, you'd suspect, at some point. Taylor in. There's that in-swinger again. Safely negotiated by Coghlan. 174 for 7. 59 overs have been bowled now by Gloucestershire.
So the football ground from here, can't we? It's Bristol Rovers, isn't there? Bristol Rovers at home today, or they? No.
I don't know. City are at home.
Are at home today. Oh, they're 4-1 down.
They're 4-1 down. When I started my commentary stint, 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, I can't remember. It was 1-1. Oh my days, that's not
going very well, is it?
It's a second half to forget. Where they play? Down at Ashton Gate, don't they? Yeah.
Dear. Some sweets.
You've just been given a gift, have you?
Sweets.
It was very.
Thank you, Gary.
He was very forthright with his placement.
Well, he's forthright with everything, is Gary.
Yeah.
There's nothing subtle about Gary Morgan. 174 for 7. Williams bowls. Forward goes Hurst. And defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
What's he giving you?
Well, I think it's a for us all, isn't it?
Some gummy bears. Yeah, that's very kind of him.
Sweeties. Thank you, Gary.
You didn't put your name on it, no, so it's shared property.
No, it's very much a commentary box sweet. He's probably feeling guilty for stitching me up earlier on today. Yeah, I think he's probably feeling like he's probably owes me an apology for that. So, sweets will be fine. 74 for 7, 38 in front. Williams to Hurst. Keeper standing back. Hurst allows that to go through to Bracey.
It does feel like these two have just managed to take a bit of sting out of the game, haven't they? There's not quite the same buzz around the ground as there had been in the lead up to tea and then immediately after when Gloucestershire struck quite early on in this session. Just famous last words and all that, but it does feel like they've just negotiated a bit of a tricky patch quite well. Momentum not quite with Gloucestershire as it was previously.
Williams to Hurst it's on the walk. He's Hurst and allows it to go through again.
I think he's forgotten two things there, because remember Bracey was standing up to Williams, so clearly he thought that he had forgotten that he was stood up, because he straight away ran backwards as if there was a chance of him getting stumped, and then he turned around and saw that Bracey was 20 yards behind him, and he relaxed all of a sudden. But if he keeps doing that, Hurst walking down the track, I would think that Bracey might put his helmet back on.
Williams to Hurst. Pushed away into the offside. And there's no run. the runs have slowed down. I'm not sure if Lancashire will be kind of overly stressed about that, but the lead is 38. And at the minute, Gloucestershire, yes, they might not be wicket-taking threat just yet, but they really have slowed things down. Helped by this spell from Williams as Hurst leaves again, deliberately hoisting his bat above his head. Through to Bracey. Again, there's no addition to the score. Hurst goes wandering away towards square leg. Keeper and the slips are in conversation. Caught well, those two slip catchers, Bancroft and Price today, both taking a blinder each. Williams into Hurst. Again, happy to allow it to travel through, and that's the end of the over. That's how Lancashire's scorecard looks. Jennings bossing it with 70. He'll be, I'm sure, disappointed he couldn't kick on and turn that into a much bigger score. Starts for Wells and for Barnum, but the fight back for Gloucestershire through the course of the afternoon session, chipped away at wickets. The Harris dismissal when Bell came back into the attack, that LBW was such a boost for Gloucestershire to get in the afternoon session. Balderson's fallen as well. Shetty just prior to tea. It says Singdale on the batting card there, but replace that with Ollie Sutton.
No, don't mention the war. Here's Taylor looking for his 5th wicket. That's defended on the back foot by Coughlin. No run.
He wasn't required to bowl this morning, wasn't Ali Sutton? It's a morning session for Gloucestershire with the bat all wrapped up inside about half an hour or so. Anderson and Balderson combining to get that job done.
Clouds continuing to come in, roll in. Here in Bristol, Taylor in. Oh, what a big heave from Coughlin. He's going to get a boundary. I think it might have gone all the way. It has. It's gone for 6. It's just, he's gone for a big mow over wide, long on cow corner. Full delivery, pretty straight, on or near the off stump. And it's just flown off the outside edge, away over the slip cordon, and away for 6. It's come out of nowhere. That's an agricultural stroke,
Terrific.
to say the least. But he's just got big edge on that bat. It's flown for 6.
I love his reaction too. You could see it on the replay there. He just had this big smile on his face, didn't he? Kind of just chuckling away as he's trying to wallop it out towards mid wicket, and it flies down to the man.
Brings the lead into the 40s. It's now 44 runs that Lancashire are ahead by. Taylor comes in again after being hit for that extraordinary 6. Oh, that could be out. That looks very adjacent. It is. Coughlin departs. LBW trapped in front by Taylor, who now has his 5th wicket. Brilliant spell from Matt Taylor. Recovers from being hit for 6. Next ball, full straight. Coughlin missed a straight one.
Yeah, well bowled, Matt Taylor. He's been the beating heart of this Gloucestershire performance with the ball through the course of this second day. And yeah, he's enjoyed that, and rightly so. Very nicely bowled. 5 wickets in the match, or 5 wickets in the innings so far for Matt Taylor. 5 for 36. And having just seen one bizarrely being swatted down to third man when he was aiming for somewhere out towards mid wicket for 6. He gets his reward the very next delivery with a wicket of Paul Coughlin. And Lancashire 184. 8, and the injury substitute, is that what we call them? I don't know. Injury replacement?
Replacement.
Right.
Myself and Ed had this conversation earlier today. I think a sub is kind of like a sub fielder,
right?
Whereas replacement means Mr. Sutton here is going to be batting.
Right.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for, because, like you said, he didn't bowl.
No.
What did you say a cab cost from Leicester? About 300 quid.
Well,
roughly?
I looked this morning. And I do know that these prices do fluctuate, don't they, on demand?
Peak times.
Peak times. But this morning it was about 350 quid for a taxi up to Leicester.
Well, he's paid 350 quid to not bowl and to have a bat here and try get the lead up to 50 if he can, if not more. I've never seen him bat. Have you seen him bat, young Sutton?
He's only played one first-class match. I'm not so sure if he batted in that game or not, but so no, I can't say. He was described by Stephen Croft last night as a bowling all-rounder.
Interesting. Well, that would suggest he can bat.
Well, that's for the point that Steve Croft was making, yeah. Replaced a right-arm fast bowler with a left-arm all-rounder.
Well, here is Sutton, the injury replacement for Singdale. He's batting, facing Matt Taylor, left-handed bat, left-handed bowler, left alone outside the off stump. Again, just a bit of movement in the air.
I'm not so sure if Stephen was being a bit generous with that. I'm not sure. I've not seen him bat, and Stephen has.
Perhaps he was just trying to make a point.
I think he may have been, yeah. I think he may have been.
180 for 8 now, the score. So Lancashire have 2 wickets left, looking to build on this lead of 44 runs. Matty Hurst has faced 64 deliveries for his 8 runs down at the non-striker's end. Sutton is facing up to his second ball now, and that's full and edged. Did it carry just short of Bancroft at second slip? He's taken it cleanly again. They're snaffling everything in there now. James Bracey has employed an interesting pose there where he's just on his knees, but
great reaction
rather
from Bracey.
Rather wide stance that.
Look at this reaction from the keeper for those watching on the live stream here. I said, "Oh, I can't believe it."
Can't believe that fell short. Genuine edge. Taylor continues to be threatening here. 1 delivery left in what is his 16th over of the day. In he comes, left arm over, full, driven, not particularly well timed out into the offside. So Sutton survives this over, having just entered the match. 180 for 8. The lead is now 44.
Yeah, good stuff by Taylor. He has bowled beautifully for Gloucestershire today. He's got the rewards, but I'm sure he'll say that everyone's played their part, and they have. I mean, the Bell spell, I thought, after lunch, alongside Williams, kind of set the level out for Gloucestershire. They bowled really tightly, didn't really give much away. Bell comes back in, gets rid of Harris in that little short spell through the afternoon. But Brooks, Van Buren all chipped in. Lancashire do have a lead of 44. Game's moved on at a pretty rapid pace through the course of this first couple of days. Williams to Hurst will continue. And Bracey now standing back up behind the stumps. Hurst, who has resisted all temptation so far. Temptation has been there. Williams doing his best to try and tempt Hurst into trying to play a shot or two. And so far, he has resisted. 8 not out from 65 balls faced. 180 for 8. Williams to Hurst. Again, it's left and through to Bracey. Ed is back alongside me.
Hello.
Hello.
I think Hurst, even if he might not be getting out, he might have facing Will Williams in his dreams tonight. Just come on, give me something. Anything.
He's so good at doing this, though, isn't he, Williams? When he gets into this kind of groove here, these situations are kind of perfect for him. And he comes to Hurst. And it's left. Through to Bracey.
Because Williams is staying so patient as well, because a lot of bowlers would have gone, right, okay, now was the time to really bowl one that little bit fuller and maybe take that risk of releasing the pressure, conceding a boundary, but getting greedy for the wicket. But Williams has decided that every run is potentially valuable, as well as the fact that he's tying Hurst down.
Williams to Hurst. He swings away this time over mid-on and out towards the boundary for 4 runs. And, well, I can't remember the last time Williams would have conceded a boundary, but it feels an age ago. Hurst moves to double figures. 184 for 8, the lead to 48.
He's stuck at the Coghlan route, really. I mean, this was this was a grit your teeth, swing as hard as possible, and hope to goodness something good happens. He didn't get a great deal of it, but he got enough. Yeah. I'm not sure that Gloucestershire need a long on just because of that one shot.
Yeah, Bell's dropped back from mid on to long on. Williams to Hurst. He goes again, flashes it over the leg side. Out towards Brooks on the square leg boundary this time. And Hurst through for a single. He moves on to 13. 185 for 8. I suspect the field will change here with Ollie Sutton on strike. A couple of boundary riders in that last delivery to Gloucestershire, but back to a couple of slips and a couple of catches close in.
Was it 3 or 4 they had on the boundary? There was a deep point and a fine leg. I didn't see whether a deep square as well, but a long on. I guess it's tricky because at the same time as Gloucestershire are bang on top of Lancashire in terms of the innings, there's still a lead of 50, and Bancroft doesn't just want to let runs go.
There's Williams to Stone. And behind it and defends. No run. End of the over. Well, Lancashire tried to ease a bit of the pressure that would have been cranked up by Williams, who was giving nothing away. Hurst engineering some runs over mid-on. 5 coming off that. 185 for 8, and that lead is now 49 for Lancashire.
There's been quite some vigil from Hurst, and only in that over getting into double figures, and he came in at 6 as well. You might ignore the number of balls and look at Hurst 13 and think maybe he'd come in a bit later than that, but he's seen Shetty, Balderson and Coghlan depart around him, and yet he's there on 13, but he does have the ability to unleash, so we'll see whether he's decided that with that one shot especially, and then the single after it, that he might go on the attack. Gloucestershire still think he might, because they've got Bell at a fairly deep lot-on position as Taylor strikes him on the pad. There's an appeal for this one, which is turned down by umpire Peverell. It's another one of those classic Taylor in-swingers from round the wicket to a right-handed batter. Oh, well, I wondered whether he may have thought he was just outside the line, or did he... It looked, and it's always tricky to tell not slowed down, it looked as if it could have been one of those ones that maybe hit both pads. Did he hear 2 noises? I'm not sure. Either way, it's another fine piece of bowling from Taylor. A mighty close shout. Taylor bowls a full ball pushed back to him. Taylor knocks it down, and I don't think he was really trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. Now, this really has been fine stuff from Matt Taylor, and at some point somebody had to, and it needs to be more than one person really, and it has been in a way, because the others have supported Taylor, but somebody had to put in an individual performance. Taylor bowls to Hurst. It's dropped down into the ground back towards the bowler, and it's Taylor who's done that. He actually didn't play an enormous amount of 4-day cricket last season. He played in 8 matches, but he didn't bowl a gigantic number of overs, because his focus a little bit over the past couple of years has been being fit for the T20. That's not a pretty shot from Matty Hurst, who's looked to try and drive that one through the covers, and he's played the cover drive to mid-wicket. It is that one where the bottom hand just takes over a little bit, but it was along the ground, so perfectly safe, and there's no run. In the previous year, he played even less, and he played 4 matches in 2024. A bit of an issue with a toe that didn't heal properly and got infected a few times, and that was something that carried over for quite a while. Taylor bowls, giving him the charge and swatting it away through mid-wicket is Hurst, and that's gone to the boundary for 4. So you don't really know exactly when he's going to do it, but he's now made it pretty clear in each of the last couple of overs that at some point he's just going to pick a ball, pretty much premeditate, because he doesn't know that Taylor's going to bowl that ball halfway down. He's just run at him. Taylor may be thinking about banging it in, having seen him come down the pitch, but Hurst has given that a smack through mid-wicket, and once again the ball's hit in at one place, and Gloucestershire move a fielder right there. They've taken the second slip out, Bancroft's at wide slip, and they've put 3, as it were, in the ring on the leg side. Taylor bowls a short ball, Hurst gets on top of it and pulls it away, and will achieve what he wanted. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. Pretty much hooked that from above his head, actually. So 5 runs off that over. Lancashire to 190 for 8. It's a lead of 54 runs, and looks as if Hurst might be going on the counter, which could lead to some exciting cricket in the next few overs.
Probably worth worth a go, isn't it, from Hurst, in truth?
Sutton has to do something at some point, doesn't it?
Sutton out there with Anderson to come. Lead is 54.
And as long as he's been out there, you sort of think, oh, well, he's playing for the close. Well, not playing for the close. What I meant was it's drawing closer to the close, except it's not, because it's 3 minutes past 5, and there's still 32 overs to be bowled today. Never mind, still 2 days to go after this. There's just so much time left in this match, but he's decided that he's had enough of, as it were, playing for time a little bit, because he's got 10 and 11 for company now.
Will Williams is being replaced. That's a post T spell, 4 overs, 1 maiden for 8. I think 5 of those runs came off his last over, so he's out of the attack. Brooks comes in, and he's into Hurst, and it's pulled by Hurst out towards square leg and pulled for 4. The dive on the square leg boundary, but Ollie Price unable to stop it. Hurst gets 4, moves to 22, 194 for 8, lead to 58.
They are gambling here, Gloucestershire, with this plan. I mean, we've got Brooks banging it in quite short, with basically everybody back on the leg side, but it's a short boundary, so it's not a mighty hit to clear it, and there's also not much time like there to react if it's hitting the gap.
Brooks into Hurst, down the pitch he comes. Huge swing and a miss from Hurst. And through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, that previous 4, if you watch the replay of Hurst having a little skip down the wicket, was hit in between the 2 fielders, either side of square on the leg side boundary, and only maybe 10 yards, if that, for Price to make up, but he's caught it well enough, and it's a short enough boundary that he's not able to get across and stop it. It's played nicely through mid-on for a single. To 23, Lancashire 195 for 8, lead is 59.
And Gloucestershire's 2 probably best boundary riders, well, Ben Charlesworth would probably have an argument there, but Hammond and Price, 2 of Gloucestershire's boundary riders when it comes to white ball cricket. Price tends to be, well, Price and Charlesworth tend to be the 2 square of the wicket, and then Hammond tends to patrol a sort of long on, long off. So if they're not getting there, then nobody is.
It's Sutton who's on strike. Field in. Shortish ball. Quick from Brooks, and Sutton just sways out the way through to Bracey. Yeah, they've got the 2 slip catches, and then now we've got a point and a cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg. It's a different feel for Sutton. Field is scattered a little more when it's Hurst on strike. Lancashire trying to eke out as many runs as they can from these final 2 wickets. The lead is 59. Brooks around the wicket, and Sutton defends. And there's no run, so he's got 1 ball to face. So I suspect this won't have too much interest in running here. So he'll be on strike.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are going to put a couple of sweepers out there to see whether he might decide to take the single.
Yeah, they've dropped point and they've dropped square leg. Final ball of the over. Henry Brooks for Gloucestershire around the wicket. Ball, Sutton in behind it and defends it nicely in towards the onside, guiding the ball down into the ground. Trickles out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. 195 for 8. Sutton yet to score. Hurst on 23. Lead of 59 for Lancashire.
So Taylor's had what? 5 overs in his spell since tea. So
2 for 12.
yeah. So this might be the last over of Taylor. So are you thinking if you're Matty Hurst, you see off this over of Taylor and then we can get somebody else on to bowl, or does he just think, well, I'm just getting my eye in now and keep swinging?
Keep swinging.
Keep swinging.
Keep swinging.
Lead is 59. Now, if he keeps chancing his arm and it comes off, then, you know, a quick fire 30 even makes a pretty big difference to that lead. Everybody scatters. Taylor bowls to Hurst, who gets an outside edge, which wouldn't have carried to a second slip if there'd been one. And he takes the single first ball. So Sutton on strike with 5 balls left in Matt Taylor's probably last over of this spell. You'd guess they'd go back to Bell probably. The over rate went from -1 to +1, so that's not of great concern. They could go to some spin and see if they could tempt Hurst into a hit, because the leg side from the pavilion end, the leg side for him would be quite a long hit, and it's the longer straight boundary as well. Taylor bowls to Sutton, an away swinger, and it's well watched through. Sutton seems to be warming to his work. It's funny, in a lot of sports you see this sort of situation where somebody comes in as a replacement not really expecting to play, and actually it sort of removes the pressure, really. I mean, there's no pressure on Sutton in this situation particularly anyway, because he's in number 10 and the Lancashire lead by 60, but in a way almost focus him. Taylor bowls to him, good delivery, but it's a forward defence from Sutton, who's looking very organised at the crease. Keeps that one out. 196 for 8. 60-run lead in the context of scores of 136 and 196 feels pretty big. Certainly take Gloucestershire most of the rest of the evening to knock those off, given that scoring rates have not been high in this match. Shot making's not been easy. Taylor bowls a full ball to Sutton, who pushes this one with a straight back to Matt Taylor. And there's no run. I was looking back to see when Matt Taylor's last fifer at Bristol was. I think it's been a bit of time, but as I say, he's not always played an enormous amount of 4-day cricket over the past couple of years. Injury and white ball priority for a while. He bowls now to Sutton, who's struck on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. The slips are imploring umpire Peverell, who once again does not raise the finger for Matt Taylor. The slips loved it. Taylor sort of turned round and put his finger up, but yeah, it's quite high, that. And Sutton's a tall man, and I think he had a much better case with the Hurst shout in the previous over than that one. Yep. But he continues to cause problems. This is really a fine spell from Taylor, who's always he's had this trait in his career as Sutton defends the last ball off the back foot into the offside for no run. That completes the over at 196 for 8, possibly completes another cracking spell from Matt Taylor. 5 for 42 from 18 overs. But he's always been a bowler that's taken wickets in clumps, and he's had another one of his innings spells where he's clumped it.
He's clumped
today.
He's had a clumpy day.
He's clumped it.
Mm-hmm. He's had a good day. A clumpy day is a good day for him. Brooks. 1-9-6 for 8. So the field again is pushed out. Boundary riders here, there and everywhere, especially on the leg side. There's 5 on the leg side boundary.
Fly slip, you don't see those too often.
In comes Brooks. Balls run down towards Bancroft in that position. Okay, takes a single off the first ball, Hurst. Moves to 25, 197 for 8. Lead is 61.
It has been a curious strategy from Hurst in terms of being able to read exactly what he's thinking. Because he went so suddenly into full-on attack mode, and just as suddenly he's gone into, well, it's all right, I'll just let the number 10 take 5 balls and over.
Yeah, Sutton back on strike. It's Brooks from around the wicket. Balls. Sutton carves that away down towards third man and all the way for 4. A little short and wide from Brooks, and Sutton gets off the mark with that. Flash down to third man. And that pushes Lancashire's score beyond 200. 201 for 8. And it gets Sutton his first runs of the match. Well, maybe Hurst has seen how Sutton has negotiated his previous 11 deliveries, and so just taking the foot off the gas a little, it would appear. Oh, that's just flicked off the hip down towards fine leg, is it? No, leg by, 4 of them. No bat on that. So 4 leg buys.
Very handy from a Lancashire perspective. Just, well, whether it's the overcompensation from the short wide delivery. Gary Morgan's sent us a message. Matt Taylor's last 5 for at Bristol was in 2018.
Short ball. Oh, it's down the leg side. That's going to go for 4 buys. So he's been cut to third man for 4, and then Brooks from around the wicket to Sutton has got one brushing off Sutton's 5 pad for 4 leg buys, and then one that's speared down the leg side for 4 buys.
That really did go. I mean, it was leg side anyway, but it was level with Sutton's, or was it? Maybe it wasn't. I thought it was more level with Sutton's body when it went past, but it certainly did go a long way sideways. Costly over this.
We're on to now 209 for 8. As Sutton defends to mid-on. Lead is 73 for Lancashire.
Yeah, just that release of pressure as well, with the tight bowling of Williams tying Hurst down to the point where he felt he had no option but to try and smack it over the top, and Taylor giving nothing away.
Brooks in to Sutton. Played nicely away off the front foot. Driven to cover. End of the over. 73 in front, Lancashire, 209 for 8.
As Scott will take a break and Nathan Johns will be in a moment, but it's imperative that whoever replaced the bowling partnership of Taylor and Williams kept the pressure on, but that over has released it somewhat. 73 runs the lead, and you start to get to these 9th and 10th wicket partnerships, and Gloucestershire will feel they've really got to get off the field and start building some sort of a defendable total, but they've still got to take 2 wickets first, and they've sort of decided now that they're not going to get Hurst's wicket in any other way other than him going for a slog and holing out somewhere. Bell is back into the attack, and that's off the hip. That's down for 4 more. There's nobody down at a very fine leg, and runs are starting to come at a slightly alarming rate for Gloucestershire here, as in The rate's alarming rather than the runs are coming for Gloucestershire. You know what I mean? The lead is 77.
It's certainly picked up, hasn't it? Or is it somewhat of an inevitability at this stage of the game? Hurst has made his intentions clear. The game will advance either by him getting out or him scoring, and the former has not yet happened.
2.13 for 8. Bell in to Hurst. That's a leading outside edge. You might fancy 2 here down to deep third, but the boundary is quite short. Williams slings the throw in. Almost sidearm. And a single is taken. 214 for 8.
It's a good bit of cricket from Charlesworth there, steaming in from the mid-wicket boundary, because if he didn't, there was an overthrow, and they would have allowed a second for Hurst to get back on strike. Although he had already turned his back at the non-striker's end, so I'm not sure he actually saw it. But good bit of basics there from Charlesworth, steaming in from the boundary to back up the throw.
Yeah, Williams actually did something similar earlier in the piece. Bell bowls, that's got to be a wide, hasn't it? It's way outside the off stump. And it almost looked as if it passed over the return crease, but no wide has been signalled, and Bell with a couple of wild ones to start this over. I've seen a pretty wild over the last over from Brooks as well. Sutton facing Bell bowls, a tighter delivery, but Sutton's shown that he's not really too interested in anything out there. Just happy to leave and play for his partner, pretty much.
It's pretty tidy for number 10.
It does, yes. It does. And as we said yesterday, Jeet Singh Dale 44 not out in his only innings for Lancashire so far this season, so there's no knowing what he might have done. Bell bowls and Sutton plays a gorgeous looking cover drive for 4. He steps into that one. He's a tall left-hander, so it automatically looks better. And that was sent in pretty seemingly nonchalant fashion over to the cover boundary for 4. 218 for 8.
Yeah, that ball is there, getting it to swing. Or Gloucestershire, but that one swung onto the middle of his bat. It left the left-hander, didn't it? And I think just that created an extra bit of width that just allowed him to free his arms and launch it through cover. It's beautiful.
His partnership's now put on a runnable 38. Bell to Sutton turned into the onside as the sun comes back out. And Charlesworth fields at mid-wicket. So Hurst's got the strike at the start of another over. Gloucestershire going with double seam to try and remove the last couple of wickets. I imagine that Bancroft might have to go to spin pretty soon if the runs start coming at a rate like this.
Well, it's worth it just to see if you can buy a heave up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, a la Keaton Jennings' dismissal earlier today to Graham van Buren.
Well, there was a comment that Gloucestershire felt 250 on this surface would be quite a decent score, and the way that this Lancashire innings has gone, it's started to look like that is the case.
So just if a seagull flew precariously close to our commentary box there, which made me flinch as the first ball of this over from Brooks is guided off the back foot down to third for a single. So Hurst again takes a single with the first ball of the over.
22 from the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's all happening, and it's getting brighter as the evening goes on. I mean, what are they? There's 27 overs left after this. I mean, are we really going to be here till 7 o'clock? I can't see the light holding up that much, but we might get close. We might get close. A little bit of a pause here. Somebody was looking in the car park. Maybe a seagull was distracting them. Here's Brooks round the wicket. Defended on the back foot by Sutton. No run.
There is something I mentioned earlier. Somebody had to lead the way in turning it around. There's something quite appropriate, really, about the only surviving seamer of any experience from last year in Matt Taylor being the one that stood up with his 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, he's the one who's kept Gloucestershire in this game, that is for sure. One slip for Connie that's driven beautifully through the offside. Back-to-back overs for Sutton with boundaries through that cover region. Absolutely glorious stroke. It moves him to 12.
That could have been Luke Wells earlier.
Now, Wells was more flashy. That was just a very nice looking punch on the front foot. Didn't break his wrists. Textbook.
You can play those, can Wells, but yes, earlier on we had some real flashes from him. But gosh, that's a top order shot really. So I'm now starting to believe Stephen Croft when he says he's a bowling all rounder.
In comes Brooks, guided on the back foot along the ground to slip. 223 for 8. Now the score. So that boundary took the lead up to 87, getting closer to that mental goal of if you have a lead of 100, you feel like you're very much on top. It looks like the way these two are going, they should get there, Lancashire.
Yeah, I think if they could get there, even though they wouldn't have been happy with some of the way that they got there, I feel fairly satisfied.
Oh, short and fended off the hip. A bit of a tight single. Both batters make their ground safely in the end. And that is given as a run. I wasn't sure whether he fended it with his bat or with his arm. It was a short ball. And Sutton managed to get something on it, and he has got some bat on it, so he moves to 13.
Bad light stop play at Northampton now.
Well,
25 past 5. So only in play here and near Southampton.
I enjoy how you say near Southampton.
It isn't Southampton.
As opposed to Southampton proper.
It isn't Southampton really.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But it's the nearest marker. Like if you were getting the train, you'd get the train to Southampton, wouldn't you?
No.
No.
No. The closest station is somewhere called Hedge End.
All right.
Which I don't think is part of Southampton.
Oh, pulled. Will this be a chance? No, it won't. Fine Leg didn't see it, and even if he did see it, it was about 30 yards to his right-hand side. Hurst on the pull, top edge, not particularly convincing, but it brings another boundary. Well, it's a boundary to end that over. Another good one for Lancashire. A pulled boundary for Hurst and a driven one for Sutton. 228 for 8 is the score now. And the lead is up into the 90s.
Gosh, they love making these things complicated. So Hedge End is in the borough of Eastleigh.
Okay.
So I thought it was almost more Eastleigh than Southampton, but it does also go on to say though that it is part of the Southampton urban area.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Southampton metropolitan area. I was like, oh, here we go.
Urban area.
The greater Southampton.
Anyway.
Is it big enough? Is Southampton big enough to say greater Southampton?
Could be. I've not done it, but I think it's actually quicker to get to that station from Winchester than it is from Southampton.
Right. Okay.
Because I think maybe more because of how the lines work or something. But I think so. We are going to get some spin now with Van Buren in to bowl. He got that wicket of Jennings. We'll see if he can tempt Sutton into something similar. Sutton's on 13. Van Buren bowls to him. He's forward and defending into the offside.
They've given some temptation, haven't they? So there's only one man back on the leg side on the boundary. Similarly in the offside, so 2 in total, both sweeping. Mid-on is, well, he's up-ish. If there was a ring, he'd be just outside it rather than all the way back on the boundary.
Sutton forward and just again not interested in anything attacking, so defends straight back to the bowler. Just trying to tempt Bell to come in a couple of steps closer at mid-on.
Oh, I can't see this stoicism lasting very long.
No, you're right. There it goes. There's the ugly heave into the leg side as an inside half of the bat down to backward square for no run. His patience ran out after 2 defensive shots.
I did think it would last longer than that.
Yeah, me too. Van Buren bowls to Sutton, and he's keeping it kind of nice and slow, seeing whether Sutton wants to go for a big hit, but this time he's back to defending. He's had enough of swishing. He's got the shorter leg side boundary to hit to with the mid-wicket out there, and Bell has now dropped properly back to long on, so he's no longer hedging his bets. Van Buren into Sutton, and he's forward very carefully in defending into the offside. And this more than irritating partnership for Gloucestershire continues to grow. Van Buren bowls to Sutton, that's driven firmly through the covers. There could be a couple on offer here, but Borman gets to the ball quickly. They're going to come through for the second run. Anyway, that could have been tight if the throw had been right over the bails. Hurst has run a long way through. In fact, he's basically run to where most of the bowlers have their markers. He's run through that fast because he was getting concerned when that throw came in. Borman was quick to the ball, but the throw was just a little bit offline, so they make it. And that brings up a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket between Hurst and Sutton, and it's come in 51 deliveries, I think that was, before it disappeared off the board.
Went to the wrong end, the throw, didn't it? I think Hurst is the quicker of the two, and he always knew that he could scarp her back, and he was just out of the blocks quickly, whereas Sutton was a bit delayed, having played the stroke and having to judge where it went. If it had gone to the keeper's end, I think Sutton could have been in a bit of trouble. But anyway, Brooks starting a new over. Hurst on strike, and that's just taken the inner half of the bat and rolled behind the stumps. One that could have gone anywhere, but it avoids the off stump.
Gosh, I really thought that he had played on for a moment there.
So did I, but the lack of reaction from the fielders just... Oh, it's hit him in the foot.
I think it's gone into the ground, into his foot, and then gone wide.
And then behind the stumps to Bracey. No slips at all. Just 2 fielders not on the boundary currently. And one of those boundary riders down at long off is called into action as Hurst drives into that region. And they're going to have an overthrow. Well, we were praising Gloucestershire's fielding for avoiding this situation about 5 minutes ago, but with everyone on the boundary, there's not enough people coming in to back up throws that come in. And Van Buren was a bit too exuberant from long off, throwing it in, just making sure that the batters were honest. And nobody was there to stop the throw once it went loose. And after all that, they come back for a second. So Hurst is still on strike. Shadows getting longer as the sunshine continues. And beats him on the outside edge. That's the first bit of fan engagement we've heard for a while.
That's a good ball from Brooks. Straightens again, but if that's an edge, then Bracey's the only person who's going to catch it. That they've gone so deep into this strategy of putting everybody on the boundary for Hurst, who's now not playing the sorts of shots that might clear the boundary. And you sort of wonder, it's basically got to be bowled or LBW, or he does have to go for a heave now.
They've brought mid-off up, if that offers any temptation. It doesn't, as it's guided on the back foot down to third. Hurst genuinely was thinking of a second there, but there was never two. As this time the throw is collected cleanly, no overthrows, just a single.
I think we have to say, and it's easy, so easy to sit up here and say it, but I don't think this strategy from Gloucestershire has worked at all. They've still conceded boundaries despite dropping everybody back. Hurst has decided that he's just going to trust Sutton because he looks more than competent enough, and now a partnership that could be what we look back on and say this is what broke it for Gloucestershire despite their fight back this afternoon.
The lead is 97, and that's tucked off the hip. Will that go to the boundary? No, Taylor's at fine leg and he's able to clean up. It's a single for Sutton. So he's now on 16, having faced 32 deliveries. Hurst, well, it was a bit of a slog initially, but he's caught up ever so slightly. He's 38, having faced 88 deliveries, 234 for 8. Lots of 8s on that scorecard, especially because they lead by 98 as well.
Yes, there was a great time earlier, I think it was off air, where it was 1-5-1 for 5, and the lead was 1-5.
That's very satisfying. Right, the field comes in now to try and keep Hurst off strike. Last delivery of the over. It's defended, and Gloucestershire will get their way. They'll have a set at Sutton here, as that's defended for no run. 234 for 8. 70 overs now have been bowled. Well, what have we got left today? 25. I can't see overs. I can't see us getting 25 in, because we'll be here till about 7:15 if that happens, roughly. Can't remember the last time I was at a championship match that finished after 7 o'clock, but
Oh, I'm trying to.
Stranger things have happened.
I'm sure. Maybe not in April.
No.
I can certainly remember some very late finishes last year. I think one of the days against Derbyshire here finished after 7. Right, there's a sort of in-out field now for Sutton facing up to Van Buren. This is allowing him to get onto that back foot and drive it out through point. Borman's dropped back to the boundary, so they're only going to get one ball at Sutton this over. At least for now. It's 2:35 for 8. The lead is 99. And Hurst will take his guard against Van Buren, because Sutton faced every ball of the last over. Flights that one up, does Van Buren, but it's very full, drilled along the ground to deep cover by Hurst, and that brings up the 100-run lead for Lancashire. They had a serious wobble through the middle of their innings, but at the start and at the end, they have pushed home their advantage. Van Buren bowls to Sutton, forward and defending the ball back to the bowler. And it could even be that Lancashire are getting a batting point here. That wasn't even something that I thought was at all possible when these two came together. This is off the back foot, sent out to cover by Sutton for no run. 14 runs away from a first batting point. Van Buren into Sutton, turned into the onside. It's a nice piece of batting from Sutton. Finds a little bit of space and takes a single.
He's giving it some airs, Van Buren. He's really inviting that big drive or slog sweep or whatever shot comes out down the ground from Sutton, but so far he's not taken the bait. He's proving a bit more disciplined than Keaton Jennings did earlier on today, that's for sure. Oh, he played well, Keaton Jennings. I keep bringing up that dismissal. It's a shame how it ended, but
Van Buren bowls a round arm delivery, which is flicked round the corner to short fine, or more like backward square in the end. Brooks does well to get down and prevent runs. 2:37 for 8. It's the way, though, isn't it, with cricket and probably with several sports, that you can play well for nearly 3 hours, as Jennings did, and then just one moment is what defines what not only you but others remember from the innings. But it's still Jennings' innings. Maybe Hurst can come close to matching it because he's on 39, but Jennings is the only batter to pass 40 in the match.
It's going to be a change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. So Brooks' spell has come to an end, and it will be Gabe Bell, who of course got the big wicket of Marcus Harris earlier on today. The only wicket he has to his name so far. 15 overs, 1 for 54 are his figures, but it was in that crucial patch when Gloucestershire took, 4 or 5 wickets for not many?
Yeah, they lost 7 for 60 between Bohannon and Coughlin getting out.
Yeah, to get Harris out cheaply in the form that he's in as well, no harm at all. His first delivery of this spell around the wicket to the left-handed Sutton, defended into the offside. No run.
Yes, it was 7 for 60. It was 6 for 40 when Jennings was out.
Right.
Which maybe felt like more of a point that things started to unravel a little bit, because you then had 2 batters in who'd not faced many deliveries. Jones and Harris went in fairly quick succession.
Bell in again, this time defended on the front foot into the offside. Price with a nifty little flick off the boot there to kick the ball up and field it.
As big as the wicket of Jennings was, the Harris one was probably at least as big, especially given that Harris was the one who held everything together to allow Lancashire to build enough runs last round to beat Derbyshire, for example.
Sutton leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
And he's just that settling presence, overseas player, middle order, run machine. Likes batting here. So Gloucestershire have done a lot of good work, and in some ways, with a batting lineup as long as Lancashire's, it was probably inevitable that a partnership would form at some point. It's just having got so close, 8 down. Now it's hurting Gloucestershire. This
Sutton in again. This time he makes some play off the inside edge towards mid-on. They take a sharp single, but I think Sutton was always home, and there's no direct hit from Björn at mid-on. 238 for 8 now, the score. The lead, 102. I think you're right, the point you made earlier. If you told Lancashire at the start of play today, they'd get a lead of 100. And even if they lose these 2 wickets now, and their lead is in the low, just over 100, I think they would have taken that, definitely. But you're right, the manner of how they've got there has probably been frustrating. Middle order failing to fire again. Jennings throwing away an excellent start and having to rely on some lower order fight back. Granted, Hurst deserves a lot of credit for this knock. Wow, that knock that has just come to an end as he's missed a straight one and he's been bowled by Bell. Off stump has been rocked back from its perch. Hurst departs for 39. Lancashire at 9 down.
again, it's a bit of a strange shot from
it's a
Hurst.
nothing
It is.
shot,
It is.
yeah.
You'd almost say, this is what's so silly, because if he'd gone for a massive yahoo and missed that, you'd probably go, well, what's he done that for? Because Sutton's looking perfectly competent at the non-strikers end, and they've actually built the partnership well, but he's neither really tried to smack it into the car park nor just defended it. It was a perfectly good delivery that Hurst had to think about trying to manufacture something from, but he's done well in the end as Hurst, because he could easily have either succumbed to temptation against Williams when he was constantly tormenting him outside his off stump, and time after time Hurst didn't fall for it and got himself into a position where he could be there if somebody kept him company, and he's finally found somebody to keep him company, and time will tell how valuable that innings could be, the difference between a 50 and a 100 run lead.
39 off 92 balls is the final scoreline for Matty Hurst. 6 boundaries. It was hard graft at the start of that innings. He was in for just over 2 hours, 131 minutes was the length of his knock. Yeah, and I think I remember looking at the scorecard. He was like 6 off 50 something deliveries or something like that.
60, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was slow, and then those last 20-30 balls he accelerated. I haven't got it written down, but dare I say all of those 6 boundaries came in the last
basically
hour or so, or 45 minutes.
I think 5 of them definitely. Because I think at one stage, because he played that shot over mid-on off Williams, which I think was his second boundary.
True. Jimmy Addison is in at number 11, and he's off the mark. First ball guides that out to deep point. And in outfield again. That was the last ball of the over, that's why. So they're going to keep Anderson on strike. And I did see Matt Taylor warming up quite keenly during then. So I think they're going to bring on Taylor to try and nose and toes Jimmy a little bit and make him feel uncomfortable.
That's a shame, because I thought, and I'm sure that the people wanted this as well, that I thought we were going to get an over of spin to Jimmy,
or
and
reverse
exactly.
Sweeping,
I was thinking, oh come on! I want to see a Jimmy Anderson reverse sweep in person, and he's going to have to play it off Matt Taylor, which I don't think is too likely.
He's welcome to try. I mean, I would find that quite entertaining if he wanted to try that shot off Mr. Taylor with his tail up.
So Gloucestershire have achieved maximum bowling points with that 9th wicket, and Taylor looking for his 6th, looking to try and mop this innings up in short order and hand it over to the batters to potentially have a fairly lengthy bat this evening. Taylor bowls to Anderson, and that's a really neat push into the offside, picks the gap between cover and point, and Anderson's 2 from 2. 240 for 9.
Best strike rate in the match.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? I suppose the ball is now almost, it's on its deathbed, really. 73rd over.
That's a bit dramatic. Deathbed.
Well, it's just
They've taken
almost,
9 wickets with
almost
it.
ready to be put out to pasture now. But all of a sudden, I mean, Sutton and Anderson have made batting look as... I know Anderson's faced 2 balls, so it might be exaggerating a little bit, but Sutton's made batting look about as easy as anybody has. Taylor bowls, edged caught, gone. He's got the last wicket as Taylor 6 for 43. Goes straight into the breadbasket of Price at first slip, and Lancashire have been bowled out for 240. Sutton made 19 from 41, and that is Taylor's 6 first, stepped into a big drive, and that's a pretty regulation slip catch. And I still stand by the point, even though he got out the ball after I made it. Right, 240 all out, so lead of 104 on first innings for Lancashire. Keaton Jennings top scoring with 70, Matty Hurst made 39, Luke Wells 27 at the top. Some contributions from Bohannon, 21 off 78, but he kept Jennings company for a while, and Sutton with his 19 did a really important job to keep Hurst company, as the applause is for Matt Taylor walking off the field, leading Gloucestershire off. We've had 2 innings, and we've had a bowler do that in each of them. Balderson's 5 for 34 in Gloucestershire's batting innings, and Taylor's 6 for 43. Bell 2 for 56, he bowled well. Williams didn't get the payoff, but particularly in the afternoon did such an important job. Wicketless, none for 45. Henry Brooks bounced out of Shetty for his first Gloucestershire wicket, ending with 1 for 54. Graham van Buren 1 for 22, but possibly the most important one from a Gloucestershire perspective, as he removed Jennings, and Ollie Price just bowled the 1 over just before the tea break, which was a maiden. 30 extras, 10 no balls, 12 leg byes and 8 byes. So we will have... Has that changed already? No, it hasn't. So I think we'll have 20 overs left to be bowled this evening. So 20 overs in which the game could still move quite considerably. Gloucestershire trailing by 104. They'll be under pressure, I'm sure, when they come out to bat. But they have fought back in this innings from 120 for 1 when Lancashire were just 16 runs behind Gloucestershire, and despite a 58-run 9th wicket stand, they have bowled Lancashire out for 240. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time as the heavy roller makes its way along the pitch for Gloucestershire's second innings. See you in a few minutes.
2 overs lost for the change of innings. We now can see that there's 20 minimum remaining overs this evening. Umpires Ben Peverell and Ian Blackwell back on the field. Jimmy Anderson leading out Lancashire into the field. Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth opening the innings for Gloucestershire.
Welcome back to Bristol. The third innings is just about to start. Lancashire bowled out for 240. They lead by 104. Gloucestershire are out there. The opening pair of Cam Bancroft and Charlesworth are out there for their second innings. Jimmy Anderson has the new ball from the pavilion end. He started from the other end, didn't he, on day one? Yeah, he went from the Ashley down road end, but he's changed ends. He's got the new ball in his hand, Cam Bancroft in his sights, and it's short and wide, cut away for 4. A positive start to this Gloucestershire innings. The captain cutting Jimmy Anderson away to the point boundary with disdain. 1 ball in, 4 without loss. The deficit is already down to 100.
I'll soon keep you company for a couple of moments.
That's all right.
Scott Reed will be along.
I was looking forward to a monologue for however long it is that I'm still here. In comes Anderson, full and wide. Oh, that could be a wide. That was nearly off the cut strip. He's just about gotten away with that, I think. But anyway, needless to say, Bancroft left it well enough alone.
Yeah, just struggled to reach that one. I suppose because he did decide to take a step or two across. He felt probably it wasn't a wide. Right, I think that's my contribution done.
Thanks for that.
That was a great stint.
That might be the shortest stint of your career. 1 ball. Well, just about 2. Hey, the shortest work is always the finest. Scott Reed is coming in between that slightly surprising changeover. Anderson bowled another ball outside off stump that was left well enough alone. Scott Reed, I think he's finished his updates and he's coming to say hello.
Hello.
Jimmy Anderson, new ball in his hand. He's got 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid-arm, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Bancroft on strike, walks down the track and leaves that one go. I always find that quite curious when somebody dances down the track and then decides not to play a shot.
Seen a bit of that, haven't we, through the course of today? Batters coming down to bowlers. Jennings did it a lot.
Right, so there's going to be 19 overs left after these 2 deliveries. How many of those do you reckon we'll see, light permitting?
Well, it looks pretty cheerful at the minute, doesn't it? We've not had the lights on yet, so we can put the floodlights on, I guess, if it does get a little bit kind of cloudy and gloomy.
Anderson in, just squares him up slightly. There's Paddy Hurst behind the stumps was very keen for that as an LBW shout, but to me that looked like there was some bat involved. Anderson wasn't at all interested. It's another dot ball.
I think we might get them all.
Be a good effort.
Get them all. Well, if you know, the evidence of what we've got in front of us at the minute, forecast is for get a little bit of sunshine in the next hour or so as well. So we should hopefully might get them all.
Anderson into his delivery stride, edged. Oh, and it's gone for 4. It landed in front of Keaton Jennings. It slipped, so it wasn't a chance. Oh, it's not an edge. It's a leg by. Well, consider that flew off the pad. It normally doesn't go off the thigh pad with that much pace, but anyway, whatever it hit. Yeah, walked down the track. It's hit him on the back leg. It's landed about 2 feet in front of Jennings. He hasn't covered himself in glory with his attempt to stop the ball, and it's flown away for 4 leg byes. 8 without loss at the end of the first over.
It's quite eventful first over, that wasn't it?
Yeah, enjoyed that.
Short and wide ball to begin with, which was carved away for 4, and then it ends with the 4 leg byes. So yeah, well, we'll see how many we get of these 19 overs, but in a minute, pretty bright. So we can put the floodlights on if required, if needed. It'll be George Balderson to take the new ball.
He bowled well in that first innings. 5 wicket haul.
Yeah, got into a real groove, didn't he?
It was a long spell. What did he get? 5 for 34.
He's into Charlesworth. That's steered safely out towards the offside for no run. It worked out in a way very nicely because he got the wicket in the final over before lunch. Blair's having to go off for lunch yesterday, and then because he had to complete his over, he carried on, and probably had he not got that wicket in that final over, it may well have been Jimmy to start after lunch, but he was in a terrific little groove as Balderson. That's cushioned to mid-on by Charlesworth. There's no run, so he gets the new ball this time. Ollie Sutton is he's at mid-wicket.
I'm looking forward to seeing how much he'll bowl. I mean, you'd think, unless there's a complete collapse and Lancashire run through them, you would think he does get a go at some point.
That squares Charlesworth up, and it takes a leading edge. The ball flashing out through the offside for a single for Charlesworth. He gets off the mark. His first run of the second innings, 9 without loss. It wasn't required this morning, Ollie Sutton. But, Gloucestershire first innings being all wrapped up inside half an hour. It was Balderson and Anderson this morning, and it's Balderson and Anderson this evening, with Lancashire's innings in between. Here comes Balderson to Bancroft, behind it and defends to mid-on. There's no runs. We're not yet at the close of play on day 2, and already had 20 wickets in the match.
Straight away, Matty Hurst, helmet on, standing up to Bancroft. In the first innings, he stood back for a while, but then Bancroft started walking down the track, so he's not giving him the opportunity to do so.
He's claiming for the ledge behind. He's got it. Bancroft's gone for 4. Caught by Hurst, who takes the catch. And that decision to stand up behind the stumps and apply some pressure on Bancroft sees the Gloucestershire skipper nicking off. Hurst takes a smart looking catch. And Lancashire strike early. Balderson, who was a pick of the bowlers for Lancashire in the first innings, gets his first of the second innings. Gloucestershire 9 for 1, still trailed by 95.
Well, you don't need to be a body language expert to guess what Cameron Bancroft thought of that decision. Straight away, he's almost down on one knee, arms outstretched as if to say, got nowhere near it. He's absolutely convinced that that did not come off the bat. I mean, judging by the reaction of slipcord and keeper, bowler, that there clearly was a significant noise because they all went up immediately. I mean, Balderson didn't even appeal, he just celebrated, and the finger went up very quickly as well, but which makes the strength of Bancroft's reaction intriguing, because there must have been something for there to be a noise, but he's obviously convinced that it wasn't the wood of the bat.
Yeah, Lancashire up straight away, weren't they? They were happy with that. And this Bancroft's disappointment at getting out, or whether he doesn't think he's hit it, I don't know. I've not seen the replay, but if we can have a little goosey gander at the replay. Here we go. This dismissal.
Oh, it's impossible to tell. You're not going to see if there's a major deviation. I mean, the replay is worth watching for Bancroft's reaction alone.
Yeah.
It's very rare you see a batter literally kind of question the decision so strongly. Like, normally you might see them linger and kind of throw their head back, but it's subtle, whereas that was outwardly. He stared down the wicket at the umpire and stuck his arms out as if to say, what are you doing?
Yeah, you say on that replay, you'd need the kind of ultra edge technology, wouldn't you, to know whether he's nicked it or not. It's very close to the bat. Lancashire reckons he did, the umpire reckons he did, and he's out. 9 for 1. Balderson to Price. It's jabbed away off the back foot. And there's no run. End of the over, so wicket taking start for George Balderson. And at 95 behind, still with an hour of cricket in theory to go on this second day. Could be quite a lengthy hour of cricket for Gloucestershire's batters here.
An eventful start to this third innings of this game. A couple of boundaries in the first over, and then the second brings a wicket. Price couldn't figure out whether Anderson was going over or around the wicket there. He kind of danced around at the non-striker's end, both sides of the umpire. But eventually, Anderson's going to stay over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. That's cut away off the back foot, straight to point. Luke Wells does the fielding. No run. Yeah, you're right, Scott. Having lost a wicket that early on, with so much time remaining, it just sows that seed of doubt in that changing room for those who have their pads on, doesn't it? Do they start thinking about night watchman at some point? Who would that be? Here's Anderson. Pulled. Oh, no, that was nearly carried to mid-on. It was a loose pull shot from Charlesworth. Didn't time it at all. He was on the front foot, and he spooned it in the air towards Marcus Harris at mid-on. It ended up landing a couple of feet short, and he's fumbled it anyway, so Charlesworth is able to come through for a single. But just for a second, his heart would have been in his mouth.
Similar to how Wells got out, isn't it, a little bit earlier in the day?
10 for 1 now, the score. So the deficit has come down to 94. Price now on strike to Jimmy Anderson. In full, defended just outside the off stump.
Lancashire obviously boosted by the way that the first things of the match had panned out, but actually by the fact that they managed to get their lead above 100. I mean, Gloucestershire were probably thinking we keep this below 50 at one stage. And that given Lancashire a real boost, hasn't it, going into this third innings of the match, having got that lead north of 100.
Oh, just beats the outside edge, does Anderson. Not quite full enough to draw him forward. And still a good delivery, leaving the right-hander on its way through to wicketkeeper Hurst.
played a big role in that league going towards 100. Did Matthew Hurst? He stuck at it. He was on 8 from about 65 deliveries and finished on 39 from 92. He played a really, really important knock for Lancashire, and then got some support. Shetty a little bit, and then Sutton as well. But yeah, I reckon Gloucestershire are thinking they can keep that lead below 50 even, potentially at one stage.
Oh, they were pointing again at the side screen, and I always panic because we're directly above it. So I'm always thinking, what am I doing that's annoying them? As Anderson beats the outside edge again once they do get on with things. Yeah, it's still very bright. It's a lovely evening. It's cold.
It is. Yeah.
We're luckily sheltered here, but it definitely is. When I went outside around the tea break, and there were pockets of sunshine, but the wind had picked up, and I think the wind is still around, but that sunshine is by and large gone. Final ball here of the third over. Anderson into Price, and it's driven, not timed. We'll see if they come back for 2, having found the gap through the offside. They won't. Josh Bohannon does the fielding, so Price takes a single. 11 for 1 is the score, and he'll keep the strike.
He's onto that quickly, wasn't he, Bohannon? Charging after it. Yeah, well, how did Price and Charlesworth try and negotiate this? It's a difficult situation to be in, isn't it? Stacks of runs behind. They've lost an early wicket. New ball. Can't just, I guess, sit there and try and survive. I suppose you have to try and be positive where you can be, but it's a pretty unforgiving situation for Gloucestershire to find themselves in. Price, who put together a gutsy little knock in the first innings, is on strike. He's driven to mid-on as Balderson comes over the wicket to him.
Yeah, top scored in that first innings, didn't he? With 35, did Ollie Price. Charlesworth was next on 26, his current partner.
Yeah, it was his dismissal, wasn't it? Just on the stroke of the lunch break, which kind of opened things up for Lancashire. The Bancroft run out in the first innings. But then they rebuilt nicely. They're 80 for 1 in that final over of the session. There's runs here, I think, through the leg side. There's a tumbling effort to stop it by Wells at mid-wicket, but he's clipped that nicely through the leg side. And he'll take 4. Who's on to 5? Ollie Price.
Yeah, beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just straight onto the pads a little bit there, did Balderson. That sunshine is back. It's turning into a glorious evening here, if you have a jumper.
three slips in the gully waiting. Balderson into Price, that's left. Kind of looked as if he was flirting with the idea of having a shot, and whipped his bat away at the last minute. Comes wandering down the pitch. Got Charlesworth at the non-striker's end. Jones, Jennings and Coghlan, those 3 slip catches at first, second and third, and Shetty at gully. Defended by Price, just leaning into it, deflects it off the face of the bat. Bouncing up towards Josh Bohannon, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. Cover's opened up, there's nobody at cover, there's a backward point in the mid-off. And then Anderson, the captain, at mid-on. Wells is at mid-wicket. Balderson into Price. It's turned into the leg side. And there's no run.
Yeah, just some scraping being done before that delivery by the umpire on the no ball line. I just wonder if Balderson was at risk of overstepping, and the umpire was just, as they do, instead of actually turning around and warning you, they just kind of, scrape the line a little bit, make sure that if there's any dust covering it, that you can still see it.
Balderson to Price. Like he kept a little low. He's got a shin height almost to Hurst. He stops it behind the stumps. End of the over. 4 gone. Of Gloucestershire's second innings, 15 for 1. Price on 5. Charlesworth on 2. Trailing Armside by 89 runs.
Anderson's going to continue here. He's bowled 2 overs so far. none for 6. The 1 wicket to fall was Cameron Bancroft. He nicked off down the other end to Balderson. Matty Hurst taking a good catch standing up to the stumps. Not that Bancroft looked too impressed with the decision. It's full, and Charlesworth nearly chops on inside edge from the left-hander that just sneaks past the leg stump. All 3 slips have their hands on their head in unison. That one looked close.
It wasn't far, that was it. It didn't look like it was too far from our angle.
No, it wasn't far away at all. We saw quite a lot of that in the Gloucestershire first innings. I think it was Price, actually, man at the non-strikers end, the right-hander. That plenty of nit backers were either taking the inside edge or beating him through the gate, and it was actually how he got out. That's cut away nicely by Charlesworth. I don't think this is going to reach the fence. Not quite timed, but nice looking stroke brings in a pair. 17 for 1 now. What's that lead? It's down below 90, down to 87 now, the lead. Charlesworth is on 4. Price down the other end on 5. Very long shadows here in this late evening sunshine at Bristol. Another inside edge. This one taking a bit more of the bat as it flies down to fine leg. Charlesworth takes his single.
Elsewhere, Hampshire playing Somerset. With Hampshire 137 for 1 in their second innings. Nick Gubbins unbeaten on 64, so they lead Somerset by 87 runs. And 9 wickets remaining. Not had much play at Edgbaston today. Warwickshire Essex still raining.
Anderson full. That was the in-swinger, but it just flicked off the thigh pad and raced away down to the final leg boundary for 4 leg buys. Just started it off a bit too straight, didn't he, Anderson?
679 for 2 in their first innings, replying to that Warwickshire 190 all out. But I'm not so sure they played at all today. Maybe a little bit this morning. And bad light in Northampton. And Northants are 229 for 4, replying to Middlesex's 341. Nathan McSweeney's 87 not out.
Oh, big appeal for LBW, and he's given. Anderson has got Lancashire's second wicket, wrapping Price on the back pad. Decision to give him out LBW was made very quickly. Price goes for 5.
Yes, no hesitation there from the umpire. Anderson strikes. He goes for 5. And while Lancashire continues to be their day, but I mean, the middle session, the afternoon session, belonged to Gloucestershire, but such was the way that their first innings ended, and that low first innings score, even with that good afternoon session that they had, where they got wickets and they fought back, and it still hasn't really dented what has ultimately been, and it's turning into be a strong day for Lancashire. They've lost 2 early wickets in their second innings. They're 82 behind still, and there's still 15 overs left to go tonight. So a lot of cricket to be played, and the ball is new, and Anderson and Balderson are in tandem, and it's all looking rather tricky for the home side. Ed Seaborn's back alongside me.
Yeah, it is. I was thinking that we wouldn't see tea tomorrow. Possible we don't see lunch tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not. Well, I mean, it's not been. It's been the story of the first couple of days. I mean, Lancashire managed to rally a little bit, didn't they, and obviously got themselves a first innings lead. But there's been something in it all day, even when Lancashire were batting and.
Even with the old ball,
yeah,
the old ball was still swinging.
Miles Hammond, the new batter. There's Anderson into Hammond. Oh, it's angled across him and it's left, and it just maybe straightens a little. It's a terrific leave by Hammond first up from Jimmy Anderson. It's the end of the over. 22 for 2, Gloucestershire, trailing by 82 runs.
I guarantee you there'll be the pessimists among the Gloucestershire supporters that are wondering, with the deficit at 82, I don't think I even need to finish it. "15 overs remaining in the day, and really Gloucestershire, they've got to have some batting left in the hutch for tomorrow." Balderson to Charlesworth, who drives and doesn't middle it. The ball goes to mid-off, and there's no run. And what do? Do you try and stick in there, grit it out, grind whatever you can, and bed in and hope that you don't get out against Balderson and Anderson, or attempt to try and put the pressure back on them somehow? Balderson bowls a full wide ball. Charlesworth tries to whack it on the drive through the covers and ends up getting it back to the bowler somehow. And that's the problem with that side of things. It's just not been easy to play your shots. I'd be interested to know what the feeling is in terms of batting on this surface. It's obviously not an easy pitch to bat on. Balderson into Charlesworth, who defends away to mid-off. But I don't know. My feeling possibly is that 250 par is probably about right, really. So it should be, in theory, it should be possible for Gloucestershire to score about 250 in this innings. In is Balderson, and he gets better connection on this drive, does Charlesworth. It bounds its way up to mid-off, and again there's no run. And we're so far away from this, but you know, what are we looking at? One of the sort of almost best case scenario at the moment. Gloucestershire would love to at least set Lancashire about 150 to ask the question. Balderson into Charlesworth, who drives, and he'll get 4 this time. It's a really lovely shot from Charlesworth. When he drives, he does make it look good. Everything comes down in straight lines. He got one a little bit closer to him that time and drove it to the offside of straight. Balderson had no chance, neither did mid-off. 26 for 2. 78 behind still. Balderson over the wicket. Bowls now to Charlesworth, who turns it into the onside as far as mid-on, but the arm is extended from umpire Peveril. It was clearly in the umpire's mind that Balderson was getting pretty close, and now he's extended the arm. 28 for 2. 2 runs more off the deficit. There's quite a few spectators standing down below us. This is that exciting, they can't even sit down. Balderson bowls, Charlesworth drives through extra cover, and he'll get 4 more here. There's a flowing shot from Charlesworth, and he has his second boundary in as many legitimate deliveries, and a productive end to the over from a Gloucestershire point of view. They're still 32 for 2. Sunny weather, dramatic cumulus cloud over the top of the flats over there. It's quite a picture, and most of the spectators, I think, have stayed, or they've migrated out of the shade at least.
Anderson to Hammond. How's that one to go past?
There's not many people left in the Zahira Bar stand down to our right-hand side. A few more people have moved in front of the flats where it's a little bit warmer.
Sensible decision.
Although I suspect the wind's probably hitting them in the face over there. They want to take their eyes off this.
32 for 2. Anderson to Hammond. He's down the pitch and playing. And ball beats him past the outside edge and through to Hurst. Well, they were queuing to get in this morning. Cars 4 or 5 deep, just outside the entrance, and spectators lined along the pavement, coming to watch Jimmy bowl. Well, they're watching Jimmy bowl again. 3 slips in the gully. To Hammond. Oh, he's left it.
Wow.
What a leave that is. On length, that delivery's left is Hammond. It's a brave move. He's left a few close ones. Oh, right over the top.
A sheepish grin back up the pitch.
It's a little, wasn't it?
I don't think he got much of a grin back somehow.
Scowl back. Anderson to Hammond, shuffling down the pitch and worked into the onside. And there's no run.
It is special though. You know, it's a special thing to see, and it's an obvious thing to say, but actually you sort of got to be here a little bit to feel it. You're seeing one of the greats that England's produced running in, moving the ball about, causing nightmares.
Into Hammond, down the pitch he comes. And he able to get it down into the ground, it deflects down towards point. Well, he's left a couple of deliveries, he's used his feet to try and get towards Anderson. He's played it a couple and missed. He's on naught, trying to find a way to get through this if he can. Final ball of the over. Anderson to Hammond, leaves again, and through to Hurst. Well, with a decent slice of good fortune and some good judgment, Miles Hammond is still there on naught, 32 for 2.
Yes, he would certainly argue his case. Not sure how many people would believe him, but anyway, it's another over somehow seen off, and you do sort of feel that it's about counting them down. Not that the other bowlers can't present serious issues, but you know Anderson's only going to have one spell tonight unless something curious happens. Fancies taking the last over or something, but I don't imagine he'll do that. I would imagine he'll bowl probably another 6-over spell or something like that and turn it over to the others. But we've got to change from the Ashley Down road end as Paul Coghlan will bowl. Did most of his bowling, I think, from the Pavilion end in the first innings, but he's coming in from the Ashley Down road end. He bowls to Charlesworth, who's in line and defending away to cover, bringing out any big drives as yet. Amazingly, this is the first class match that Anderson has played at Bristol. I could scarcely believe it when I searched for it, but it is. Coghlan over the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth reaches for that. He's edged and caught at second slip. It's 32 for 3, and trailing by 72 runs. Coghlan has not taken long to strike. Just second ball, very full, very wide. And Charlesworth has somehow contrived to reach it and then edge it into the hands of Jennings.
I'm sure we'll be wanting to watch that back anytime soon.
We've seen a few today. It's almost returned the favour to Keaton Jennings having caught it at second slip. There's been a few contenders today, but...
What with the extra half an hour tonight?
Gosh, yeah.
Well, I mean, unless they find a way of plugging this and stemming this flow and trying to get through this period, then I'm kind of half being flippant, but there's 12 overs left.
Oh no, there's the rate it's going, and you've got Bracey joining Hammond now, Borman the debutant due in next, Van Buren after that, and then you're into the bowlers, and you've got to, even if we're not just talking in terms of how soon it's going to finish, even if you're just talking in terms of Gloucestershire posting something, they cannot lose another wicket tonight.
No, I agree. Yep.
12.4 overs to go. Feels a very long time on this. Well, I say on this surface. I mean, maybe more I should say in this game, in this situation.
I mean, it's an easy game up here, isn't it? But he's watched Miles Hammond do his best to get through an over and leave, and try and not get out and survive. And then the next over, he's chasing after a wide ball and edging to second slot.
Coghlan to Bracey. Bracey's forward and running this one into the offside. There's no fielder at cover, although that may have split the gap anyway. Wells off in pursuit, keeps it to a single.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got to somehow forget kind of setting Lancashire. They're just got to get this into tomorrow. I mean, it's on that. It's got that feel of it where it could unravel pretty quickly here for Gloucestershire if they're not careful.
Coghlan over the wicket, bowls to Hammond, and barely even moved as he left that one to Hammond, and as yet he's barely played his shot out there.
Well, I mean, to a degree, that's all right, isn't it? I mean,
I'm just saying it, and
taking kind of heart from how kind of Matthew Hurst went about it, I suppose, at the start of his innings. He's got to find a way. These two batters of getting through this.
Coghlan to Hammond, and again left alone. I think they will feel, even though Hammond actually, in some situations, he really can decide that he's just going to absolutely dig in. But when you think of Hammond, and most people listening either from a Lancashire point of view or a neutral point of view will probably think of Hammond and think of somebody who's probably the most aggressive batter in Gloucestershire's lineup. But Coghlan bowls to him now, and he leaves again, tight to the off stump. Probably could leave it on line and length just about. But it's 33 for 3 after 8 overs. But as I say, sometimes he can decide he just needs to completely dig in. And we'll see what he decides to do here.
Yeah.
He's a tricky batter to read what he's thinking, Miles Hammond, but the at times euphoria of this afternoon has come back to, I think, watching either through gritted teeth or from behind a piece of furniture again for Gloucestershire fans.
There's James Anderson to James Bracey. Left and through to Hurst. Yes, it was. There was little crumbs of optimism for Gloucestershire after it was described as being a disastrous start to the season, wasn't it? But so there was a few crumbs of optimism going into the afternoon, the way that they fought back with the ball, but Lancashire having been able to get their lead to 100, and now with this start at 33 for 3, Bracey waits, Anderson's bowling left through to Hurst, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it could still turn round. It's going to take an awful lot of work, but again, the narrative has not been this match about Gloucestershire's depleted bowling attack struggling to bowl a side out. They looked perfectly threatening to bowl Lancashire out for 240. The issue's been the batting lineup that scored the most runs in the country last year.
Anderson, change of angle here, is around the wicket to the left hand of Bracey. It's full but wide of off stump, and it's taken by Matthew Hurst, who's tumbling across first slip. As the ball nestles into his gloves, he bowled the first 2 deliveries over the wicket to Bracey, angled across him left. Change of angle here for Anderson to the left-hander, round the wicket instead, with 4 slip catches in place. chopped away into the offside. It's bouncing down to Shetty, who comes up from that wide fourth slip position to field.
But the personnel hasn't changed with the batting. Bancroft, as good as makes no difference, 800 runs last year in 10 matches. Charlesworth, over 900 runs. Price, basically 900 runs.
Anderson moves in. Oh, and Bracey pushing forward. The ball just slides on past the edge of the bat. Maybe just tucking it inside the line and through to Hurst.
And now you've got Hammond over 900 runs. Bracey back-to-back seasons with over 1,000. And that's been the issue. 169 for 13 in this match.
Final ball of the over. Anderson balls again, a little bit fuller. Bracey on the front foot, pushing away into the offside. Stopped by Bohannon at cover. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. It's a maiden for James Anderson. We've got 11 overs remaining in the day. Anderson's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 9, and if the pattern of the game continues, then he might have one more. Kind of operated in a 6 over spell in the first innings. Wasn't required after lunch on day 1 and started this morning to help polish things off.
Coghlan for his second over from the Ashley Down. Road balls to Hammond as a strangled appeal, and then there's a look around from Hammond to see where the ball's gone. It was a straight ball that really caught him on the crease and ends up dropping down somewhere relatively near leg stump. Whereabouts did that hit him? Quite high up, I think on the pad just about. Coghlan to Hammond, another leave. Another leave that has Lancashire fielders arms aloft and pacing in towards Hammond. There's some sort of stat that always goes around, isn't there, about the number of deliveries that are bowled in a day, or the percentage of deliveries that would actually go on to hit the stumps, and it's always a fantastically low number. So you just stand there and shoulder arms. It's like the old bowl out, isn't it, when you used to have those. Coghlan bowls to Hammond and he leaves it alone again. This time a rising delivery further across him, so an easier leave. But you remember those bowl outs.
Lancashire had a bowl out years ago in the indoor score in a T20 match, and there was like a theory going around that they shouldn't pick the bowlers to bowl because they're not used to trying to bowl at the stumps. So I think one or two of the players that they used were more kind of like all-rounders.
Did Mark Chilton bowl a couple of those in that bowl out? Coghlan bowls, Hammond plays a shot and gets a run, flicks it away down to long leg. 34 for 3. Hammond is off the mark to his 14th delivery, but as Scott says, it's not about that. 70 runs the deficit. But yes, I'm not advocating just walking out and shouldering arms to every delivery, but chances are it's going to miss. Coghlan will bowl round the wicket to Bracey, who's doing a slightly subdued version of his customary dance that he does before he faces up. A little bit of hip shuffling and then gets into position. Coghlan to bowl to him, it's down the leg side. Bracey can't get a touch, and Hurst tidies up to his right. I'm not sure that the Lancashire support staff need to be walking wickets. There's plenty of them falling as it is.
I think they're just keeping Mitchell Stanley company. He had apparently a back spasm yesterday before play, and he's been doing a couple of gentle laps around the outfield all day, Mitch Stanley.
Coghlan to Bracey. He does just about get his gloves and bat out of the way. left alone again, so 34 for 3. 10 overs gone in Gloucestershire's second innings. There are 10 overs remaining this evening. Close of play at the Utilita Bowl, 146 for 1 Hampshire, but they are now playing at Edgbaston. I'm sure much to everybody's delight.
Yeah, I bet. Could well imagine.
Essex 103 for 2 with a deficit of 87 runs.
So they started at what, like 6:30?
I think they may have played a... Did they play a tiny bit this morning?
Did they? Right.
I think they may have played a small amount this morning.
Anderson to continue his battle with Hammond, from over the wicket to Hammond, through to Hurst. Both batter and bowler there with a smile on their face.
I think they restarted at 6:15.
Right, okay.
Edgbaston. I was very reliably informed.
Right.
Oh, they played all morning?
Oh, right.
No.
Shows how much attention we were paying, doesn't it?
It was too absorbing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Anderson to Hammond is shuffling down the pitch and then pushing it back beyond the Lancashire bowler up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
Close of play at Northampton as well. 229 for 4 Northamptonshire. So 112 back of Middlesex, but with McSweeney 87 and Sales 78. So they've done well there of Northamptonshire.
Yeah. Dug in for some runs in the first innings of the match against Lancashire. McSweeney on his Northamptonshire debut.
Yeah, I think it's a very handy acquisition, that.
He's back in over the wicket, Anderson. Hammond defends again. A ball that just comes back in towards him, deflects it out towards mid-wicket. 2 Lancashire players come up. Harris at mid-on and Balderson at mid-wicket to field. Harris is polishing the ball.
Here's another one. McSweeney, going back to our discussion this afternoon about Australian openers, and got McSweeney to open for a little bit, even though he didn't really open in Shield cricket.
Anderson balls pushed into the offside. Hammond wants a single. Gets his first run off James Anderson. Push and go into the offside. Doubles his score, moves to 2. And a score to 35 for 3. He's found the going tough. I mean, he's not the only batter in the last 20 years that have found the going tough facing James Anderson, but the ball was beaten him on a few occasions. Braces back on strike. That's left from around the wicket through to Hurst. And there's no run. 35 for 3, trail by 69.
I'm sorry, but I just still can't believe this is Anderson's first class match. 307th first class match. And it played at Cheltenham last year, which I think was the first time. I'll double check this. It was the first time since, well, the actual Cheltenham Festival since 2004.
Anderson to Bracey. Tucked into the onside, no run. End of the over. Just a single coming off it. We've got 9 overs remaining in the day. Gloucestershire still trailing by 69 runs at 35 for 3.
Because he played in that game the two teams played, or what game there was in 2019, when I think it mostly rained. But that was an extra game in May because of the World Cup, I think. But before that, match in 2004.
I mentioned that game at Northamptonshire in the opening round of the season. There's a lovely fact involving James Anderson.
Coughlin in over the wicket bowls. Hammond drives, not with a great deal of conviction as far as mid-on. Doesn't get a run for it.
Because he dismissed James Sales in that game at Wanties Road. And he also got his dad, David Sales, out in a match in the early 2000s as well. So it was, how many times has the bowler got both father and son out?
Jumble. Coghlan over the wicket, bowls, and Hammond allows that one to pass by well outside his off stump.
I think Radha said he got David Sales out in the game in about 2002 or something like that at Wanties Road, and then you fast forward to 2026 and he gets his son out as well in a game. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's always fun to go back and look at some of those earlier games in people's careers as Hammond is forward and defending back to the bowler. And I say this a lot, but I always like to go back and see who people's first class wicket was. I don't know who James Anderson's first was.
Ian Ward.
Very good. So that tells you something as well. Coghlan in bowls. Hammond drives and gets it away through cover for 4. And was a little bit closer to him. He didn't have to go reaching too far for it. And he just stroked it away. There was no real flash there, and he also got that front leg nice and bent, so he was in a good low position to judge if the ball was going to bounce just that little bit more right over it and put it away. 39 for 3, deficit of 65. Coghlan running past the shadow of the floodlight pylon, bowls to Hammond, who again is not drawn into a shot. Hammond's faced Anderson a decent amount before. There was that game in 2022 up at Old Trafford as well, where try and look and see, Hammond I feel must have batted for about 100 deliveries or so in that attempt to save the game when these two sides played in the first division, as Coghlan completes the over with a ball again through to the wicketkeeper. So 39 for 3, end of the over. And it always sticks out, that game, because of the bowling attack that Lancashire had. Anderson, Hassan Ali, Saqib Mahmood when he was in full flight, and Parkinson, who I think later that summer went on, Matt Parkinson that is, who later on that summer I think went on to make his test debut. Was it that year?
It could well have been, yeah.
I think it might have been.
That was like a concussion replacement or something,
yes,
wasn't it?
It was.
Right?
Jack Leach got a concussion, I think, diving on the boundary, and then Parkinson had to hot-foot it down the motorway, Ollie Sutton style. He still hasn't bowled.
No, he hasn't. No, they've gone back to George Balderson.
He's played a big part with the bat, though, which I'm sure is exactly what Lancashire were thinking when they suggested him as a like replacement, and the match referee said, yeah, go on.
There's Balderson returning, and Bracey off the back foot is up on his toes and carves that away for 4 just in front of square through the offside. Just a little bit of width offered up from Balderson, just a little bit short and wide, and Bracey endured might be a little bit harsh, but Bracey and Miles have got through that Anderson spell, trying to release a bit of tension with 4. Bracey moves on to 5. 43 for 3. Keeper standing up, 2 slips, and a gully in place, and that's right back on the money from George Balderson over the wicket to Bracey. Leaning forward, the ball slides past the outside edge and into the gloves of Hurst. That is basically what Balderson was doing consistently through the course of the first innings, and indeed this morning as well.
Interesting little. Well, you might not find it interesting, but anyway,
I'll
say it anyway.
Yeah, I already think I'm going to find this interesting.
Balderson and Coghlan taken 1 wicket each, both their 150th.
I am finding that interesting. Balderson to Bracey, through to the keeper, no run. It's a good, interesting fact from you, that, Ed.
Thank you.
Well done.
So Balderson's done a bit of catching up on Coghlan in the match with a 5-for in the first innings, but they're now both sitting bang on 150.
Nice little milestone for both players. Bracey on 5. Balderson It's back of a length and it's defended away into the offside by Bracey, and there's no run.
Mind you, what Scott Reed finds interesting, I'm not sure that's the measure of whether everybody else would find it interesting or not.
Quite sure how to take that.
No, I'm not sure how I delivered that either.
Right.
What intention there was behind it.
Fair enough. If you don't know, I've got no chance, have I? So 61 behind. Balderson to Bracey. Nudges that up towards Anderson at mid-on. And there's no run. One ball left of the over, then 7 remaining on a lovely evening in Bristol. Plenty of blue sky and sunshine. No issues with the light compared to 24 hours ago when it was a bit bleak and rainy. Didn't have too much of that opening day. Off for rain about 3 o'clock and never came back. Balderson to Bracey, thickish edge down into the ground in between the 2 slips and that kind of wide third slip position down to third man. It'll be 4 for Bracey to end the over, 4 to start the over. And at the end of it, Gloucestershire edging towards 50 in their second innings, 47 for 3, but still trailed by 57.
We had a brief visitation from a gull, which seemed to be glowering into the box for a moment, soared right in front of us, glared at us, and then and left again. Perhaps it wasn't too interested in Balderson and Coughlin's 150th first-class wickets. What is Coughlin to continue? Hammond swinging his arms, surveying the field. There is now a cover in place, 2 slips in a gully. Coughlin to Hammond, it flicks pad, there's an appeal for LBW, but immediately the umpire moves away and the ball doesn't trickle past Matty Hurst, so they can't take some bonus extras. Score remains 47 for 3. Warwickshire have taken a 3rd wicket at Edgbaston. Paul Walter out for 46, and Sam Cook appears to have been sent in as a night watchman. Essex 108 for 3. Coughlin to Hammond, allows that one to pass by. It doesn't get through to Hurst especially well, who ends up in a sticky mess on the floor. Away to his left, in front of Michael Jones's boots.
He shared a partnership worth 58 runs with Ollie Sutton that helped to get Lancashire's lead north of 100. Put on 23 with Shetty as well.
Coughlin bounds in, bowls well down leg side, and Hurst takes and tosses it away behind him on the bounce to first slip.
A little demoralising, I'm sure, for Gloucestershire, who were probably thinking they could have skittled Lancashire out and maybe keep them lead of 50 or 60, something like that, but they found a partnership, Lancashire, to get it to 3 figures.
Be about level at the moment. Very different feel, even 3 down. Coughlin approaches, bowls, Hammond nicks, and he's dropped by Jennings at second slip. And that is a huge life for Hammond and for Gloucestershire. That possibly, in terms of the match, could have been the, not quite the coup de grace, but that is an absolutely regulation catch at second slip. It's come to Jennings at a decent height. He did put one down in the first innings that he went palms facing down as Coughlin bowls a full ball to Hammond, and that's defended to mid-on. He tried to take it palms down up about shoulder height. I just misjudged, I think, the height that it was coming through at, but that one, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's gone on there.
No. Contrast that to the couple of slip catches we saw earlier today. The brilliant catch from Ollie Price, and then one from Bancroft. They caught 2 blinders in the slips for Gloucestershire this afternoon.
Coughlin in to bowl to Hammond, and he doesn't player shot at this one. 47 for 3. Hammond was tempted into a drive, but it sort of feels as though I don't know. There's still 6 overs left. You know, there's not just 2 overs left. There's 6 overs left, and it sort of feels as though any shot Gloucestershire might go for now might lead to their demise. So what do? Just play no shots at all? Maybe that's what you've got to do. I'm not sure, but he went for it. He edged it, and down it went. It should have been 47 for 4, but it's still 47 for 3 with those 6 overs to go.
There's Balderson in bowling, and Bracey shaping to try and work it away to the leg side. It might be something that Lancashire need to brush up on a little bit. Their slip catching, they've dropped quite a few already this season. Against Northamptonshire, a slip catch which would have won them the game with Northants 9 down. Spilt a couple last week. There is Balderson to Bracey off an inside edge, and they've scampered through for a single as well. The keeper Hurst has gone charging after the ball towards square leg, and then throws at the stumps. No idea if a direct hit would have been out or not, but it felt like a slightly kind of frantic single.
I'm not sure it was a necessary single. No, exactly. It may have been in the category, I think, of Hammond would have made it, but at this stage it was surely too close to risk.
Bracey moves to 10, 48 for 3. Hammond's back on strike. Balderson to Hammond, just nudges it out towards the leg side. There's no run. We're actually going to see Ollie Sutton bowl today. I mean, kind of hope that.
Well, you kind of hope we don't.
We don't. Yeah. He just bats and shares a 50-run partnership, and that's his work for the day done. He didn't bowl this morning.
That's his replacement for Ajit Singh Dale, who opened the bowling before he pulled a hamstring.
Bailey in. Sorry, Balderson into to Hurst. And there's no run.
He's not going to get much of a bowl now, is he? I mean, Coughlan's bowled a 4-over spell. It could push him through to the close. It would be close whether they want to bowl him a 7-over spell. So in a way, if he's not going to bowl now, then when is he going to bowl?
48 for 3. Hammond waits, says Balderson. He's worked off his pads. A little bit rushed as he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Fiddles it away towards the leg side. There's no run. And of course, the curious thing about all this is that Lancashire's preferred option to replace Ajit Singh Dale would have opened the bowling with James Anderson in this innings. Tom Bailey would have taken the new ball with Anderson, but that option was declined. The replacement hasn't bowled yet. Here is Balderson. Oh, it's a lovely ball from over the wicket to Hammond. Just angled across him. And nod of approval from Miles Hammond. He's done that so well and so consistently, hasn't he, George Balderson, in this game? It's felt like just the perfect pitch and perfect conditions for him to bowl that kind of time and time again. Did it in the first innings, and has done it beautifully in that final ball of the over there. It's 48 for 3, trailing by 56 runs.
It's one of the many situations where the left-handers. I know we got left-handers out in the first innings, so it's not as though we can't. But in principle, having it angle across where it may just fade even further away from the edge against Balderson, you're thinking at least there's 2 left-handers out there for Gloucestershire. Coughlin bowls, Bracey plays a drive, and now there's a bit of hesitation about whether they should come through for a single. The extra cover drive went to wide mid-on. Then Hammond was really quite dilatory in setting off from the non-striker's end, but they get through for a single. Nothing is coming easily at the moment for Gloucestershire. They've moved on to 49 for 3. Bracey's taken a single to move on to 11. There wasn't too much convincing about that in terms of the shot or the running eventually. Coughlin bowls now to Hammond, and once again Hammond just dangles his arms almost down by his side to let that one go. He has not played at many deliveries from Coghlan. However, the plan should have worked, because he then did play at one that he didn't have to and found the edge. So it was the right strategy. Shetty's warming up in the gully, so might get some spin before the close. Coghlan in, bowls. Hammond allows that one to go by again. 6 from 36 deliveries, I think that will be now. He might get a 2-over spell then. Shetty from the Ashley Down Road end.
He's having a fair old twirl here. His arms are going everywhere, aren't they? He's twisting his hips, he's rotating his arms around.
I think he was preparing for a 15-over spell. Coghlan bowls to Hammond. This is prodded down into the offside, and there's no run. Up comes Bohannon to field.
Here he goes again.
Oh, she's up for some more. He's going to have bowled about 3 overs before he actually even gets on to bowl at all.
If you're watching on the live stream, you see the 2 slip fielders. Well, the gully catcher there is Shetty. He's been busy warming up, limbering up. Looks like he's due on shortly.
Yeah, got those hands back in those pockets. The hand warmers going. No, he's warming up the wrists now. Coghlan bowls now to Hammond, and once again angled across him, not coming back. Hammond doesn't fancy a shot. It's gripping, possibly not for the reasons that the home supporters would like, but that's always the thing with these lower scoring games where there's wickets falling. I know we're supposed to dislike them.
Why?
Well, because apparently it's bad for the game.
Is it?
Well, Coghlan bowls now. Hammond clips it through mid-wicket. He's timed it pretty well, but it's to the long boundary, so it won't get there. 2 fielders will converge, have a bit of a discussion about who they want to field, and in that time Gloucestershire have turned it back for a 3rd run. So they're exactly halfway through the deficit. The 50s come up. It's 52 for 3. Trail by 52, and the strike will be kept by Hammond, who's moved his total on to 9.
Yes, if you're just joining our coverage, whether it's across the live stream or across the BBC, the Lancashire first innings 240 all out, having wrapped up the Gloucestershire first innings in the morning session. Anderson picking up 3 of the 4 wickets that fell through the first half an hour this morning. Balderson's back in. Forward goes Hammond in defence, and there's no run. So Gloucestershire 136 all out. It's all done inside kind of half an hour. Lancashire set about their first innings. Keaton Jennings, the pick of the bunch with his 70. Hurst scrapping around for runs with Sutton, putting on 53 at the back end of the innings. 104 run lead as Hammond defends. Comes Shetty from cover to field. And then 3 second innings wickets have fallen, and it's up to Bracey and to Hammond to try and see if they can get Gloucestershire to the close of play with no further damage done. But Bancroft, Charlesworth and Price all out off the bowling of Balderson, Coghlan and Anderson. Here is George Balderson. Forward, solidly in defence, goes Miles. Hammond deflects it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I like the delivery from Balderson as well, though, just really pitching it up that little bit fuller where, well, I say he might get an LBW more likely. I mean, James Bracey at the non-striker's end might say, well, he was given one anyway. The first innings, he got both these batters out in the first innings to Balderson.
Hammond defends, bring the bat down just in front of his front pad. Guides it away to the leg side, there's no run.
Hammond was out attempting to leave, and then it just seemed to flick the face of the bat and was taken by Hurst behind the stumps, and then Bracey was one of his 3 LBW victims.
Yes, it was in that little purple patch he had, wasn't it, in the afternoon session yesterday. Shuffles back in again. Hammond back and across, watchful defending, just tapping it away into the offside. Shetty, he's keen, he's bouncing forward to field. He knows he's due for a ball here. He's going to have a couple of overs to see things through. From the far end, it would appear. Either that or he's just he's limbering up for no reason.
Stay warm.
Yes, maybe, yep. Balderson again. Taken by Hurst. And there is no runs. So 3 overs remaining today. Maiden over for George Balderson. He's bowled 6 overs, but in 2 different spells. 3 overs from the top end and 3 from this end now. 52 for 3. Gloucestershire 17 overs gone of their second innings. And Coughlan's will be replaced, Paul Coughlin, by Arav Shetty, which almost certainly means that Ollie Sutton's not going to have a ball today.
It'll be interesting to see if there's anything there for Shetty. He is an off-break bowler, but I've given to understand he's got that carom ball. There were a couple of times, just watching him for the first time, certainly in person anyway, a couple of times when it certainly looked as if he was flicking it out of the front of the hand some way. And I mean, I've no idea. I've never even attempted to try and bowl such a thing. But I'm assuming if you can grip the ball in the way that you do for the carom ball, sort of flick it out with your 4th finger and an index finger, then you probably ought to be able to flick it the other way. He's coming off a fairly long run. Bowls to Bracey, and he's forward to defend very gently. Back to the bowler. Absolute care and attention shown to that defensive shot from Bracey. This is not really the time for too much in terms of attacking the spinner. Bracey gets onto the back foot this time, just drops it down again right in front of him. There's a slip, but there's no short leg. Lancashire are going for the sort of the pressure from the ring rather than having more than just the one catcher. Shetty bowls to Bracey. It's full and just pushed again pretty softly out to cover. And there's no run. It really, I would imagine that there will be a night watchman padded up now for Gloucestershire, and my guess is it's quite likely to be Will Williams.
Oh, he loves that though, doesn't he?
I think he does. And
yeah.
I'm sure, I mentioned this before. I don't think I mentioned it this match on air. It was quite an interesting situation in Gloucestershire's opening match against Middlesex, where Williams was padded up as the night watchman on the second evening.
Right.
There was still, I think, 4 balls left to go in the day. Wicket fell in the last over. Shetty bowls to Bracey, who drives past the bowler, and that will go to the boundary straight long on. It's a nice shot from Bracey because he didn't really try and knock the cover off it, and the last thing that ball was ever going to do was go in the air. It was straight along the ground, and the bowler just couldn't quite get there. So 4 more to the total. Shetty to Bracey, who gets a cover drive out this time and picks the gap between backward point and cover. Sweepers there on the boundary to keep it to 1. 57 for 3. Trail by 47. So Williams was padded up, and there's this new regulation that's coming in, as it turns out, in October.
Oh yes, we experienced this last week, yeah.
As far as if a wicket falls in the final over of a day, or I think even a session, then you play on rather than stopping. Shetty in, bowls left by Hammond. That's the end of the over. 57 for 3. So Williams has apparently stood up thinking that he's going to have to go out to bat.
Okay, right.
And the umpires have removed the bails. And I think even some of the Gloucestershire players and staff thought, ooh, we've got away with one here. The umpires have forgotten that now you're supposed to play on. The regulation doesn't come in until the end of this Championship season.
Yeah, there was a moment last week we were a bit confused by why we weren't playing on, because a wicket fell in the final over of the day, one of the days last week against Derbyshire. Why are we not playing on? And then quickly informed that it's going to be introduced, but not till October. I don't know why we wait till October. Here is Balderson to Bracey. Driven firmly back to Balderson on the bounce. There's no run. This is the penultimate over of the day's play.
Right in time for the Sheffield Shield, not the County Championship. I'm going to start it with the Shield rather than the Championship, which is a shame, really. I mean, the Championship is pioneering in so many ways. We're the first-class competition to have debates about who's a like-for-like replacement player.
Balderson to Bracey. He's nudged that out towards the offside. There's no run.
We're the first competition to determine that a right-arm opening bowler should not best be replaced by another right-arm opening bowler, but by a left-arm bowling all-rounder.
47 the difference between the two sides. 57 for 3. Balderson is in, and Bracey just taps it away. That ball again just shaping a fraction back in towards him. Deflects it away to the leg side. He's wandering away to square leg. James Bracey, the floodlight pylon, the shadow is almost right across his stumps, with keeper Hurst crouching down behind. Oh, he's playing forward, and that bounces away into the offside. Sure what that has come off. We'll have a look back on the replay here. It's going to hit Hurst and deflect away, with some Hurst struck with a ball in the first innings, which really did clearly hurt his thumb. He had to have quite a lengthy treatment on it on the first day. Again, pushed across Bracey, just tucks his bat inside the line. He's probing away so well, is Balderson, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander Bracey here, but he's getting the odd ball just to tail back in. The ball just a slant across him. LBW caught behind, being bowled if you don't offer a shot, if you misjudge it. They're all in play when he's in this approach. Here he is again to complete his work for the day. And it's left by Bracey. Balderson collects his cap. It's another maiden over for George Balderson. 1 over remaining in the day's place, 7:05. We could probably play for another hour. It's
I think we're best not.
No. It's, the light is as good as it probably has been for most of the day. 57 for 3.
Yeah, I must say I took a glance at the clock only a moment ago and suddenly realised it was past 7 o'clock. And when the cricket's as absorbing as this is, you don't tend to feel the passage of time so much. And as it was past 7 o'clock. Shetty, last over of the day, bowls to Hammond, who's forcing away off the back foot as though he quite wanted to find a single and then get up the non-striker's end and pretty much take his gloves and helmet off and say, right, over to you, Mr. Bracey. Shetty bowls to Hammond, who's driving again out into the covers, and Bohannon fields from short extra cover. 4 deliveries to go in a rapid moving day's cricket. Shetty to Hammond. Oh, it's a good ball, fired in quickly by Shetty. I'm not sure if that one was the carom ball, but it certainly didn't move away from Hammond. That much is clear. Boring in on the stumps, Hammond just about gets down and defends. Next delivery comes in now. Hammond forward, leaning into a defence. The ball trickles back up the strip. There are 2 deliveries remaining in the day, which Gloucestershire must negotiate with these 2 still at the crease to give them some sort of hope tomorrow morning. two slips in place now. Shetty round the wicket, bowls a filthy full toss, which is played into the ground off the bottom of the bat. Hammond looks absolutely disgusted with himself that he's not scored off it, but it's another delivery seen off. I mean, that could have been the sort of delivery that by accident could have produced a wicket at this stage. Final ball of the day, Shetty to Hammond, who cuts it away through backward point. They will just take a single. Fielding is completed out on the point boundary by Balderson. And the day will end with Gloucestershire 59 for 3. I say it will end. I think the umpires are just checking that 6 balls were bowled in the over. I don't think they were waiting to see whether Lancashire were going to try and claim some extra time to finish the match off. 15 minutes, that'll do for 7 wickets. No. So that is the end of the day's play. Lancashire's fielders congratulating themselves on a job well done in those 20 overs. Hammond and Bracey with a bit of acknowledgement as well for their efforts, because as Scott said, they had to stop the bleeding at 32 for 3. They've added 25 runs, but more importantly, they've faced 12 and a bit overs. It's a little bit more shine off the new ball. It's a few runs eked out closer to seeing off this deficit and trying to post a total that they could have some sort of a chance of defending. So they trail by 47 runs. Gloucestershire 57 for 3 in their second innings. Hammond will resume tomorrow on 9. Bracey will resume tomorrow on 16. A day's play that started with Gloucestershire 124 for 6 in their first innings. How many wickets have we seen today? I think we've seen 17 wickets fall today, have we not? Flipping heck. 17 wickets. Jennings made a 70. Matt Taylor 6 for 43. Fantastic figures for him. And it's been absorbing stuff. So we'll be back tomorrow. Scott Reed and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be joined by Nicole Harvey for that. It's probably be along for 11 o'clock sharp, I think, tomorrow morning, because anything very much could happen early on. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. Have a good evening, and we'll be back with you tomorrow.